Now, he'll still be able to get it off, or maybe not. The chains are out now. Hyde still can't get the Rolling Thunder away. Remnants, however, an FBZ, he has the lasso. He'll just commit it to make sure they can get the kill on Makoto.
This item up. So you're going to be in a really good spot at that point, and they haven't made progress.
Oh, they found Dreamer Cell. That's a big pickup if they can get it. The Drow is very, very low, and Dreamer Cell does end up dying.
Ooh.
And now the RP, Boomy, he got all three of them, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be there from Hyde to try and disrupt. A big Sanity's Eclipse being dropped does wipe them anyway. But Mac is going to come back in now on the Ember, trying to clean up, but there is not really... Has one Remnant, we'll throw it out, but FBZ already on the chase with the Flame Breakout. Will make... MCY, oh, he's been lassoed up. This is not the target you can afford to lose right now, MCY. He's going to survive and run out of the arena onto Keskute instead. Just going after the Shadow Demon. He has... Oh, he did not pop the Paddle Trance. The Sanities just blows them up. Get some more damage in. Skewer back, however, is great from Boomy, but there's no follow-up. Nico, he jumped into the back lines. They're trying to go after Makoto, but he's forced stopping away and Hyde, just rolling through all of them. Back's in trouble. He's going to die in the Ember. MCY, his battle trance is over. His BKB is over. So Makoto can just get to work now. With the Sanities being dropped, the RP, it does finally come out, but there's no follow-up to it. There is no form of damage. Mac is trying. Mac, he has no remnants. He has one left, but Boomy doesn't have RP for another 10. Lasso is going to be out. They have fought out the Magnus, and he is gone. On to Mac. He's also dead on the Ember. MCY is going to pop the BKB, but who do you go after? He's going to try on the OT, but he just has no damage. No damage, no form of control, and there's your BKB gone. He pops the Battle Trance. They will buy back on CMO to try and help him out. The Astral might just be enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Nico, he's arena'd up 3, but there is no follow-up to that arena. They are just falling flat. MCY is going to die now as well. CMO will die back. Nico just bought back, but he's the only one left, and they're going to call it GG. Boomies.
Where we have eliminated yet another team, Team Adroit. Unfortunately, no longer in contention for the $100,000 prize pool. Boom Esports will move forward.
The year was 2020. After the pandemic, the murder bees, the civil unrest, the Wind Ranger Arcana, we thought the worst was behind us. We were wrong. The worst was yet to come. With the surface lost, all that was left of humanity retreated to the bunkers. These complexes housed what was left of mankind. Alone, underground, never feeling the warmth of the sun or the touch of another. The gamers were the only ones who could survive such animalistic conditions. It was the Dota players left who would inherit the earth. A new battle begins, and there is barely enough life-giving water, barely enough clean and crisp air. The time has come to see who will survive and who will submit. Or should we say, summit. Let the contest begin.
The contest has been going on for quite a while now. The group stage is behind us. We are knee-deep in the playoffs, and we are now down to our final 4 teams here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 Southeast Asian region. And we got the upper bracket for you right now. It's Motivate Trust versus Among Us. And gentlemen, we saw 4 of these teams making it here. These are probably the 4 that we were expecting. I think beyond maybe a Boom Esports falling down in a role that they usually aren't. They're very inconsistent, but they made it through.
Yeah.
But other than that, TNC, Among Us, Boom, and of course Motivate Trust, who topped the group stage. It's about time that we get to this stage of the bracket.
It's been cool too, because all 4 of these teams right now are playing really good Dota. It doesn't feel like any of these teams is kind of like phoning it in and just kind of scraping by. They're all playing very high level Dota.
And even the team that I would have probably also picked as one of the contenders, Neon, you saw the difference between those 2 squads yesterday, between them and TNC, where like game number 1, it was close. They were staying competitive, but then afterwards that inconsistency catches up with you. And TNC definitely deserved to be here. Excited to watch that one later on. Yeah, the Among Us versus Motivate Trust, though, I'm pretty hyped about it. I think the games that we saw from Among Us the other day were some of the best Dota that we've seen across all the regions so far. So it's going to be a great day.
Motivate Trust has been quietly calculating. They played on the first day of the playoffs, and then they've been chilling ever since they did top their group stage. And in their group stage matchup versus Among Us, they did 2-0 them. In fact, the only team that Motivate Trust outright lost to in the group stage was TNC. So if that is indeed our grand final matchup, which who knows what will happen in the lower bracket, or who knows if Motivate Trust will even make it through the upper bracket, but based off of group stage performance, I do think that Motivate are looking like a lock, but it's all going to come down to this upper bracket match versus Among Us.
Yeah, and I think Among Us is just a wildcard team. It's a mixed stack of just high-level Dota players, some of the best from their respective countries. You've got EG's Abed, you've got March, who was formerly captaining TNC, In Your Dream, who's been top 1 on the leaderboards quite often. I don't know if he is at the moment. It's just a stacked roster. But they're not a stable team. They're not like a serious team that's sticking together. They're serious about winning right now. They're serious about trying to get first, but you don't expect them to play with this 5 roster a month from now or when DPC leagues come back.
It's a stacked roster, but it's also a roster of a stack, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't have a clear identity, I think. And this is where you probably can get, Motivate Trust potentially coming up with a not necessarily upset, but I think what we'd anticipate is a really good showing. I'm putting this at 50-50 going into it. I think it can go either way, and really it's going to come down to the drafts. What the crazy brains are working with back there and what they end up coming out with. I want to see like just a cleanly executable draft coming from Among Us. Nothing too wild.
Yeah, overall, based off of the games that we saw, it didn't really seem like they really did venture too far out of their comfort zone. I would say that for the most part, like Cuckoo, Abed, and March were all sticking to the same things as usual. Not necessarily the same things as the region, because March is playing like Silencer and stuff like that, but it would usually be Abed securing himself some jungle farm after usually winning the mid lane and not really going outside to rotate until he's completed the first major item. March playing a very, very sacrificial role typically, which is par for the course, and Cuckoo playing unconventional offlaners, playing mid laners in the offlane.
Yeah, Cuckoo's hero pool is, I think, pretty unique for the offlane, and that's something that catches some teams by surprise.
Totally. The Queen of Pain. I want to see that again. That was great. Just start daggering people. It's really hard to deal with. And I think that, do you think that people recognize now Motivate Trust? I mean, I know the players know, but like to me, I kind of wonder where the audience is. If like they're coming in, they're just maybe tuning in for the first time. They're like, oh, this team's gonna stomp them. Like, you know what I mean? I kind of wonder where the general consensus is on these guys. If you win this tournament, I feel like it puts you even more on the map.
Yeah, for international viewers especially. Right. Southeast Asia always have like their country pride, and so
yeah. Every time they play, the Thai streams suddenly have a ton of viewers.
Exactly.
Like there's like 2 big Thai streams on Twitch that each will get 5 to 10K viewers. There's some on other platforms as well, and it's just like, okay, these guys are ready to support their Thai team, especially right now because they're doing so well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but for the international viewers, they may be unfamiliar, but this is no fluke. Motivate Trust they crushed the group stage. They crushed their first upper bracket game, and now they're going up against Among Us. And on the other side of the bracket, Boom versus TNC in the lower bracket, that's single elimination at that point. That is an elimination game, whereas the loser of this one will bump down and play the winner of that. So between Boom and TNC, how are you guys feeling in those 2 matchups?
Oh, tough one. I think I would give the edge to TNC personally. I just feel like they're kind of coming into their own with Whitemore and playing with them. They're just figuring out their drafts a bit better. And I think they're just the better team.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way because like with Boom, it's sort of we've seen them. We know what they do. We know kind of where their limit is, if you can even call it a limit necessarily. But it feels like with TNC, this was a team that kind of was struggling at the beginning, and as they get more and more games together, they keep getting better as well. Now, does that team show up today? I don't know. That's a whole nother question.
Yeah, I think TNC's locked in though. Like this is the biggest SEA tournament in quite some time that any of these teams have played. TNC, you know, these guys win majors. I think
We're not on stage right now.
We're
though.
not, you
We're
know.
in a bunker right now.
They're not even all at the same place together.
That's true.
That is
KP's
true.
playing from Australia.
Yep, no, and I think that's partly why their results over the last 6 months have been a bit lackluster, why they didn't live up to the expectations of, you know, hey, TNC, SCA Dota major winners, like, these guys should be crushing the competition.
I mean, they kind of just bounced after winning MDL, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We got our points.
Yep. We're done. We'll
We're
see you
ready
in
for
TI.
TI.
And then 2020
that.
said, yeah, hold on a second. Well, yeah.
That's the real cause of it. That's why it happened. All the bad things. It's because TNC didn't keep playing Dota.
I do love seeing everyone ascribing the current state of the world to different things. The funniest one that I always see is Mr. Peanut dying, and then the baby nut became a thing. This was like, I think during the Super Bowl is when
What's Mr. Peanut?
Mr. Peanut's the
Planters.
Yeah, Planters Peanuts.
He's the guy with the little top hat and the monocle that's a peanut.
Okay.
And a
I
can.
vaguely know. I'm allergic to peanuts, so
Oh, okay.
stay away from any
It's
peanut,
also
peanut
very-
lore stuff.
I would
you know?
feel like you should need to know it even better. So you see
no.
Mr. Peanut and you're like, oh god,
Run
stay
away.
Well, basically he's like a mascot for like a food company.
Peanuts,
Yeah.
okay.
And then like there was some sort of marketing campaign where he like died and was reborn as a baby peanut,
Yeah.
and then the world went to shit.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, it's Mr. Peanut's fault.
That's what happened. You know what's not Mr. Peanut's fault, though?
Tell me.
I think we have a draft. Amazing!
Incoming transmission. We've got 4 bands on the board here. Upper bracket final. As we said, this is not elimination. Loser of this will go on to play the winner of TNC versus Boom. But you want that grand final lock right now.
Truth.
10 seconds remaining.
Bands.
Faceless Void, Tidehunter,
Yeah.
Io, and Magnus.
The Tide is the one that's a little bit strange to me, but I guess that's also
Dire
just a,
team
you know, that hero comfort with Motivate Trust, I guess. And March got his hero. Ready to go.
Yeah, I would definitely say Io is probably his top priority. I don't know where Silencer falls in their priority list, because it
10
was one of their
seconds
most
remaining.
picked. I feel like you'd need to craft a draft around a
5
Silencer,
seconds
or
remaining.
Silencer is a counter to a specific type of draft, but they feel comfortable first phasing it.
I think that was the game they lost in that best of
They did,
right?
yes.
Yeah, so if anything, I feel like they should be holding off on first doing a hero like Silencer. I don't, like you say, it feels like either a draft around it or countering something
Mm-hmm.
your opponents are doing makes most sense when you're picking it.
And I like this Undying pick. I'm assuming they're setting up for like a Spectre or something, like that hero that just needs to be babysat in lane, since it's one of like the main OP heroes that hasn't been touched. The only thing is they don't have that second pick of the first phase, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's a bit harder
Radiant
to
team pick.
pick like the
Mirana.
TB type heroes if you're in Among Us' situation, I feel, because of the counters that can very instantly come out. But we have seen a lot of first phase carry, so
Mm-hmm.
might just see like the Snapfire type heroes, pick your 4 position, don't reveal too much.
10 seconds remaining.
On the other side, Mirana comes out, very popular 4 position in the
5
SEA region
seconds
right now.
remaining.
Q played a really good one the other day. If I'm not mistaken. Was that him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was him, and his Tiny was the one that I remember the most.
The
Phoenix.
Phoenix into the Mirana.
Radiant team
Yeah,
back.
and a snap. Oh my god, this egg is never going to go off.
But I think this is like double super heals coming from Among Us already, which is kind of a neat little strat here at the start. I like that. I mean, you're not going to get the
Yeah.
egg off, but
10
You get some
seconds
tanky frontline
remaining.
core, get some Spectre, and that Spectre's not dying with this Phoenix
5
Undying
seconds
sing behind them.
I
remaining.
like it. And in a way now, you're kind of committing hard with these like heroes that deal with the egg. These heroes on their own, I'm not super scared of them. It almost... Like, so now it's like either a 5-position Snapfire, or you end up going like a Mirana Core, probably. I'll ban out that Spectre.
Yep.
I don't know, even as a support duo, I'm pretty comfortable with 5 snap for Mirana. I think at the end of the day, they just have stuns, so that's not really the worst case scenario. If your support duo has stuns, they can both rotate if need be. Both take care of the Tombstone and the Supernova, so you don't really need to worry about your cores having attack speed now.
I imagine that it seemed like they wanted to pick the Snapfire regardless of the
Yeah.
Phoenix, personally.
Dire team back.
I mean, obviously, you see the Phoenix and you're like, okay, Snapfire definitely even better, but I think, you know, we're seeing first 2 Snapfire almost every game in this region.
Yeah, that's true. There's going to need to pick up some other form of like initiation as well on top of these, because these aren't initiators.
Yeah, get one of those, the Spirit type heroes from mid, or get some offlaner to, you know, the stunning combo with the Mirana, the setup, the Slaughter type hero, which has been very popular.
Team back.
It would make a lot of sense here. But I think plenty of options for Motivate Trust.
Dire team back.
Okay, Mark Gordon banned out too. That's an interesting one.
Terrorblade, maybe, for Among Us?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, they ban out the Lifestealer and the Jug, though. To me, I get that reads like Batrider,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's true.
yeah.
Could be.
5 seconds remaining.
The heroes that just lane really well against Phoenix too. You can always purge off Fire Spirits. You've got built-in magic immunity to help you hit the egg. And the thing is, like, I get the whole, hey, you don't want to Phoenix egg into Mirana Snapfire. Not good because these heroes both have skills that allow you to kill an egg quickly. But at the end of the day, they're supports, and they're supports that want to be sitting pretty far back. Snapfire's, you know, looking to just be chilling in the back lines, throwing Mortimer's Kisses. Mirana's just trying to line up some arrows. So they're not actually amazing heroes to hit the egg, despite having skills that allow you to hit the egg very quickly.
Right.
Just because of positioning, ultimately, if Mirana's hitting an egg, chances are she's out of position and going to get blown up.
And now you kind of have like almost an initiator out of the safe lane
10
too here with the
seconds
Ricky.
remaining.
Once you get Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, we've only seen Ricky bans. I think this is our first Ricky pick we've had here. Often it's when like Grimstroke's being picked up that the Ricky's being banned out, but this is just going to be a Ricky with Snapfire, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, they could last pick a support and turn Snapfire into a mid, but I'm leaning towards last pick for both teams being the mid laners.
What a weird draft. You've got one stun between the 4 heroes on Among Us.
Yeah.
But it looks like they just kind of want to play fast and
10 seconds
keep
remaining.
pressure on.
Yep. I mean, Drowse looked really good
5
this
seconds
tournament
remaining.
across multiple different
Dire
regions.
team
Right.
back.
We've seen, you know, Viking and some of the European CIS teams do well with it. We've seen it in NA. Here in SEA, it's been good.
They must be very confident with the Drow versus Ricky matchup, though, because
Yeah. I
you
was
saw
like,
that coming and you were like, yeah, Drow, that's the hero.
Radiant team back.
Huh. Death Prophet's a good ban. I want something to like sort of stand there, because like they kind of have frontline, but not really.
Yeah.
And it feels like they need somebody to get like the Ricky off of the Drow. I don't know. I'd be a little bit concerned at this point.
10 seconds
I almost feel
remaining.
like Motivate Trust were anticipating a Drow, because these couple of
5
picks, right?
seconds
Ricky to get on
remaining.
top of her, and then Underlord to like have really good wave clear, and to be able to just sort of stand in front of towers.
Dire
Hopefully.
team
Granted,
back.
that matchup is a little bit dangerous in
Radiant
lane.
team pick.
Could see like a Storm Spirit being good for Abed here.
Dire team
What's he
pick.
thinking?
Another spirit.
Spirit, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely something you mentioned, Lyrical, was just like, hey, they only have the one stun. So I think it was kind of, they had to pick a playmaking catch hero for Abed in the mid lane, which is what Void Spirit can kind of give him some additional control.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
assuming they don't get controlled, there's so much to be concerned about. You're
5
gonna get
seconds
Rod
remaining.
Pit on the Underlord, Silence, Diffusal, maybe even eventually a Nullifier on the Ricky, so you can't even force Seth out of it. Cookie and Arrow.
Sounds tricky.
Sounds very tricky.
Yeah.
Sounds tricky. Tough game for Abed is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And in your dream.
I think I really like Motivate Trust's lineup. I think this Ricky pick is actually pretty cool. If they were anticipating that Drow.
Yeah. I want to see what they get for the mid lane here. They don't really have any good objective takers. When you have Ricky's safe lane, it feels like you need so many different things out of your mid laner and off laner. Because Ricky doesn't give you much team fight, doesn't push towers, doesn't farm that fast. He is like the best hero killing carry, I feel like, in many ways, but we'll see what Motivate Trust go for. Oh, they're going to Ricky mid, maybe?
Whoa.
I mean, they could PL mid as well, but
I
the
think-
Ricky mid against Void Spirit sounds like a decent matchup. Or are they doing... No, they're doing Underlord mid.
Oh.
Ricky off lane. I mean, we've seen the Underlord mid absolutely destroy matchups just by having a huge last hit advantage.
Yeah.
This is kind of cool.
I like it.
And PL against Phoenix Undying Drow. Against Slardar, you can very easily purge off the Corrosive Haze.
Yeah.
This is a great PL game.
Alright, well, let's see if they can make the lanes work out then. Very interesting draft, and what a way to start off the day. We're going to jump to a quick break, but when we return, you'll be joined by the casters MLP and John Xfire here for the first game at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We are here for the first series of the day for the Monster Energy Summit 13. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John Xfire. John, we're here for the upper bracket finals, sir, between Among Us and Motivate Trust Gaming. It's sure to be a pretty explosive series between these two, but I've got to ask you first. How are you feeling tonight, sir?
I'm feeling great about this one, Mike. Among Us and MG Trust, these two teams have a bit of history, right? Like, the first iteration of Among Us, when we saw them in BTS Pro Series Season 3, up against MG Trust, it was always a bit more dominant. Among Us looked like they had their number, they might have drawn a couple of series, but when it came to playoffs, MG Trust stepped up to the plate, and this time around, MG Trust has just been up there from group stage. So they've been on top, they've been dominant, they've been playing well, but you can't really discount Among Us. They pulled some funky stuff out. Now, the draft of MG Trust is the one that's a bit more experimental. We're seeing Masaros on another safe laner on the off lane. We've seen him do this with a Lifestealer. This time around, it's the Ricky, and I'm excited to see this one unfold. Masaros Ricky. I think that's just... It's always just so special when you see him play something beyond the Tidehunter here, Mike.
Well, I think one thing we've learned over the Summit 13 and BTS Pro Series 3, John, is Masaros, while he does enjoy spamming heroes like Tidehunter, he is a very versatile kind of offlaner. And we haven't seen the offlane Ricky yet. We haven't had the pleasure. I'm looking very forward to seeing what he can do with this. And of course, how could we forget Jackie on the PL? Very, very dangerous when he's playing this hero. Then again, though, I look at the other side, you've got Arbit on that Void Spirit. Can't underestimate him on this hero. He does tend to make a lot of plays. Like I said, John, a very explosive match. This series might just go to 3 games as well. There is a lot on the line here, and well, we should start having a look at the laning stage and see what's going on. Of course, top lane, You'll see Jackie there with Boombell. They're going to be there with Zephyr, March, and In Your Dream. A tri-lane versus tri-lane situation. That's how I love to get us started, John. Tri-lane versus tri-lane, it's sure to be explosive.
Yeah, and we've seen Among Us do this a couple of times. They toss IYD in that offlane. They play aggressive. The Undying loves it when you pile these heroes on. March is dropping low, though. He's got to be a bit cautious, but they're trading hits really well.
Dropping lower. Boombell, he's going to go down. First blood goes to In Your Dream. March, he was able to get that last decay off, and In Your Dream was able to get one more auto attack off. It's a great start for them. And when you look at these tri-lanes, John, you'd have to agree, surely, that it is in the favor of Among Us, considering they do have an Undying.
Oh yeah, there's no two ways about it. This is the ideal lane for the Undying. You just love it when the heroes clump up. I'm very surprised MG Trust is opting to counteract with their own tri-lane. I believe the game plan here is to just try to slow IYD down, prevent the tri-lane from getting too much. But I think this just plays into that game plan. March has so much presence. He's got 3 mangoes. He can stand in front. He has 20 decay stacks. He doesn't care about this right click from Q. And that's just when he's the story of the Undying. He's going to contest every single time, make it hellish for Jackie. Look at Jackie, 16 decay stacks on him, 320 HP. Like, if he gets snooped down, he's not in a good spot.
That's a disgusting position here for Jackie. Of course, we'll have a quick look at the other lanes for a second. Mid lane, Arbed and Fearless are going to be there. The Undying versus the Void Spirit. Pretty passive stuff on bot lane. With Masaros, he's dropping very low. Cuckoo does pop a salve early on, so Masaros does jump in and just cancel that off quickly. But it does seem as though Masaros is struggling a little bit here up against Cuckoo. In fact, Cuckoo might have him. No, not quite enough. Masaros is going to survive on 80 HP. But Cuckoo is in firm control of this lane, and as we talk about that, top lane March will drop on the Undying. Boombell able to take that kill on the Snapfire.
Yeah, it's about the point where we see Undyings can throw their bodies forward to get a bit of a reset. So March is going to come in. He still holds on to 2 mangoes. He is ready to kind of make his presence known elsewhere. He's going for a quick bottle delivery towards Abed first. So just playing into that mid lane matchup as well, which we haven't really talked about. Underlord up against Void Spirit. One of the more boring lanes, but a lane that is working out a lot more for Fearless. Just so steady. You get the Firestorm out. Resonant Pulse doesn't block that damage. Sure, Abed can kind of nuke you down as well with his own spell damage, but when it comes down to it, Fearless should be a little bit more efficient in that farm, so it's going to be a good lane for him to hold steady.
Bot lane, Cuckoo, he's dropping very low. Masaros going to go for the Blink Strike, but Cuckoo will pop the sprint. He will walk away. Masaros not going to chase him down too much farther.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane rather, Fearless, he's dropping extremely low now. Aether Remnant not going to latch on, and Fearless will walk around it. A very close matchup now in that mid lane, as Fearless is going to try and give it back with the Firestorm. And both heroes in that mid are going to be very low. The 4-minute power runes, however, are going to spawn up in 10 seconds. And both these heroes need a full bottle, so we're going to rely on a bit of RNG here for Fearless. Or rather, Among Us have got the top runes secured, and Arbed, he is going to be able to get the bottom. In fact, a nice Aether Remnant going to hold Fearless down. They will not have enough damage with the Soul Rip from March. So everyone going to survive so far. Just a 1-to-1 4 minutes in. But Arbed with that DD, he's going to be sitting very pretty.
Yeah, it's a really good spot for him. He can try to apply some pressure. You already have March circling around here.
They are. Fearless. Oh, he's going to drop. Big kill there, Arbed. Of course, you had to worry about that if you were Fearless, right? Like, he had a DD rune. You know he would have gone at any moment. And with March around, it becomes that much easier.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult as well. They didn't have a ward watching that power rune, so he wasn't quite sure what he was going in for. It was pretty greedy, though, but he's going to pull back in. Really good movement from Abed. They are going to scuffle over these power runes on those tri-lanes.
Well, the bounty rune's going to be in a spot of trouble here. Boombell, he does go down after taking one, but In Your Dream now getting low. Jackie going to try and chase him down, but March keeps In Your Dream alive, and Q will be the secondary to drop. In fact, Jackie, he has no mana left. He just barely has enough now for Doppel, but the Gust comes just in the nick of time. Jackie, he will barely survive. The Decay will not land either. Jackie will make himself out, and I can't believe he barely had the mana. He just regened it up.
It's on the edge. He's very lucky Boombell was already ferrying out some regen, so he gets a top up himself.
Mid lane, massive trouble here. Q doesn't have another arrow to throw out though. Abed's going to be fine, and March again with a nice rotation in, just soul ripping his cores, making sure they're healthy. Well, power runes are going to spawn up, but Abed, he is healthy enough now to contest the bottom one, and it is going to be a regen rune. Are you kidding me?
You know how it is. When you're ahead, you just keep being ahead. Abed
Yeah.
just having a great time now. He is still lagging behind in last hits, but that's to be expected. It is an Underlord. Just getting these rune control up for your Void Spirit does enable maybe some movement out for Abed once he hits that level 7 mark. Could look to go hunting. So far, this early start for Among Us really lining up well. Their tri-lane investment's paying off. Jackie is still finding farm despite it, but it is a lot more contested, and Jackie's going to have to look for that space later on, but they are dragging Fearless top.
They are Fearless, he TP's in, but the Gust is immediately out by In Your Dream, and now Boombell could go for a cookie setup and does. But he's by himself, Boombell, he needs to back. He's going to go down In Your Dream. Gets a free kill for himself. Jackie will chase down Zephyr and does kill off the Phoenix, so they do at least trade evenly. But a very kind of weird initiation there from Boombell. Perhaps a bit of miscommunication, but he went in by himself, and it does cost him his life.
Yeah, it was fairly odd of Boombell giving his life out way. Not the best trade, but Fearless getting the kill is a nice bounce back for him. You are starting to see the side lanes kind of free up. Masteros is working his way mid. They are smoked up, maybe looking for a movement out here up top.
Yeah, they're going to ignore Abed in that mid lane. They'll go up towards that top lane. Masteros and Boombell, they've pinged out In Your Dream, and In Your Dream, he's up there by himself right now on the Drow. That is not great positioning from this Drow Ranger at the moment. The Cookie, oh, nice gust out, but it will not be enough. They still got the stun, but March comes in with the Soul Rip. In Your Dream still alive, barely, still surviving, does finally drop, but Jackie will also go down off the back of the rotation of Abed onto Masteros now. The Resonant Pulse will be enough. Abed, he'll get a double into Boombell. They don't have enough lockdown for him, I don't believe, but Abed, he might just keep going. He hasn't ate the Remnant in 1 second, but a great cookie out Boombell, saving his own life. But Abed, he's not done yet with this man. Goes back in, gets a triple kill on the Void Spirit, and is now going to back off.
Ooh, this is just a fantastic start for Among Us. Abed off to a runaway start with that triple kill. They're starting to set up for a bit of a shove up top. And MG Trust are just constantly forced to respond. Again, they keep having to run a tri-lane up against an Undying.
Oh, In Your Dream is going to be chased down, but again, March is there with the Soul Rip. Heals him up to max. Fearless does rotate with the Pit of Malice and the Firestorm. It is going to be enough. So once again, In Your Dream is going to drop. March, he's having a look around for some surfer wards on this high ground.
Under attack.
Both sentries are going to get de-warded. And MG Trust look like they're kind of ready to try and force in that tier 1 top tower, but no, MG Trust, they're going to back off and steal some stacks that were being made for our Drow. In Your Dream will not get those stacks, and will someone pick up the neutral item? They do finally get it, but Abed's in. He wants to go for a fight. Resonant Pulse is going to be there onto Masteros, but he's going to blink away. Still Abed getting the courier now of Masteros, but he did get his items off at first. It was the components for the treads. He does manage to take him.
It's a lot of movement out from MG Trust. They have left this bot lane alone. So Cuckoo this entire time is just pretty much free farming on that Slardar. Now, it's not been amazing. It's still a Slardar. But uncontested farm means Cuckoo's going to find himself with a very fast blink timing, and that's going to enable even more movement out from Among Us if MG Trust is not careful. And they've already been quite good with Abed.
He's getting greedy here. Johnny's going for that 10-minute bounty room, but I don't think this is the time, Cuckoo. He will get stunned up into a nice arrow out from Q, and Fearless should have enough control to get rid of this Slardar. Although, no, the wand charges do come out. Cuckoo is going to run. He's on the river. He'll get the other bounty rune as well, and he is just going to get away. He salves up. Q still in the chase. Does he have another arrow? He does, and he will land it. But Cuckoo, he will not be able to survive the second one. He does go back down, but up at top lane, Masteros was in trouble. Not so much anymore. He's going to go back onto Abed. That is very dangerous for Masaros. But Abed, he had no more skills left to throw out. He does now, however. Masaros needs to be careful. He can't protect that T1. Zephyr does have a sentry on him if he does drop it, but looks like Masaros, he does get to the high ground and should be okay. Bot lane, however, they're TPing in. They want to keep fighting here. Among Us, they're not done yet. Fearless is in vision underneath that tier 1 tower. He drops the Pit of Malice, but he is surrounded by 4 heroes. They take down the mid Underlord once again.
It's a big target to take out, and they defend their tier 1. So you're not seeing a tower trade coming out for MG Trust.
Oh, in
that
your
does
dream?
open. Oh,
Yeah, top lane, Masaros surviving on 25 HP, but the mid lane now. A rotation now, Jackie does get the tier 1 mid tower. And that is one big win there for Motivate Trust, John. They get the Drow kill, plus the tier 1 mid thanks to Jackie. And Jackie is still top of the net worth board.
yeah, it's still pretty darn good for MG's Trust, despite falling behind those kills. Just opening that mid tower does open up the jungle a bit more if Jackie wanted to play there. They do have much more defensive wards this time around from MG Trust, so it looks like Jackie might focus on his own jungle first while he has that space out. And we know the pacing MG Trust likes to pull out. They love to buy space out for Jackie, wait for his items to come up. I think in this game, though, you are looking to give a little bit of that space to Masaros as well. So MG Trust, they've only got 3 heroes to play with. Fearless is going to have to keep that pace up in this bot lane, and they've still got their eyes set for this bot tier 1.
They certainly do. MG Trust, they're going to posture around. Among Us, they may be willing to go for another big team fight down to that bot lane. But Abed and March, they're setting up for that mid-tier 1 tower instead. Jackie is going to be around to defend. And I don't believe they'll be able to contest Jackie in this mid lane. They don't really have the control for him quite yet. So bot lane. Hit of Malice is dropped into a nice arrow from Q, and now the Mortimer's Kisses. They have the egg. They will pop it. It may just be wasted. Can they take it down in time? Yeah, they can. Boom Bill. He had the little shredder out just in the nick of time and does burst it down. Still Cuckoo now, gonna rotate on the Slaughter, but the Pit of Malice is gonna be there to hold him down with an arrow out from Q, and they will also drop the Tombstone, but it looks like it is wasted by Abed. He does come in just in the nick of time with a great 8th the Remnant out. And he does manage to at least get Boom Bell. That's gonna make it a 10-7 now for Among Us. A slight net worth lead, but Moonlight Shadow is gonna be popped. Are they really going to reinitiate here, Motivate? Cuckoo. Bit of Malice. Arrow is going to be there. Widowrod of Atos out in the Firestorm, dealing so much damage to Cuckoo. He's going to try and sprint away, and it looks like he is going to make it out just fine. The Firestorm damage just not really proving to be enough quite yet.
It's a bit unfortunate, but it will ensure MG Trust finds this bot tier 1, which opens up a little bit more map control along with that mid they've found. Among Us starting to lag behind just a bit in terms of map control. They still have bot out space for IYD, which is really all that they'd want right now. You're also seeing the blink timing for Cuckoo kind of still line up at a very good point. He has started to lag behind in farm, though, on this Slardar. So he's behind the Underlord now. He's behind pretty much every single core. Even Masaros is having a better time. You might want to rectify that. Once you have this blink, you need to play a bit more active with Abed.
Speaking of, Masaros is going to scout him out, taking some farm away from their jungle. Masaros very close to that Diffusal Blade now. And this is a very scary timing for MG Trust, John. The Diffusal of Jackie and Masaros is going to cause a lot of problems here for Among Us. They have not really been able to slow it down at all. They are going to have them both at a very nice timing. In fact, I'd say about 1 to 2 minutes away from both of them having it. And after that, I'm really not sure what Among Us do. You don't have BKBs up yet on anyone, nor do you have 4-staffs.
Yeah, it's a long time still till we'll see it. And I'm surprised IYD is just rushing the Yasha. After this Dragonlance, I'd figure the 4-staff would be a key pickup just to get yourself out of dodge. If you are jumped by this Riki, or if you do get caught out by that Pit of Malice from our Underlord, they do have at least a 4-staff out in Zephyr. So they do have at least one tool, and that blink on our Slaughter is up. So you might see Among Us start to play around that timing with the crush initiation, but the defuse ulti talked about, it's already up for Jackie.
It is, and you've also got the Yule Scepter now on Q. And Masaros, I mean, he's about, what, 500 gold away from finishing off his defusal. And look at bot lane. Zephyr, he's being watched right now. Q would love a Yule's on that Phoenix, but he can't quite get in range for it. Towards the north, Cuckoo is wrapping around on the Slaughter. Moonlight Shadow, however, going to be popped. No sentries down here for Among Us. They don't know where they are. But Motivate Trust, they are not going to go too far forward. And now a counter smoke out. Among Us, where are they going? Into the mid lane, they see Jackie. But how do you catch him? Well, there's your stun out. Jackie's in trouble. They're trying to burst him down, but the Doppel is going to be there. But the March Soul Rip is going to be enough to kill him off. And, well, March, with all those illusions around, can do a lot of damage, but now Fearless does jump in. Boom Bell going straight for that egg, does get it as well, but Cuckoo is in with the stun. Arrow is there, but it's not going to be enough. March is keeping everyone healthy. Into Masaros, who does jump in with his team. They'll go after Cuckoo, but Cuckoo's still just man fighting here. Up against Fearless. March again with the Soul Rip. Does get another. It's going to be Fearless going down. Onto Cuckoo, another arrow, but Abed not going to allow this to just happen, or will he? He tries and gets Masaros, he does get the kill. And Cuckoo dies, but he won't mind. They got all 3 cores on Motivate Trust for the sake of a Slaughter death.
That was just really greedy coming out from MG Trust. Jackie's positioning way out front without the vision down, without his team scouting out first. Really conservative use of that Moonlight Shadow as well from Q. I think they have to be a bit more active. We talk about the spikes for Among Us. They are playing around that blink timing on Cuckoo perfectly, and they are keeping MG Trust in check. It's still good farm coming out for Jackie, but it's not the elevated farm we're used to seeing from him. He's still getting some space out. You do want MG Trust to kind of understand their position. They do smoke up at... It does feel like that was under vision, or on the edge of it.
Well, this is their power spike. They've got to... Oh, Cuckoo, a great stun. Catching 2 of them straight off the bat. The tombstone's down. The gust is there. Masaros, so darn low, is trying to tricks away. He does blink, but the zombies, they're still following. Now the turnaround Fearless with the Rod of Atos, trying to protect the Ricky, but Cuckoo once again catching him out. Onto Fearless. They'll get the gust. An arrow there to help. Mortimer's Kisses as well, but Fearless is already down. And the side of Among Us, they're still going. In Your Dream does catch out Q on the Mirana. Another 3-for-0 trade for Among Us. And they might just go for the Roshan play. In fact, they are. With the Corrosive Haze and the Drow Ranger, it is a very easy Roshan to take.
All right, it's going to be a quick one. We've seen Drow, Slardars really just melt the Rosh. It's going to be a nice first pickup for Among Us. MG Trust, again, that smoke, it was just right on the edge of vision. Among Us was just ready for that jump in, and perfect counter initiation coming out. They're going to clear a mid-tier one as well, so they've evened out map control a bit. They're in a really good spot. They've got 2k lead on their side. MG Trust, it looks like they're trying to default back to this Jackie playstyle. He's just saving up farm, given a lot of space in the map. They are starting to sack Fearless and Masaros for this farm, though, as we tend to see them do. But we'll see if the investment in Jackie pays off. It's his PL. It's a comfort cure of his. He is rushing the Manta style for himself. Maybe once you have that up with the option to purge off that Drow Silence, you're in a better spot. You do worry about allowing IYD to just farm like this. Like, he is actually rushing the Ag. He is working on a way to just constantly clear out those PL illusions and just absolutely wreck face. So I think Jackie's got to be ready for that eventuality here from IYD.
Certainly so. It's very rare to see the Drow Ags coming out, but, well, it is one way to deal with the PL, and he's even going for that old school build-up, the Aghanim Scepter into the Maelstrom. So just being able to proc the lightning off the split shot from the Ags, it is quite powerful, especially when you're just trying to clear illusions. Speaking of clearing things, Masaros top lane needs to be slightly careful, but he is going to TP out at the right time. They even ping him out on the tree line, but it is too late. But he'll have a look around, pops the dust, but it is a bit too late to catch out this Ricky. So instead, perhaps Among Us, they might start setting up for that top tier 2, or maybe they'll go for a fight. In that mid lane, they see Jackie again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jackie does have a DD room, but this is still dangerous. Cuckoo goes for the stun onto Jackie with Arbed coming in. They hold him down with the Aether Remnant, but Jackie is going to be able to get out of there with the Doppelganger back onto Cuckoo. Dark Rift is coming in. They're coming to try and go after that Slardar, and they will be able to take him. Onto March. He went back in on the Undying. That is going to cost March. Jackie with a double. MG Trust now, feeling confident, are going to move their way back into that mid lane. And with the siege creep, they might be able to apply some pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be an important amount of pressure to apply while they have this uptime. Unfortunate move in from Among Us. MG Trust was right behind. They got the perfect kisses. It was uncontested. And without the egg flying through, you do lack a bit of that team fight. You didn't have Abed throwing his body up front as well to be disruptive. So it looks like Among Us may have miscommunicated a bit there, but MG Trust makes the most of it. They do find the bot tier 2. They get the Manta style up on Jackie, and the net worth lead does swing back their way. So they still are working this map quite well. They've managed to play catch-up on all of their cores, and they're keeping Among Us in check. It's a very even game so far. Map control dead even. They are both hitting their spikes at a good time. It's all down to execution. Sephiroth's got to be able to get this next egg off in a bigger team fight if Among Us wants to widen this lead back their way.
Certainly so. You see Arbed, he's working towards that Aghanim Scepter now on the Void Spirit, and that's going to be very important for him this game. It won't be so effective on Jackie, but you do at least have 2 silences now for Jackie. After the Manta, you will have another form to use with that Void Spirit. Moonlight Shadow, going to be popped here from Motivate, and they do spot out Arbed with the smoke screen out, but Arbed, he has the 4 staff up, so he can get away from this Riki by Masteros. Instead, though, they're pushing up the bot tier 3 tower. Fearless just says, screw it, you want to push our top tier 2? No problem. We'll apply pressure at the bot lane. Arrow gonna spot out Arbed, but does not connect. Arbed yules out onto Fearless with the Aether Remnant, and now Cuckoo, a big stun, but here comes Masteros. He wants to hold them down with the smoke screen. The taxi, he's got the car started, and he does get them out as Cuckoo will be the one to die. And Motivate Trust, they just drive home.
And that's something you should always be weary of if you're just trying to gank an Underlord. We've seen that issue pop out for many teams. The Uber home is sometimes very timely and does deserve 5 stars. Fearless does manage to get the most out of it. They get a nice kill for themselves as well. And you kind of saw the same issue last time as well when Among Us just jumps in. If they don't manage to get out their burst damage immediately, heroes like Jackie kind of just run away. The Underlord is definitely in a very good spot now with how tanky he is and with a Ghost Scepter available. So you've got to pick your targets well here if you are Among Us, but even with that done, they are smoked up. They do kind of reveal it. Lots of pings coming out to their position right now.
Yeah, I mean, Arbed, he went for the Resonant Pulse, which made it very obvious. They are not going to be able to capitalize off this smoke at all. Apart from that regen rune they found up at that top rune spot, but that's it. I guess Arbed will hold on to that for a bit. In the meantime, John, in your dream, he's got the Ags up now, working towards the Mjolnir. It's still not going to be enough to deal with Jackie yet. But it is a good start, and it is also going to help him escalate his farming capability. However, Motivate. They're posturing in that mid lane. They're almost inviting Among Us to come for a fight, but they are not. Both will walk away. They'll just split up and go for a bit more farm. But I feel like the farming game does tend to suit this dire side more.
Yeah, I mean, they've got basically 2 paws once in their team, right? With the offlane Riki, we've seen Masteros do this with his Lifestealer. Whereas the game drags on, of course he's going to find farm. Of course he's going to scale. It's just the nature of the heroes he plays in that offlane. Riki does have some pretty good spikes left. We're seeing Masteros rush the BKB into the Nullifier. Once you have that combination, of course, the Riki can lock you in. That tricks of the trade if you're not careful. So there's a little bit of pressure on Among Us to play fast. And we always talk about how Undying kind of tapers off as the game goes on. March is still keeping his presence up. He is going for the Holy Lock, we tend to see, to boost that Soul Rip healing, but you really don't want to chance it. You've got good right click coming out from your Mirana, good right click from your Snap with a Shredder as well, so you are basically almost playing 4v5 if you kind of consider that the Undying's presence is really minimized, and that does mean Among Us will want to really start hunting a little bit more. They've just not been able to control the map since losing their bot tier 2 and trading for that top tier 2. They haven't been able to intercept the movement from MG Trust, and that is a bit of an issue. I'd say it's not a very worrying issue. You're still waiting for the Ags here in Abed, and that is giving some time here for that build-up.
Well, he does have it now, but at the same time, Jackie got an Aghanim Scepter on himself, so he's got the constant Phantom Rush available to him. And that could be a pretty big problem. I mean, now he's just got no cooldown on it. In terms of that drown, in terms of closing the gap here for Jackie, he's got a way to do it. Of course, the damage amplification from that rush is also going to be quite painful for Among Us. It's a lot of bonus agi he does get. Still, both top and bot lane are being pressured by either side. Neither side really interested in going for a fight yet. They are still just farming up, but a Moonlight Shadow is going to be popped. MG Trust, I'm not sure what they're going to get done here, but it looks like they want to try and bait Zephyr forward. Q, he'd love a Yules, and he does get one off. Arrow is going to connect as well with the Mortimer's Kisses. Do they have the damage? Zephyr, no, he's not going to die yet. Fearless, he jumps in for the egg. He will not have enough to take it out. He just drives himself home, but he left his teammates behind. Q is in trouble. He does get Aether Remnanted with Cuckoo out with the stun. They do take down the Mirana and Boombell. He will just leave himself. A nice attempt. It definitely wasn't enough. In the end, though, they do pressure Among Us to return back down to the bot lane and stop applying that pressure up at top lane, but they have to give up a support Mirana kill just for that.
It's not the biggest loss for MG Trust. I think the movement off the map is the bigger win. You're still going to be happy with forcing that rotation back. You've given Masaros a space to play, although.
Mid lane, Fearless. That was questionable Firestorm. He'll go for the TP, but the Yules is going to cancel it. Now Boombell needs to help him out. A nice cookie into the Pit of Malice. Jackie, he's going to rush in for the fight, but it's him against the world right now. He needs some help. Nobody's coming in though. Masaros right behind him, but Jackie is just mad fighting everyone. Can he really do it? I don't think he can. Jackie is going to go down. Oh, that is very overly aggressive from Fearless and Jackie. And now Abed, he wants to clean up. He gets a Yules up on Boombell, but he won't have the mana to keep going. Still a massive kill now, and they're on to Masaros. Cuckoo doesn't have detection. Won't be able to catch out the Riki. And that's where the Drow Ags really came in handy, John. You can't just man fight like that as the PL anymore. Not against this Drow Ags. The wave clear is way too high.
Definitely is. I'm not sure what MG Trust is up to. That was just not a good movement by any means. They left Jackie in the dirt. They didn't really manage to back him up. You didn't have your supports there. And you only had Boombell really nearby, and he didn't have Kisses in that fight. So it was just really awkward for Jackie to come in. I think he just accept the Fearless loss and kind of cleared out. They do lose the Aegis because of that. So second Roche, Aegis, Cheese going to Abed this time. And all that sustain on Among Us. The sustain is becoming a massive issue. Right, the Sunray, if Zephyr just gets to stand back, channel off, keeps IYD alive, you've got the Soul Rip being amplified by the Holy Locket. There is no healing mitigation here from MG Trust, so that's always going to be a factor until we see maybe a Skadi up in one of these heroes or even a Shiva's Guard, but it feels like it's a bit too far off, and MG Trust, they've lost the lead. They have Moonlight shadowed up, but they have no clue where Among Us is.
That they do not. I mean, in the meantime, I mean, in your dream now, he's very close to that Mjolnir. Just needs the Hyperstone, and he's going to go straight into a Butterfly after that. And, well, all those items, not only do they counter out the PL, but they counter out the Riki as well. It's a very tough time to motivate if they allow in your dream to get to that point. So I don't believe Jackie is thinking to himself, I need to get an IV, or rather an MKB right now. He's working towards the eye of Skadi, but he's in the mid lane again. Abed gonna chase him down, does catch out the right one, but nobody gonna capitalize yet. Cuckoo, he's waiting for the right moment. Into Jackie, onto Abed. No, he'll go back after Abed as he does rush away. Masteros meanwhile trying to kill March, but he's gonna die to In Your Dream. Now the Mortimer's kisses are out, but Abed, he eats the cheese just in the nick of time, and the Dark Rift will get Motivate out. Everyone but Boombell. He's trying to run, but Cuckoo is going to chase him down. Pings out. Cuckoo, does he guess with the stun? No. It's too late. But they got Masaros, and... well, Masaros on that Ricky John, he just chased March for so long. And that In Your Dream Drow just hit him all the way down. Again, very aggressive plays here from Motivate, but they are not panning out. In fact, Cuckoo jumping back onto Fearless. He wanted a Firestorm, but it's going to cost him his life. Oh, Fearless, he has not had a good game at all.
No, and we're used to seeing Fearless on something that is a bit more active, so I think that's where this issue's coming out from. You know, Fearless tends to want to be in front, tends to want to make plays. There's not much plays you can really make on a hero like Underlord, so it's put them in a very awkward spot where they don't have a clear initiation plan. And Among Us, with his wins, they just get to poke this high ground with a Drow. It's just so easy.
It is. I mean, Fearless, without a buyback, they can't really hope of defending this. Of course, In Your Dream has a Grove, though, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. Classic stuff for the Drow Ranger player. Illusions just getting cleared out. They can't even take down the Tombstone. Great placement there from March. That's your tier 3 tower gone. They'll leave the Tombstone, but it will expire just before they can take it out. Very unfortunate, and we are going to have a quick pause to come out now. Abed looks like he's had a disconnection. We are having some FPS issues. And John, I suppose this is a good time to talk about what I was telling you earlier while we were watching the draft, but I was having a chat to March in his own stream, just having a quick chat pre-game. He was talking about Motivate Trust, and he was saying that they are a very scary team. You have to respect them. Got to be very careful about this side, but he did seem very confident in his team to be able to pull off this victory today. And I've got to say, so far in this game one, I can see why March has been so confident.
Yeah, they are making this first game work out really well. You know, you and I were chatting about the draft a bit before we went live. We were questioning the Drow into Ricky. We thought that we expected Masaros to be able to isolate the Drow a little bit better. It hasn't happened yet. Zephyr's egg has only come out a couple of times, and, you know, he has been dying, but that does buy out the space. Like, when you drop that egg, you can see MG Trust kind of tunnel vision in just to rip in through that egg, and it's been costing them. They need to get their focus out elsewhere, but their positioning is just so awkward. Their cores are melee, so it's really down to the supports, but their supports are also the ones with the most control outside of the pit from the Underlord. So it's a really awkward spot. And I think this all boils down to the Underlord mid for Fearless, right? Like, he loves playing his own Void Spirits. He loves playing the Ember. He loves being active on the map. He sets up for his team. He enables Jackie. But the Underlord is just not that kind of hero. It drops the pit. It drops Firestorm. It Ubers home. Maybe it tosses out a Rod of Atos as well in that pit, but that's it. It's not mobile. It's not flashy, and it's hard to plan your team fight around that. That is their best hold, and it's been tricky for MG Trust to kind of position themselves around that hero, so they've got to find a way to make it work for Fearless, because he's just been picked off constantly.
Well, with that, to move on, to have the unpause here. Our post going to be taken. Still an aggressive posture here from MG Trust. Jackie gonna rush in onto In Your Dream. They want that Drow dead ASAP, but he is gonna throw the guts down. Jackie's still just trying to fight this one out. Meanwhile, March dropping low, but they have got on Jackie. They take him out with Zephyr on the Phoenix. Fearless, he does Dark Rift everyone else out, but Masaros, who got left behind. Dead. Oh, it's another bad team fight here for Motivate. Definitely not very good news here for the Dire, but Among Us, they are looking fantastic.
I mean, it's just so strange. They expect Jackie to handle the Drow. Like, he's the one at the back. He's the one trying to rip through. That needs to be Masteros. But even then, I don't think your Ricky's ready to handle the Drow, right? Like, the timing of that defusal was nice. The follow-up has been flat. Like, the BKB for Masteros down to 8 seconds. He hasn't really achieved too much with his first 2 charge uses. And with that lead now, they're just melting these outer objectives.
Oh, Fearless again. Mid lane, he's been caught out. They use him up. They might just have the control. Cuckoo, he'll have a stun ready. They'll get the Aether Remnant. Cookie will be there. Fearless gets the Pit of Malice and the 4-stuff, but Arbit, he's not done. He jumps back in now. Cuckoo with the Bash of the Deeps. Still not going to be enough. The Ghost Scepter will save Fearless.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They will back off now Among Us, but they are starting to really taste victory in this game number 1. Get a lot of patience from this Radiant side. You look at In Your Dream on that Drow, Johnny, he has the butterfly up. This is that point where I think In Your Dream he might just be unkillable here for Jackie. They don't have an MKB or a Divine yet. It's tough to even imagine In Your Dream dying.
No, unless they keep him in the pit forever and get the perfect use of kisses along with the perfect set of Firestorm and Starfall, I don't see our Drow falling. It's just so difficult. The damage is just not there. They have no burst to contend with. They have a lot of sustain to still go through. We're just seeing Zephyr. It's not about the egg anymore. It's all about the Sunray he's pumping out, and they focus so much on that Drow that there's no one there to stop the Phoenix from healing. So a lot of issues still for MG Trust. Among Us, they've gotten the 9k lead on their side. They've cleared out the entire map now, although they catch Q.
They have towards that top lane, but Arbit, he's going to just astral step his way out of there. It's like Among Us might be able to reinitiate down to this bot lane. Just defending for now, and Motivate, they are not going to be willing to fight. Of course, they've had enough of these bad team fights. They're going to have to wait for the right moment. Oh, Fearless. Oh, he's going for that DD. Remember, Cuckoo was using it as bait. Takes it off him. He's going to go for the Dark Rift play, and looks like he might just make it out, and does. That's your Dark Rift down for another minute and a half. In the meantime, Shiver's Guard picked up by Arbet, and Butterfly is there from Jackie. And the chase is on for Masteros now. Cuckoo does have a gem up, gets the Corrosive Haze. That is a huge bash of the deeps as well. Just deleting Masteros.
Oh man, it's, you don't have any durability in this Ricky right now. Like, he's got BKB Defusal, has nothing to buff up his armor. Corrosive Haze is just doing so much work, and you're starting to melt. Like, this butterfly on Jackie is nice. It might boost his durability. I don't know if that's going to be enough. I still feel like you've got a lot more issues with handling IYD when it comes down to that core versus core, and you got to watch out for that.
Arbet, top lane, he's on the chase for Q. Have another Astral Step with the Dust Out, does catch him in the Yules, and with the Aether Remnant, gives him a bit of trash talk on the way out. Very nice play there from Arbed once again, and he's so dangerous on these kind of heroes. Meanwhile, Jackie's going for a fight onto In Your Dream, but that butterfly in Your Dream means Jackie can't even hit him. He's trying to run, but they have the clear out from their Drow Ranger. This Aghanim Scepter is just paying off so much for In Your Dream this game.
Oh, it really is. It's just causing all sorts of havoc for Jackie, and he's farming well considering the situation. He's number 2 in net worth, but it's really not, it's not doing it. Like, now he's going to need that MKB we've been talking about. We haven't seen Masteros work his way up onto Ricky. He's not been able to isolate out Jackie's Drow, our Drow here by IYD. So I'm not sure what the answer is anymore. Perhaps they played a high ground. They've got good AoE control. With a Pit Kisses, that just doesn't feel like it's enough. Look at IYD. Look at that range.
That's huge. They just can't defend. I mean, Fearless, he drops the Pit of Malice and he catches out Arbet. Mortimer's Kiss is out with the smoke screen, but the 4 staffs. are going to mean Arvid gets himself out of there, and he's feeling confident, Arvid. Tombstone will be dropped a bit preemptively here from March as they do start getting onto the racks, and now Cuckoo jumping straight in, does catch out Q. The cookie is there, but Q is going to die to March on the Undying. Into Masaros, he's very low. They dive in, but Masaros BKB's up and back into Arbed. He's been rooted in place, but he will dissimulate. Peter Malice there, but another good 4-star out. And In Your Dream kills off Boombill with the split shot. Another kill for our Drow, a 15k net worth lead. And 2 racks is down for Motivate Trust. I mean, at this point, Jackie, he's just going to go for a Divine, and it looks like that is going to be the game plan.
Oh man, it's just going to take way too long, and you can't solve this issue with IYD. How do you rip it into him with everyone else standing behind him?
That's a really good question, John. Kind of what I was going to ask you. Cuckoo, gonna go in. They force out the buyback. Masaros, he'll go in with the tricks of the trade. Jackie gonna follow up. Sunray is gonna be there to make sure Cuckoo does stay healthy. And apologies, by the way, I said 2 racks is down, but they are only 1 racks down. So it's not that big of a deal yet for Motivate, but the net worth lead is gonna be a huge problem. And they are gonna go after that next Roshan.
Ooh,
and this
God,
one
it just melts.
has the Aghanim's Blessing as well, John. They will give it over to Cuckoo, so he gets his puddles now. That is going to mean Cuckoo is that much more sustainable in these team fights.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to run around. The durability has always been an issue for MG Trust. That's even worse now if they want to set their eyes for Cuckoo. Should shift out of queuing out this Ag still, but Cuckoo still got it lined up. We'll see what he does opt for next. They even have another Shivas as well out on Zephyr, so you've got all the farm in the world, and they see Q.
They do. Q. He's going to go Scepter up, but Arbit should have enough to chase him down. Does get the Yule Scepter off. Q has no more lead charges, so he is just definitely gone. Another nice play there from Among Us. Arbed already on to the next. He goes on the other side of the map, having a look to see if he can find anyone else. This Void Spirit just so mobile right now. Even has the spider legs up. That's going to make it just that much harder to control Arbed. Jackie, all he can do is just send illusions in. Hope for the best. That's really it.
Has been killed.
Yeah, it's not smooth going here for MG Trust. Like you mentioned, Abed, he's at 7-0-17 on that Void Spirit. He's just been on a massive run. No punishment coming out from that laning phase. We really expected plays would maybe pit into Arrow, but because of the tri lane, they just never got that early movement out, and it all stems from that laning phase. From the tri lane they forced up top, to the matchup, to the hero they got out for Fearless, and it's all biting them in the bum right now as their bot tier 3 is going to be chipped away.
Once again, nice tombstone placement there. But the Snapfire will jump in. Still Cuckoo is also going to jump in straight onto Boombill. Does take him out. The tombstone survives through all of that. Arrow is going to be out onto Arbit, but they don't have the follow-up for him. He's going to be fine to force staff out, and that bottom racks, it's going to melt so darn quick as Arbit. He's jumped back in now. Onto that Mirana. Split shot out Q with the Ghost Scepter. Not going to survive. Zephyr had the damage onto Fearless now. He's also just trying to get out. He cannot though. Arbit, he's out of control. He's jumping
Jackie
back in, but here comes Jackie. Jackie needs to try and get something out of this. He's going to try with that Divine Rapier onto Arbit, but he is just going to be able to walk away.
Dire's middle barracks.
And that is one range racks away from Megas now. But Peter Malice is going to be dropped. They've got Arbit in there. He's rooted in place, so Jackie will rush him. But the X drop, the Sunray's down. They get the PL. Divine on the deck, and they call it. GG has been called. Among Us, they do manage to take game number 1 in this best of 3 upper bracket final. With a 43k net worth lead at the end, John. A very dominant performance here from Among Us.
Yeah, they played perfectly. We taught the Drow into Ricky was a bit confident. Looks like it wasn't. Yeah, IYD just has a fantastic game. Abed goes 9-0-20 at the end. how ridiculous is that? His Void Spirit just completely uncontested. I think MG Trust had some issues in their draft. I'd say give Fearless something he can dance with. The Underlord is great, it's stable, but they had nothing to play around. Like, you couldn't really expect Masaros to be your setup as well. So something has to change with that draft, but Among Us, they look fantastic in that game 1.
Well, with that, of course, John, for the viewers out there, don't forget to cast your Monster MVP vote. It is bts.gg/Monster MVP. Very important to get your votes in, and you can do it right now if you wish, or you can wait till the series does end. Speaking of series, though, John, there is potentially still 2 games to go, so we're going to go to a short break, and after that break, we are going to go back to the panel to discuss what happened in this game number 1.
Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have seen Among Us come out on top in this game number 1 upper bracket final versus Motivate Trust. Seemed like they had some cute going on there on Motivate Trust. It was like, yo, what if we just had 5 heroes who could make Drow Ranger's life hell? And then Among Us were like, yeah, that's cool, but what are you going to do about the other 4 heroes? How are you ever going to get to the Drow Ranger? And ultimately, you know, it was pretty straightforward for Among Us, surprisingly so.
Yeah, I think they got to that last pick, saw this PL, and was like, you know, this is the dream PL game. It counters, like, every single hero on the Among Us side except for maybe the Void Spirit. Jackie, He's a level 25 Master Tier PL. They were like, sweet, let's do it. Easy draft. Great 10th pick. Problem is, you have a Riki offlane. You have an Underlord mid. You have 2 supports you don't initiate. They're kind of like follow-up initiations. Who's going to start a fight? Who's going to make plays? Underlord, all of his roots get very easily countered by, a Force Staff. You can still use items while you're rooted. You can just get out of the pit. So it just felt like they didn't have a well-rounded draft, even though PL was seemingly the perfect pick.
I think it was like so depressing, that final fight. And granted, by that point the game was already over, but when PL finally has the rapier, he's got all his items, he rushes in, and then like literally like a katana through like butter, he just gets destroyed. And there's something in my heart that warms a little bit seeing the Drow Ranger, Aghanim's Mjolnir come back. That's a fun build. It's really cool. So I'm happy to see that win.
Highly situational, and I think against a Phantom Lancer is definitely the situation for it. Especially like such an early pickup of the Scepter as well, but it was because she had so much frontline in front of her. March on the Undying, I think, my BTS.GG/Monster MVP personally speaking, because in that tri-lane it was fantastic. The consistent heals coming throughout to make sure that, between him and the Phoenix, there was no way that you were ever going to bring this Drow Ranger down to critical HP, but that'll be it for this first game, post-game analysis. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we return, game number 2, hopefully eventually game number 3 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. We are back here in the bunker. Ow.
You just love banging that thing.
I do. I haven't gone for the knuckle
Slap.
option this time. Welcome back. Yeah, I Motivate Trust dropping a game versus Among Us, so they're not going to be able to replicate their group stage performance. But all things considered, I don't know. I liked their draft. I liked the direction that they were going. If they won, I could have just as easily saw myself in the postgame being like, of course they won. They had answers for the Supernova with the supports. They had answers for the Drow Ranger with the cores. Easiest game of their life. Not the case, but I love the creativity nonetheless.
Yeah, it's very easy to be like, oh, it didn't work for XYZ reason when it doesn't work, but... we'd be saying how it was a great draft if it had worked. So.
That's just the way it always is in Dota, And then, if it didn't work and, you're playing in the game, it's also not your fault. It's somebody else's fault. That's
Of
the
course.
other caveat to it.
That's why Dota's a great game.
Yeah.
You only
Easy.
win. You either win because of yourself or you lose because of your teammates.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah, there's that one all-chat quote that was like, I think it's your fault. Because if it's not your fault, it's my fault, and I don't like that.
Yeah. That's life. Oh.
Incoming draft? Calibrated for me? Game number 2.
Let's do it.
All right.
Tidehunter Faceless Void, banned out for Among Us, and Phoenix and Undying, 2 respect bans by Motivate Trust, and Q gets his hands on his Tiny.
Okay. I mean, they got to be game planning for the March IO because that has typically been the opener when it's in the pool. And Tiny, a decent first option. Burst damage. You got to be able to blow people up to prevent the IO healing and sustain.
So the question is, do they go for the gyro again? I'm a little bit hesitant on it with the Tiny already there. I feel like there's some burst potential before I was able to get there and heal up.
Yeah. It's also pretty cool, the Tiny, theoretically, if there's an IO gyro sieging high ground, you blink in, you toss back, IO,
Right.
you just break the tether, or you put that hero so far out of position, IO can't really save them. So it does have some nice tools to deal with an IO.
Yeah, and Motivate Trust had to have known that this was happening, so they came into this draft with an idea, how are we going to beat an IO draft? The answer is a tossback and maybe an Ice Blast, so you can't even heal your tether target.
That's terrifying.
Ancient Apparition?
Not
Haven't heard of this
popular,
hero.
not popular in our region, but popular somewhat so in other regions. Not excessively so. Again,
Okay.
it seems to be situational, like against alchemists or other
IOs.
heal-oriented hero IOs. Although usually other regions are not letting IO go through, and if they, or they're just completely ignored because also other regions are not as IO proficient. But if there was a chance for an AA to be useful, I would say IO's a strong candidate to counter.
And now, any hero that gets gone on by Tiny is probably dead if the AA is nearby. It's just so much damage so quickly. I don't even know what really do to deal with that then. Maybe you need to get Aeon discs or something on people later.
This is where you can't really go for I think gyro type carries personally.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you need a carry that is just doesn't care as much about Ice Blast and it doesn't rely on the sustain from an IO. And Spectre is just naturally tanky. You're not worried about Ice Blast compared to heroes that require lifesteal or IO heals Gyro and I don't know, Trolls and stuff.
The trade-off is that Spectre also cannot take much advantage of having an IO on her team, so
For sure.
you're going to have basically the same item build that you always do. You don't get to skip an item because you have an IO. You are probably going to be less over-leveled because you're going to have an IO following you around, which is Spectre usually likes to be left alone a little bit, so it's a trade-off, but when you're up against an AA, you have to plan accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's very much there's a ton of global potential, and this kind of says they're going to get a different IO partner from the
Oh,
offlane.
yeah, that's true.
Because ultimately you've got Haunt and then Relocate. Just pick some kind of offlaner that utilizes the Relocate.
And I think Bristle's the one that stands out to me as the March classic. That's a combo that he's been drafting for a long time. You could do a dual lane like that.
Haven't seen it in a while. It doesn't bring stuns to the table, but I think you could make up for that with Abbots here in the mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
But I would be a little concerned about the lack of stuns.
And Bristle also kind of falls victim to Ice Blast,
Yeah.
mitigating a lot of his potential.
He's going to build a pipe. He'll be fine. The other one that kind of stands out could be maybe Batrider. Io Batrider, I feel like, is a pretty nasty combo in the lane as well. But for now, at least just covering that Spectre, banning out the Viper. Probably going to see the Necrophos get gone as well. And then they'll have one more left over. Leaf Stealer banned. They might let Necro through. Necro seems dangerous to let through with an Ice Blast and a Tiny on board as well.
Yeah, where do they look to go? Mars gets banned out by Mode. I'm confused why their name is Motivade.
Yeah, so
Okay,
like
I've
in
been
the
questioning
client
that.
it says Motivade.
I had to double check
I checked Wikipedia.
Okay,
It said
you did too.
motivate.
Did they typo it in game, do you think?
It may be just like
10 seconds.
Maybe
I
it's
don't
like,
know, like
mode evade.
a Thai interpretation of motivate.
5 seconds remaining.
It's mode evade. That's what's going on here. They're evading things.
Yeah, I was kind of confused with that. And then also like I think Wikipedia occasionally puts motive, but I think it's just like the shorthand so they can fit it into like a cell or something like that. So I was like
lemonade, like motivate.
motivate lemonade.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I could see it.
But
Well, they got juiced in game number 1, let me tell you.
Hey, like that. Gotta put a little sugar in there. It's too sour otherwise.
Mhm.
Alright, what the hell are you getting rid of? Get rid of Necro? Don't worry about it?
Dire
Get
team
something else?
pick. Radiant
Just a
team
Legion.
pick.
It is the bat. Alright.
You mentioned this as an option, and it comes out with one of the several of the counters already banned out.
Yeah, Abaddon, Oracle still availabilities, but both of those are support oriented, and you kind of already have your 4/5.
10
It's just
seconds
like
remaining.
full global potential from Among Us. Boots of Travel, Batrider, Spectre Haunt,
5
Relocate.
seconds remaining.
Let's get a Zeus mid.
Sounds a bit suspect.
Well, they
But-
are Among Us.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, the good old Dota 1 or even early Dota 2 full global strats with
Mhm.
Nature's Prophet,
Oh,
Zeus,
yeah.
Spectre. That would occasionally come out.
I feel like you have like this one thing on the side of Motivate that's like big old burst, kill one person. On the other side, it's kind of like this amorphous, okay, a good laning partner, a really strong late game carry, but the late game carry kind of matches up weird with the IO. So all in all, I feel like there's a more well-defined draft going on with Motivate, and Among Us so far, I'm not seeing the synergy yet. It's like they have to pick this Batrider because they need an IO partner, so that way they can make use of IO. So it feels like the draft has more potential to go off the rails a little bit.
Although, in game 1, Motivate did have a hard counter strat,
Right.
so to speak. But it was also kind of one-dimensional in that regard.
Yeah.
Whereas Among Us may have a little bit more flexibility beyond just, yeah, sure, they need an IO partner, but, you know, Spectre's just a top-tier carry in general.
Mhm.
Global potential, and they pick up an Abaddon on Motivate Trust, so where does that leave these three heroes in terms of 3, 4, 5? We're looking then still for a Q Tiny and maybe a 3-position Abaddon, or what's going on?
I would go 3 Abaddon. That sounds good to me. I think Abba doesn't work as a 4. Like, Abba AA support to it just sounds bad. I think you can play Abba as a 5, but you've got the AA, so I would look towards just giving Abba some farm priority.
10 seconds remaining.
Well,
Radiant
Suros does
team
play some
back.
weird offlaners. Could see a 3.
Dire
What?
team back.
Spicy pick.
Okay.
Good against Batrider,
Yeah.
great against Spectre.
But is Slark a good hero?
I was surprised that we haven't been seeing more of it given the popularity of Spectre. I thought that it's, again, not a very top-tier hero right now,
10
Slark, but
seconds remaining.
you can excuse it whenever you have someone that you're really good against, like Spectre.
5 seconds remaining.
And in this situation, you have 2 heroes that you're really good against. So in the lane, you're not going to have to worry at all about Batrider. And even pre-Silver Edge, you're pretty great against Spectre.
Wonder if they end up running this mid against the. I guess that they just wanted as an answer to the Batrider run, probably.
No, they have 2 purges, so Abaddon could go in a side lane. They could run the Slark mid against Void Spirit. It's a possibility.
And at this point, if you're Among Us, that last pick, you're thinking, okay, have we got tools to deal with and beat a Slark? If not, what's the hero? Because Bloodseeker, Lesh both get banned out. Two of the better options against the Slark.
10 seconds.
Motivate
remaining.
needed a vision hero. They need to be able to be the ones opening the fight. And right now, against Batrider, it's going to be tough. I think that's with everything else in their draft. I think it's fine, but I think they need somebody that gives them vision, like a beast or a clock or something like that. But I don't know what's left that does that.
I think they're going to be looking for a mid laner.
10 seconds remaining.
But yeah, a vision-based mid laner would be nice.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if anything really fits the docket for that. Maybe they like switch Tiny to mid. I wouldn't mind that potentially.
Dire team pick.
I like it.
Hmm.
Gives them some additional catch, another scaling core. Slark alone is just not going to carry games, though, so I think you do need, like, having a scaling mid is good with the Slark, particularly when you have such a
10
team-oriented
seconds
offlaner.
remaining.
I feel like we're going to see lanes move around a lot.
5
I think this
seconds
Batrider is going to try to follow people who are not the Abaddon or Slark around.
They
And
could consider Bat mid against Storm.
That's what I was
even,
thinking,
yeah.
but then you send Slark mid, and then Bat wants to go somewhere else, so... Oh, whoa.
Choose your
An Abed Invoker? We'll have to wait and see. It could be a support Invoker as well. But no, it's an Abed Invoker.
Okay.
Support Void Spirit.
Well, Io does not really have much, like, exciting potential in this game, that's for sure. But, you know, you first phase it, and that's what will happen. Motivate Trust definitely coming in with an idea against an Io strat, which is ultimately what we were hoping for, is that if you're going to let it through, you got to make sure you have a plan for it. And it seems like they were kind of scrapping together the parts of the plan as we were progressing. But which way are you leaning, gentlemen?
I'm going to go with Motivate. I think the Storm pick was really good, so I'll go with Motivate Trust.
Lyrical?
If it's March and Cuckoo together, I'm going for Among Us. If it's not, then Motivate Trust.
Okay. IO partners are going to be critical as we jump into game number 2 here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 as we pass it over to a break, and then your casters MLP and John X Fire.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are straight into game 2 as there was no pauses, so you won't have to look at us, but you get to hear us. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. John,
30
welcome back,
seconds
sir.
left.
Game number 2. Looks like there already is some pretty interesting things going on here in this mid lane as Masaros and Arbe just kind of staring each other down, and a lot of pings are flying out. But I am going to take the time to ask you how you're feeling, sir. Masaros
feeling-
will take 2 hits.
I'm feeling great. I love that little play from Masaros. He chops the trees and just kind of plays around trying to suss out the ward. It was an exciting game 1. You know, Among Us looked really good in game 1. We talked about the issues MG Trust had. Now, you know, one focal point for me was really the Fearless hero. Just Underlord for Fearless was not something he could style on. He does have the Storm here, so we'll see if he can bring out the magic with the Storm. Among Us, though, they've got that Spectre with the IO. There's a lot of potential there. Once you start running, we know IYD loves the Spectre. He's been playing it a lot throughout groups, and it should make for a really flashy game number 2. You've got a lot of counter picks on MG Trust. They just need to line up their shots in this game.
That they do. Because we'll have a quick look at the mid lane for now. Abed is up against Fearless. The Storm vs Invoker matchup. You'd argue it should kind of be Fearless favored on this Storm, but Abed, he does tend to get very aggressive in terms of his harassment, and well, for now, it looks like both are going to be just fine. Fearless taking a very small lead, but it'll be interesting to see who does come out on top of that mid lane.
Yeah, it's all down to how fast Fearless hits his tree force spike. Abed can sustain, but he doesn't have the best supports to rotate, right? Like, you've got this Zephyr Pause for Void Spirit, which drops really low.
Yeah, everyone's kind of dropping low across the map right now. But Zephyr, he'll be able to salve up. As we say that, back in the mid lane, Abed and Fearless also dropped very low. So they had a bit of a crack at each other while we were looking away. Fearless, of course, is about to hit that level 3 mark, which is a nice little spike in the laning phase for the Storm. So he does get that level 1 Vortex up. But Abed already pretty healthy, so it looks like Fearless probably won't be able to go for that kind of spike play.
Yeah, and again, for MG Trust in this case, you've got better supports to rotate. We'll see if they'll get that space, because there's just so much action around the map. Up top, you've got Q with a toss back on March, and he's not looking healthy.
He doesn't have tether yet, John. He's still level 1. Went for the overpower, and Masaros is going to chase him down, looking for that aphotic shield burst. Ooh. It is not enough, though. It doesn't hit March. March is going to survive, and now Masaros. He's deep in the tree line. They will not be able to find him. March chases him down for a bit, but thinks better of it. Masaros does get his way out, but very risky plays being made by both teams so far. Nobody is punished as of yet.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot. You do get level 2 in Masaros, so they might look for something, but you're in a healthy spot if you're IYD. They've got this massive wave to clear out, so there's going to be some good EXP flowing. You have to watch Q's timing into his 2-tree spike. Once you've got Avalanche invested, you can kind of burst through that IO, so you do have to be cautious about that if you are March.
I do agree. All lanes going nice and passively for now. March going to go for a big, large camp pull and should be able to get it. Very nice pull there from March. Back into the mid lane, of course. Fearless is dominating the lane now. 20-8 in comparison to the 8-2 of Abed. And bot lane, they've caught out Boombell and he will go down. Nice play there. Out from Cuckoo and out from Zephyr. Q, meanwhile, kills off March at the top lane, so the IO does eventually die. It's a bit of a trade, but the first blood gold does go the way of Among Us.
Yeah, and they're happier with that. This is not a lane Cuckoo particularly enjoys too much. You talk about the Slark into Batrider, you know, he can just purge off the harassment that Cuckoo will pump out to the Napalm, so the fact that they do manage to isolate that support does give a lot here for Among Us. And Zephyr is already like level 3, so you can start looking for those power runes. We're reaching the 4-minute mark. It's going to be important for Abed to deny that off of Fearless as he does have his bottle up.
I don't think Abed has much of a choice here, though. Especially if he does spawn bot, and he does. Zephyr going to guard the haste rune. Abed is just going to try and get aggressive now onto Fearless. And Zephyr is going to rotate in. Fearless still in trouble. Aether Remnant going to lock him in place with a tornado. It's not enough yet, though. Ooh. Fearless, he'll turn around. He'll get the kill and he walk away. Oh, and they did indeed blow it, John. I don't think that tornado was necessary. Meanwhile, down at the bot lane, Cuckoo does kill off Boombell, and Jackie gets Cuckoo.
Ooh, it's a lot of back and forth in the early game right now. MG Trust going to be happy taking the kill lead 3-2. They managed to force rotations down to mid, which is easily punished. You've got this running start now for Fearless. He's going to be on track for really nice timing into his 6. And so once you have that ready, Fearless could make some plays onto Abed. The Invoker just does not hit as big of a spike at that point as well. So you've got to pace yourself here if you're Among Us. It is going to take more time for you to get some presence up early on, and they don't even manage to steal away these bounty runes and bots. So it's going to be an even start here, and that just keeps MG Trust up above. They're just finding everything. They should start to get some stacks up for Fearless as well in that triangle. And once you have the Storm farming up, it's going to be a bit scary if Fearless gets off to really good timing into that Orchid.
I do agree. Still top of the last hits board is Fearless on that Storm. Jackie just second on the Slark, in fact. So Jackie's also having a very good time right now. Cuckoo has been unable to kill off the Slark because he can always just Dark Pack the sticky napalm off. The Slark is never really at risk of dying here to the Batrider, and speaking of, he does go now onto Cuckoo. Cold Feet is there with the slow out, but Cuckoo does manage to run out of range. Still Jackie. He's going to pop the Shadow Dance with the Dark Pact, looking for that Batrider, but it looks like Cuckoo is going to be able to fly away. Jackie, all he can do is get back to farm. Meanwhile, mid, however, Abed is going to get jumped on that Invoker. There's your Avalanche toss, and Q will be able to take the kill on this Invoker and also gets the Courier of Abed. And that had Brown Boots and an Observer Ward on it. Very unfortunate there for our mid Invoker.
It's just been such a slow start, and it's down to these supports once more. Like, you've got this massive burst potential coming through for Q. Zephyr on his Void Spirit can maybe set up. It's just, there's probably not enough damage, and Fearless at 6, he's just going to dance here.
Well, he has a DD rune active as well, John. He's going to try into Zephyr, but EMP, Tornado, all going to be dropped. March even comes in, and Fearless, he does get overly aggressive. Does end up paying for it with his life. Thought he could get away with it with that DD rune, but it was just not the case. Well, top in your dream on the Spectres dropped very low. It's like Masteros has been applying some pressure there onto the Spectre. In your dream will bring out some Tangos as well as some phase boots for himself. But it is that stage where this Abaddon can be quite painful to lane against, as you can't really kill him. And speaking of, Q is going to come in now from the backside onto In Your Dream. However, mid lane, Fearless is also going to be in trouble. Looks like Fearless is going to get out scot-free, but that top lane, In Your Dream, is still being chased down, but he will also walk away. So both cores, Duke can get out on either side of the map. And bot lane, Cuckoo now being chased. Does pop the Firefly, but Fearless is going to be around with the Vortex out onto that Batrider. He has the mana this time, and it looks like he will get the kill. But while that was happening, March ends up killing off Q up at the top lane.
Yeah, it's
My
just
goodness.
a bloodbath. It's an absolute bloodbath across each lane. MG Trust is still pretty happy in this case, though. All their cores are finding better farm. This has been basically a free farm lane for Jackie, so he's off to a really good start on that Slark. He is rushing a Midas, but it is free farm although.
Yeah, he does use his one charges. Oh, Q's going to come in now with an Avalanche,
What's
but
the
Abed
bottle?
does survive. Boombill does go down, and Abed makes his way out.
Ooh,
I'm sorry, what was that
Man.
about a bottle, John?
Fearless left his bottle on the ground, I think, and I thought Zephyr was gonna grab it. I swear, if he just grabbed that bottle, that would have been such a huge cold swing taken away from Fearless. You got to be careful with that drop. Like, he was going for that refill play, but in the middle of a fight, it's probably not the best move.
Zip in onto Abed. They want that Invoker, and Fearless, he does lose his mana. He does not avoid the EMP, and now they might just turn it onto Q. He was very low. The tier 1 hit's still going, but Abed, he won't have a Tornado. So he can't catch him out. It was on cooldown anyway. But this mid lane has been extremely explosive. But as you can see by the net worth and the XP graph that was just shown, it is favoring Motivate, and that is mostly due to the fact that Jackie is able to freely farm up on this Slark.
Yeah, it's just been uncontested, and the panel talked about that lane a bit, but Batrider does not have a good time there. You've had Zephyr running around all over the map as well, and now Jackie's level 8. Cuckoo, for comparison, still is at 6. So you've got to be cautious about leaving Jackie alone like this. This has been sort of the downfall of a lot of teams up against MG Trust, letting Jackie free farm. And you're not getting comparable farm out from IYD just yet, so you have to wait those
top
chances.
lane.
And speaking of...
In Your Dream, Vortex up. Masteros does have a lot of damage out. Is it going to be enough? It is In Your Dream. He TP's out. He will die in his base. A very sad kind of death there for In Your Dream, as he was so close to making it out. Zephyr
Radiant's middle tower is under
fighting over the bounty runes, does get it. Bit of a cat fight between him and the AA. They'll be alright though. They'll get split up.
I mean, this slowdown for IYD is going to cost them. Like, the lineup of MG Trust does want to run fast. They've got this Slark, which really just wants to man fight early on. The Midas is going to be flying out for Jackie really soon, so he's going to get even faster scaling coming in. In comparison, IYD is still saving up for that Blade Mail. So we're seeing that classic blade mail buildup that we've seen across the regions. And they've got to buy space out here among us. You know, right now they're sharing the jungle with Cuckoo. You've got Abed even taking out some camps as well. At some point, you need to consolidate that farm into IYD. And this is the issue of Among Us' draft. It takes a little bit longer to cook up and is a little bit greedier as well. So they're being punished. Top lane's just being shoved in by MG Trust, and Among Us can't really shove anywhere else. They will defend.
They've got
that's
a
it.
lasso now on Cuckoo at least. But it's not going to amount to much. Cuckoo can't really get in range for a lasso. He loses the targets. While that's happening, Jackie does pick up a Midas. Which I'm not the biggest fan of on Slarks, John. These Midas build-ups, but it's a nice early Midas. They see him use it, but it is going to be off cooldown pretty darn fast. And for Among Us, I mean, the only play right now is to probably go for that bot tower, but mid lane, Zephyr has been caught out. Is going to be able to Astral away, though. Little play from Zephyr. Fearless is very low on mana, so he can't really go back in onto the Void Spirit. However, Toss is going to be there on the Siege Creep. Still won't be enough. He will survive through it, but the Ice Blast now going to be thrown. Zephyr, don't run backwards. He is going to avoid it. Zephyr.
Oh, Zephyr.
Jeez, giving us a heart attack over here.
Oh, he's living life on the edge. Now, that rotation out did allow Among Us to clear out that bot tier 1, but the top tier 1 of theirs fell as well to our Abaddon. So it's a straight tier 1 for tier 1 trade. Neither side's going to be too upset about it. The mid tier 1 here for Among Us did take a lot more damage in comparison, so that should open up the eventual push for MG Trust. And again, they're just buying Jackie so much space. IYD is starting to catch up a bit, only 1k behind, does have the blade mail, so it's time to clear stacks with the IO, and this can go really fast when you do have the IO to heal you up, so you do have this flash farming now for IYD at the least.
Yeah, I mean, IYD's rather in your dream, he's having a great old time. He wasn't, but now second in net worth. He's going to be able to try and come back on this Spectre, and as we know, with Spectres, they do generally take over the late game. Of course, against the Slark, who knows what can happen, because you can just steal more Essence Shift stacks away. But up until that point, we'll just wait and see what they do get up to with the Spectre. Abed, mid lane. It's going to be there onto Jackie, but he's going to pounce away. Cuckoo would love to land a lasso, but he does not have anything like a blink to catch Jackie by surprise. Gonna pop the Firefly, maybe catching out Fearless here on the Storm, but no, they do not get him. Fearless gonna be just fine. However, mid lane, Tornado is gonna be out onto Masaros. He doesn't have the borrow. No, he does now. The borrowed time is gonna be skilled up. He's just gonna heal up, but they still jump back in with the Flame Break. Masaros is a bit of a sitting duck. It does go down. Your Dream seem to be very happy about that one, as he will return back to farming on this Spectre.
Yeah, he's just set to kind of play this passive game. The pressure's on MG Trust to keep In Your Dream in check, which they've done a couple of times, but for the most part, they're trading farm really well. I do like what Jackie's doing here, though. Rushing into the Silver Edge. So he just wants a break, and once you've got that ready, then you take a lot of the durability away from that Spectre. In Your Dream's going to have to watch that timing. It's got to be really cautious. You need to play closely with your IO to ensure that you live true, but for the most part, you know, despite that rough start, Among Us are staying up there. It's just a 1k lead for MG Trust, not massive by any means. They're going to need to start playing with these early spikes they're seeing themselves get. Like the Orchid for Fearless is flying out, so our Storm's going to have some silence, can instantly jump in and get some control, and that's going to be a massive issue for Among Us. If you can find something like, say, the March IO in the back with the Orchid, should be relatively easy to blow up a hero like that and clean up the rest of the 4 heroes afterwards.
I do agree. Fearless, Orchid on the way on that courier now. You look to Fearless to get even more aggressive than he has been already. Jackie, how's he doing? Echo Saber, of course, like you said, into the Silver Edge to deal with in your dream. In your dream, meanwhile, just working towards the Manta. Pretty standard build up here for our Spectre. And nothing too out of the ordinary. It's like even Abed gonna just go for a Glimmer Cape build up on the Invoker. We've seen a lot more cores as of late going for that Glimmer Cape. He does have Ghost Walk, but I think the Glimmer Cape is still going to be quite nice to just have a secondary kind of invis as well as the magic resist it does provide you. Be very effective, especially up against Q and Fearless on the Tiny and Storm respectively. Overall, who would you say this game's currently favoring? I mean, I know there's a 1k net worth lead for Motivate, but the Spectre effect is surely still there.
Yeah, it's still in play there. I don't think either side has a big advantage right now. Like, MG Trust has the slight lead, but they need to start capitalizing. It really depends on how fast they play once they pick up that Orchid. So they've got to make use of that power spike and kind of start running around, find these pickoffs.
Zephyr.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
one angry
that
cat.
meow. It is. Still,
Speaking of cats, John, wasn't too much cat jamming going on in the break. I was very upset to
Yeah?
see it.
yeah, the chat's just not feeling the jam right now. I'm not sure what's up. You got to let it out. No mods, no ban, guys. I mean, there
True.
might be a mod, but no bans, no bans. Just be nice. But spam it.
There's no
It's
mods,
good.
John. There's no mods. Don't worry about it. Just get out there and spam some cat jam. Have a bit of a dance, bit of a boogie. Nice and fun.
Earson.
Earson. Learning to play as a support will make you a better carry player. Now, I want to read that. Learning to play as a carry will make you a better support player. Tell that to my SEA pubs, Earson. Tell that to the Southeast Asian pub games and my teammates. Speaking of which, John, I guess while we are on a break, I can say yesterday I was very depressed. I told you and the viewers that I had lost 150 MMR. Gained it all back today, John. Got it all back.
Wow.
Don't you worry. We got there. I had to bring out the big boys. I busted out the Earth Spirit. I brought out the Clockwork, a bit of Bane as well, just as a +5. It's beautiful.
Even Wombo X combo giving
Try
us some
not to-
tips here.
Try
see,
not to
Mike,
dwell on
you-
your mistakes. Learn from them and move on. My
Yeah, Mike.
SEA teammates won't let me move on, John. They remind me of the mistake I made 1 minute into the game. All game.
That's exactly it. You know, Southeast Asian Dota in the pub scene is all about finding your inner peace, Mike. So you've got to practice that tenet of Buddhism if you can. Meditate a bit, learn some patience. Still, we are back in the game, so that patience has paid off. Both sides are ready to go, and we'll see if those spikes are going to be met by MG Trust. You're still finding some good farm here from Among Us, and they do smoke up with their items, though, so they might find a big kill here.
Oh, I bet he just picked up that Midas as well. He hasn't got it yet. I believe it's on the courier, and they're going to zip straight in after him with the Orchid and the Ice Blast. Abed is going to die with a passive Midas in the courier. He's not going to be happy about that one, but Zephyr does catch up Boom Bell, but it's not quite enough. Masteros keeps him alive. The Haunt is out. They're trying to chase the AA. It's just not enough, though. Fearless, he's still going into the Bat Rider now. Cuckoo is going to die. Meanwhile, Jackie going after Zephyr does get the Void Spirit. And this is what I was worried about with this draft from Among Us. It's a Spectre draft with an Invoker Bat Rider. It can play very slow. In fact, I believe that's how they prefer to play it. And Motivate Trust, they do the exact opposite. They don't like playing very slow.
Yeah, they're just playing with these items they've just picked up. I want to go back to your point with Abed's Midas, Mike. He lost his courier in the middle of that fight anyway.
Oh, no.
So, yeah,
Oh.
minute and a half more. It's just sitting there. It's always painful when you just pick up that Midas and you can't use it. That's going to set them back a ton. And,
Oh, mid lane. Ice Blast is going to land. No, yeah, it did on March. He might actually tick out to that. Cuckoo, meanwhile, trying to chase down Q, cannot get him. And March actually barely does survive. We'll be able to walk away.
Zephyr?
However, Jackie getting started onto Zephyr. He'll Astral Step, in fact, using both his charges just to make sure he gets out. But it looks like MG Trust now are going to take over this dire side triangle. It's certainly going to be very good news for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're shrinking the space where In Your Dream can farm. They've already got this really nice ward as well that wasn't spotted out by Among Us. So they know where In Your Dream's playing. They've got so much vision now without control in the triangle as well. And Among Us, the game plan has to switch into sort of a stall mode, right? Like Cuckoo can't jump the back line without the blink. Maybe once you have the blink up, you can play with Zephyr jumping in as well. But In Your Dream is in a risky spot. He's got Yasha without Blade Mail, but the break is very close to coming here for Jackie. So you need to be aware of this timing on the Slark. Just one part away from getting that full Silver Edge and some of your
in the triangle though, Q. Avalanche toss blows up March with the Ice Blast. Arbed still looked like he wanted to fight. Cuckoo looking for a lasso, but Fearless gets the Vortex off. He can just zip away from Cuckoo, and Arbed is going to die. Still Cuckoo, still trying for that lasso. Won't be able to get it. Masteros will chase him down anyway. Fearless, meanwhile, still alive as Q. Jumps back in for an Avalanche toss. Cuckoo, very low, trying to fly away. Will make it out so far, but Fearless still fighting back. Just won't die. Lasso out now on Q. Trying to drag away this Tiny, but they have gone back onto In Your Dream. The Spectre's gonna die. Cuckoo does kill off the Tiny, but at what cost? Masteros on this Abaddon, John, he would not let his Storm die, and now they found out Zephyr. He was trying to go for a snipe onto Fearless. He cannot get it. Oh, Masteros, Abaddon. What a player.
Yep, it's keeping them alive for too long, and Among Us, they were just so scattered in that initiation. You saw how badly In Your Dream was kited around. He kept trying to chase, but he could not hold up. He's just too squishy right now as well to just tank through this damage. And he is very close to finishing the Manta, but that's going to coincide perfectly with his Silver Edge once more. And Jackie took that fight without. So you've got to be a bit scared here if you're IYD. He's 3 levels behind Jackie, and Jackie just does not care. He's down bot, pressuring out, and IYD just TP'd in. Now he has to walk away.
Well, In Your Dream, it's going to haunt. So they do find out Arbed. Fearless just solo kills him on the Storm apparently, but now Zephyr, 8th of Remnant, going to lock Fearless down. They do get the Storm back. In Your Dream and Cuckoo looking for a bit more, but nobody is going to be in the Radiant Triangle. Still a pretty big pick up there from Among Us though, right? Like, you've finally got that Storm dead. Fearless probably not going to be very happy with that at all.
Yeah, they find a really nice kill. They have to be aware though that MG Trust is smoking the back, and there is a Silver Edge.
He's got a DD rune as well, John. Jackie going to jump on with the Silver Edge. A lot of damage coming out. Jackie's still giving it back to himself, but it won't matter. Even March being tossed in. And how could we forget, John? Q Tiny, we saw this the other day. Those tossbacks last time around did win out the games for MG Trust. And I wonder if Q's going to get it done again.
I mean, he's set to really do it for his team. They've already got this big lead. He's been really impactful with setting up for his team. They're going to get this Roche as well. It's scouted out, but too late. Just helps him out to clean up. And now Jackie has a second life on top of his insane regen from the Shadow Dance.
Jackie,
you've got to be cautious.
Please. There you go. He had it on off cooldown for about a minute there, so I was a bit upset. It's all right.
Yeah.
I guess he was just doing what Arbed was doing with his Midas and the Courier. Meanwhile, Purpel, top lane with Masteros. They're going to try and fight it out with March. March is going to drop, and now Q looking for another. No. We'll get an avalanche onto Cuckoo, but the toss back is going to be on Masteros. That is not what he wanted. However, they continue the chase. Masteros running the long way around, but Cuckoo is going to be fine, so instead they'll go into Zephyr, but Zephyr does TP out. He's just going to be fine as now Jackie is going to invade the dire jungle, but not going to find anyone. Just farming up. 8k net worth lead now for Motivate. Things going very well for the Radiant side.
Yeah, they've just got everything they could possibly ask for. Among Us still needs so much more to come in. Like, they've got this Glimmer Cape on Abed, but this is such an awkward invoker. You've got Midas, Glimmer Cape, Drums. Null, 2 nulls. That's it.
Fearless.
Oh.
He's gone on to Cuckoo, but zips a bit awkwardly and does not manage to catch him. Still, Jackie is maybe going to get the pounce off in time. No, he went for the double attack. Well, maybe didn't realize the TP was happening. Zephyr.
Oh.
Avalanche tossed out by Q. It is going to be enough with Boom Bell there, but now the turnaround with the EMP. Going to drain the mana of Q, but here comes Jackie. He'd love to jump on In Your Dream, but they're going to go onto March instead. Make sure that IO's dead, and March is going to drop. Damn it, Jackie, use that Midas. Use that Midas, sir. My OCD's kicking in.
I mean, he's got a massive lead already. 13k net worth on Jackie. In Your Dream set 9.8. It's such a big deficit for something like the Spectre. In Your Dream does have his Manta style up. He's saving up for the Eye of Scotty next. That should help mitigate some of the healing coming through here for Jackie, but Jackie's just constantly on the hunt. He is trying to sniff out IYD, and they've got a ward here. He knows.
Dire's middle tower is
Jackie,
under
pounce. Going to be on point, but he doesn't have the break yet. He's going to have to wait for that one. Looks like he won't bother.
Radiant's
Does
top
force
tower
March to
is under
relocate on the IO just in case. And Jackie, he does go back into the invis and is going to chase down the IO, but March, quick pause out from our IO. On Q, he has a funny feeling, and of course on the right side of the map, we do have a team fight breaking out. Cuckoo and Boombell going at it. Boombell should drop, but is going to survive now as Cuckoo is the one to drop first. No, in fact, he doesn't. He does get away. Boombell's the one to go down. In Your Dream, Q, Avalanche toss is there with the silent sound onto that Invoker Arbet. Is going to die. In Your Dream, however, going to keep up the fight. Chasing Q down, but it's not going to be enough as the Vortex will pull him back. Cuckoo, he does have a lasso. Jackie, moving his way in, will go on to Zephyr, but the force up is going to save, but no, Q is there with an Avalanche toss. Still Lasso is going to be now committed by Cuckoo onto the high ground. They do get the tiny kill. Invis again from Jackie. Cuckoo does have the sentry down though, knows he's there. He's going to be able to force him back. They have spotted out In Your Dream, but they don't really have the mana to zip in on the Spectre. Motivate, I think they're being very careful not to throw this big lead away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a massive lead in their end. They're not risking too much. They're just going to go for these
Healers.
safe plays. The tier 2s are still up.
Top lane tried to go after Cuckoo. Doesn't quite get there though. Cuckoo is going to be able to blink out in time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Healers, he's way too low on mana to keep trying.
Dire's bottom tower is
Meanwhile, Jackie bot lane does take the tier 2 tower. However, Among Us are starting to posture in the Radiant Triangle. So there's 3 down towards the bot triangle. 3 from MG Trust in the Dire Triangle. And Fearless is just in the middle, farming in the mid lane. So they have pinged out Q. Q's going to make his way out and he's going to be fine. So nothing really comes out of this as now Motivate are starting to kind of creep through the Dire jungle back into Arbed. Jackie has found him and is going to make the jump with an Ice Blast to fly out. It will connect Arbed. He's going to try and run. They would love another point of damage on Arbed. He's still ticking out to the Ice Blast passive, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And it's not. He does barely survive. Arbed is going to be all right. Jackie, his Aegis does expire while all that was happening, but now Fearless, mid lane, going to jump in onto Zephyr. He's going to catch out the Void Spirit. Sunstrike is going to connect, but it won't really mean anything.
It's still not the biggest kill coming out for MG Trust, but they're still in a
Jackie.
really good spot. Oh,
Bot lane, March, going to tether away onto In Your Dream. He does have the relocate if he wants to commit it, but he's going to go for the TP play out. Pounce not going to be on the mark. Jackie misses out that time around.
has fallen.
Back up to the top die jungle. Fearless going onto the Bat Rider now. In fact, no, make that Arbet. He wants the Invoker, but the relocate is going to be there from March. They will save the day. Is now Fearless. He's out of mana, but Q will toss him out. Is it going to be enough though? Fearless, he's been cold snapped. He's trying to run. He'll zip. A huge avalanche there. Out from Q, and now Jackie back in your dream. They almost take him out. He does run, however. Jackie's on the chase, but the 8th, the Remnant, going to lock him down. They will not be able to keep up with Among Us there. They'll have to let them go. Ice Blast. Towards the fountain. Looks like it is probably going to be off the mark. Everyone's too healthy anyway. And so nobody dies.
Yeah, just a further stall for Among Us. They're not dropping any heroes, so I'll go.
Yeah, Jackie's playing on the edge here. He's very confident on this Slark right now, and I can't really blame him for that. Of course, they do have to play fast, right? Because you're getting to the point where in your dream, he's going to get an Eye of Skadi up soon. And once that Skadi's up, life does become a little bit harder for Motivate.
Yeah, it's going to mitigate the healing you're getting out here with your Abaddon, with your Slark. It's going to give a lot more presence as well in terms of stats out for In Your Dream. So you have to watch that timing. I'd say the scaling from the other heroes aren't going too well. We talked about Abed. He does have a medallion, but this is really just basically feeling like a support invoker. He smoked up, but that was also caught out by this ward. So they've got to be a bit cautious. I don't really think they're going to find anything with that one.
Radiant are
Not only them, John, but Motivate might be the ones to pounce. Jackie. Sentry wards are placed by March at the right time. They do spot out Jackie. Thing is, Motivate still have that dire triangle high ground. So Among Us know they can't really go backwards anymore. Cuckoo might just try and start a fight as he got some vision over Fearless, but the Storm is going to zip away again. It's also getting to that point now where Fearless is working towards the Aghanim Scepter. Once that Axe is up, it is a very scary time from Among Us. So we've seen Fearless with that Axe before, just constantly getting mini black holes out. I'm not sure if Among Us will be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's going to give so much more control towards the side of MG Trust, and they see Cuckoo up top.
Jackie.
Tower is under attack.
Still not using that minus, Jackie, but Q is going to get an avalanche toss off with Fearless to zip in, and Boombo will take the kill. And now Jackie will commit the minus. But they are by the tier 3 tower, John. And they will just get started, even without a creep wave. Who the hell cares? That tier 3 is just not going to survive this damage output. In fact, Q jumping in, looking for a toss back in your dream. Not going to cancel the TP. He'll get tossed back in your dream. What? He wanted a man to dodge the toss, but Q got him anyway. He'll buy it back on Cuckoo now. Q, another great toss back onto March, but the lasso is there now. They have got the Tiny. He will survive for a bit. In your dream, haunting forward onto Masseros. They may be able to get the Abaddon, but they may just turn MG Trust. A big Ice Blast there. Fearless going to jump in. Jackie onto Cuckoo. They'll get the die back. In your dream now in trouble. Zephyr also dying. They can't afford to die right now on the side of Among Us. They're trying to turn this one. Jackie back onto the Spectre. In your dream, very low. March trying to keep him alive. It is going to be just barely enough as Fearless is out of mana. That Ice Wall doing so much for this dire side, just holding back MG Trust, but Jackie is not done yet. Back onto Zephyr, the Void Spirit, going to avoid him. They do get the kill in your dream. How does he survive this? The Sunstrike, it connects on Masseros. Abed can't cancel the TP. What a team fight out from both these two teams. I thought it was going to be so bad for Among Us. They do have to commit 2 buybacks, and one of those was a dieback in the end by Cuckoo, but they do manage to hold the high ground and save those racks.
Yeah, it's a victory in the end for Among Us. They are still playing at huge deficit, but they hold onto their map for a bit longer. You're starting to see some of what they want to do line up. Like, they're getting the spells out with Abed. The control's really good. MG Trust are way too confident. They haven't gotten anything like a BKB in this game, so they're relying completely on a Photic Shield to get some of that control off. And even at that Dark Pact as well, which is sometimes not reliable. So you have to watch yourself if the spells fly up. Among Us, you should use this time to try to get some more flash farm in your dream. And because of the buyback, his Scotty's offset by just a bit. Is going to get his second ultimate orb up. So he's got even more stats, but...
Oh, they found Zephyr. Ice Blast Avalanche Toss going to be more than enough. And look at that top outpost, John. Fearless. No, he doesn't see the Bat Rider. I thought he was TPing up because he saw Cuckoo, but Cuckoo currently is trying to juggle a gem in his inventory. He's going to be able to pick it up and just run. Even though it's a 15k net worth lead, I do still feel like this is a very close game, and Among Us, they do seem to have the kind of draft that can make a comeback this game number 2.
It's definitely a possibility when you have this Spectre. It's just such a late game beast, despite some of these counter picks, that it can overcome it. You've got the IO as well to cover your bases, to keep you healthy, and March has been fairly consistent for that. You know, he's got this repair kit out now as well, so when he does tether up, it is going to be a lot more regen flying through as well because of that. Just such a value item for an IO to find. And they're just playing the high ground well. They're not risking too much going outside their base. It's only in your dream farming forward. And I believe his Scotty's going to be coming out soon, and it is up. So he's got a ton more presence. As long as they avoid the break, they should be fine.
Fearless, gotta be careful. Cuckoo on the hunt, but he does spot them out in time. Would have been a massive pickup if they could have caught the storm. Look at Masaros. He's just so confident he can't die on this Abaddon. Just walk around. Do also scan out the Roshan. Jackie has gotten started. I believe the Sunstrike should have given vision over that. There is going to be a big smoke play here from Among Us, but do they have enough time? The Roshan already down to half HP. They're rushing over, but it's getting lower and lower as time goes on. They've got to be quick. Sunstrike will give vision. Cuckoo looking for the jump in. Does jump. It's a bit early. The Aegis Cuckoo. He does snatch it away. Jackie, you have to pounce out of there. It's not a great team fight now for the side of Motivate. Q's going to go down on the Tiny. Can they catch more Among Us? No, they cannot.
They left the cheese.
They left the cheese in the Roshan pit, but they got the Aegis. Cheese will go over to Masteros and the Courier, and they do give it over to Jackie. Still a very nice steal away from Cuckoo, and that is certainly going to keep them in the game and probably just defend another high ground attempt when Motivate do go for it.
Yeah, it's not going to be as safe as Motivate wants. The cheese is going to give them some leeway, but you have to remember the Scotty's already on hand here from In Your Dream to sort of mitigate that. So we'll have to see how MG Trust plays. We need to see Fearless use his Ags up as well. Does have it ready to go. They've got a lot of opportunities to set up against Among Us. They can just jump in, get the control, but Among Us aren't giving them very clean angles. So it's been a lot of back and forth.
Oh, March, he relocated in. He wanted to go for the bounty rune. Oh, you gotta be careful with those kind of plays. He doesn't have buyback on the IO. I don't believe it's gonna be enough to force MG Trust to go high ground, but the pings are starting to fly out. Maybe they will.
Yeah, it's that's the one big thing that keeps In Your Dream alive. Does give them an opportunity. I'm just wondering how March was worth 460 gold as the poorest hero on the map. That just seems a bit ridiculous to me. It's a bit strange, but
you're just a salty support, John. Fearless. Lasso is going to be out. They caught a big target. This Storm doesn't want to die like this, but Fearless does die. Still Q in with a big avalanche and the Ice Blast as well. Jackie going to try and fight. Abyssal out onto Arbed, but it's just not going to be enough yet. He'll Ghost Walk away. Back onto Zephyr. They might get the Void Spirit, and they do. But Jackie will have to settle with that, I believe. They do lose the Storm. Fearless, again, does not want to die like that. It's a lot of golden XP to go to the way of Among Us. And it puts MG Trust in a weird situation where they can't really try to force high ground, but they have smoked up. But the smoke is spotted. Masaros makes it very obvious. In Your Dream, Pops the Blade Mail preemptively. Everyone back into the base from Among Us. They are going to be okay. Looks like they are just both going to wait for their heroes to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, MG Trust are just relying on that Ag Storm Spirit to really get that huge AoE control. They could open up with Q on the Tiny, but without the follow-up from the Storm, I think you're going to face some issues getting the numbers advantage on hand. So they're going to have to play it patiently. They still have the 18k lead. Just going to take a look at Dota Plus. It does still peg MG Trust at 93% and Among Us at 7% chance to win. So still favoring MG Trust in a big way here. With that lead they have, they've still got control on the map. They're still keeping Among Us in heavy check by locking them in that high ground and really stalling out the progression from these other heroes. It's really just turning into the In Your Dream game. And he's saving up for his BKB next. Once you've got that, he can stand in front and not care about the Storm.
Cuckoo with the Firefly. Looked like he wanted to try and make a jump. It would have actually been a pretty decent time to make that jump as well, because you had Fearless and Jackie who were quite far away from their team, but now they have rejoined. Looking at that top lane, Zephyr is going to be targeted, it looks like. Q does jump in, but misses out on the toss back, and Zephyr does jump back into him now. Just shots being fired. Zephyr just meowing in this defense.
Yeah.
G Trust just holding this low ground, being very patient, waiting for Among Us to try and make it out.
Yeah, I think they really got scared off by that last fight. Without an Aegis, they don't feel secure in the high ground. The Invoker does a lot of work in that space, although...
Okay, great toss back. He has caught out In Your Dream. He's going to try and Blade Mail and run. Fearless going to zip in with a Vortex down. It's only onto Zephyr. Arbed now just holding down Q, but the Force Staff is going to be there. Q still very low, does go down, and now In Your Dream going to try and fight this one out, but Jackie is willing to man fight, or maybe not. A lasso's there. They've caught that Abaddon with the Vortex. Fearless catching all three of them with the mini black hole, and Jackie does kill off Cuckoo. In Your Dream, though, going back in. Fearless, he's out of mana. The Haunt is out. Jackie doesn't know who to focus right now. Fearless, he eats the cheese and will survive. Back on to Zephyr, but he does dissimulate and run away. Still Jackie. Now onto Arbed, trying to get that Invoker. The Force Staff is going to be good. Jackie, he'll pop the ulti and try to just survive through it and fight back. Can they go for the racks?
Dire's top barracks are
It looks like they're going to try. There's no buyback on Cuckoo. They'll put the repair kit down on the melee barracks. Fearless going to zip in again. Catches out March with the Vortex, and now Q with the Avalanche Toss and Ice Blast is going to be enough. They pop the drums. They're going to try and chase, but Masros holds them back. Fearless once again out of mana. Zephyr jumps in. Just the Resonant Pulse to try and clear the creep wave. Repair kit is still going, but now does wear off, but they do glyph up. Q looking for a toss back, doesn't quite get it yet. The Aether Remnant gonna lock him down, but Abyssal Blade not gonna be there with the Tornado, but he still gets him. The Dark Pact was out from Jackie. In Your Dream trying to fight Fearless. He zips back in with the Orca, but Jackie in big trouble. A nice two-man Vortex and a toss away onto Jackie. Into the Silver Edge. Back onto Masseros. That Abaddon is in a spot of danger right now. He has the borrowed time. Can he survive? There's a lasso to cancel the TP off. He is healing up nicely, but it looks like he has been left behind and should just go down. And he will, In Your Dream. Able to pick up a double kill for himself on the Spectre. A very prolonged team fight, and meanwhile, March being killed off by Fearless. Did he relocate again for the bounty roots?
Yeah. Yes, he did. He's just trying to be economic on the map. Still,
Jackie?
Among Us. Oh.
It's going to be all right. I thought maybe he would have pounced onto Arbed, but he didn't see him. He's going to be fine. You were saying, John.
Still, Among Us hold on to their melee racks up top. They only lose a ranged. They're in a really good spot. You've suddenly got a Satanic up on In Your Dream, so he doesn't care about the break. He can just stand there, get his HP back with the IO healing on top as well. It looks like there's a damage issue here for MG Trust. Like, the amount of buildup you've got on Jackie is nice, but it doesn't feel like he's clearing out these heroes fast enough. And the burst damage you're getting out from Q isn't big enough either. And now there's a smoke opportunity here from
There
Among
he
Us.
is, and they see Q up that top lane. He's going to try and TP out quickly. Can he make it in time? He can. Even picks up the Aeon disc now on that Tiny. So basically a secondary life there for Q. Even the magic lamp out. So a lot of dispel there for Q now. He can kind of risk jumping in and being a bit more aggressive with those avalanche toss plays. And that is one of the big reasons why MG Trust are getting so many positive trades in these team fights. But have a look at Cuckoo. He's staring them down on this Batrider. And Mizrun there. No sentries placed. They don't see him. Boombill gonna have his smoke broken. He realizes, but the lasso is gonna be out. They're gonna go straight after the AA first. That'll be Boombill gone without buyback. But Jackie gonna jump in. Big vortex out from Fearless, holding 3 of them down. They get the Abyssal Blade onto Cuckoo, and they'll get the kill onto March now. Fearless takes down another onto Arbed now. Jackie with the pounce. Arbed trying to survive with the Chaos Meteor. The Cataclysm, is it gonna be enough? Not quite. Nobody dies cause of it, but they're onto Masaros. The borrowed time gonna help him stay alive. He will try to run. They'll go onto Q instead. Just try and take down that Tiny, but Q will toss them back in onto Masaros. Masaros being left behind, probably will die, but Fearless gonna zip back in. He wants Arbed on that Invoker, and he will get him. Arbed buys back. And there is literally no buybacks left on this map, John. They are either all on cooldown or there is no gold for them.
Ooh, this is
Roshan,
going to be a scary moment.
it's a 5v3 situation, but Among Us, they know that the buybacks are not there, so Motivate cannot fight for this Roshan.
Yeah,
And it is going to be a refresher shard out for the side of Among Us now, along with the Aegis and the Cheese.
Yeah, it's a big bounce back for Among Us. Like, they still drop a couple of bodies. They had to expend some buybacks, but they do secure that key Roche. Abed can now play with double Cataclysm down the line. They just don't have the best setup for it, but if they do manage to fight in that choke point, can really make a difference. Fearless tried to make use of his BKB charge, and
Well, they have jumped. Fearless, who is he caught out? It's going to be Kuko on the Batrider, but he BKB's up. He's going to be okay. Arbed, Tornado, going to be out onto Q. Jackie, actually caught out by that 8th Remnant, but does BKB now back onto that Invoker. They would love Arbed dead, but Jackie, he'll go onto Cuckoo instead on that Batrider. Will get one, but In Your Dream has killed off Q on the Tiny. In Your Dream, still moving forward, onto Jackie. Jackie, he does now have buyback gold, but he's in a spot of danger at the moment. He will shadow. With the 2-man Vortex back on the Spectre. Fearless, however, low on mana, needs to just remnant out of there, and he does, but Jackie now in trouble, trying to fight back. So many Essence Shift stacks taken by Jackie. He might get In Your Dream, but he does not. Zephyr gets a double kill, and he is down.
Is under attack.
But he does have buyback
Radiant's middle
on the
tower
Slark.
has fallen.
He will not pop it yet. But Among Us are slowly but surely making a pretty big comeback.
they really are. It's starting to line up here. Abed is landing his spells. Guess what he has as well for a tier 4, Mike? He's got a Spell Prism coming in. So everything you could ask for here for the Invoker and a bounce back, it's lining up. BKB's up as well. So now Abed can just focus on hammering out those spells. It's the control. Like, BKB can only last so long. Jackie's BKB is down to 8 seconds. It's still fairly long, but you know, the cooldown's killing them. These fights last for so long because of the sustain that they need another charge up. But it's not up. It's not ready at that time. And In Your Dream with his build-up is actually living a lot longer now. Rushing his Abyssal for control as well.
The funniest thing is he has so much more room to grow as well on that Spectre. He's just not done yet. The Bash is coming out now, so once he has the Abyssal Blade up, the control just skyrockets for In Your Dream. He could just I imagine he's going to ignore the Slark and go after Fearless or just the backline supports and make sure they get wiped out of the team fight before it even begins. He's just got 3.4k sitting there, but now Fearless does have a Bloodthorn up. Big item for him. And it looks like Jackie's working towards that Eye of Skadi, which I also think is going to be extremely important, especially up against all the healing March is providing. On this IO. But you might be getting to that point where you start questioning whether Motivate Trust are going to need a Divine Rapier, John. It just doesn't seem to be enough damage anymore for the Spectre.
No, it's not. Jackie, I mean, in a prolonged fight, you'd think the stacks would be enough, but it does fall flat still. They smoke around here. MG Trust, maybe they find something.
Gonna try, running up to the triangle. Zephyr, he's gonna dissimulate straight off the bat. Cuckoo just gonna fly away, but Arbet getting Vortex up. Fearless does have the control. The Ice Blast to fly in, connecting on all four heroes. Fearless, he gets March, and the fight starts. It's just complete chaos here. Haunt in from In Your Dream. Arbet, Ghost Walk is gonna be enough. Fearless, he's out of mana. He's trying to run. Jackie, meanwhile, will hold them back in the backlines. The lasso is out from Cuckoo, but the Vortex again from Fearless, holding all three of them down. Q's gonna jump in with the toss in. Zephyr, he's gonna just try and astral step away. The avalanche is out. Q, he will try and chase him down. Meanwhile, In Your Dream will just TP away, but they have at least caught Zephyr. John, there's no buybacks left on Among Us. They don't have one on Cuckoo. They don't have one on Arbit. They don't have one on March. Zephyr, he really doesn't want to die right now. Avalanche toss will not be enough. He will barely survive. But this could be it. I mean, if they realize they've got about a minute and a half without this Invoker or Batrider, they could decide to try and go for tier 4s.
Yeah, it's a massive opening, and they're going to go for the tier 3 set of racks down mid, but looks like they might be picking out those tier 4s.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can hold. They've got 3 heroes here.
Oh, Q, toss back In Your Dream. He's been stunned up by the Abyssal Blade, but they don't have the control yet. Still Fearless onto Zephyr with the Blood Right. They get the Pos 4 Void Spirit. Jackie, he was pinging tier 4s, but it looks like they're going to go for the safer play. They'll go for Megas first. March relocating. Q jumping in. A great toss back again. March, he just used the tether. He can't get out of there. The Vortex again from Fearless, holding them all down. He'll get the IO. Still onto the tier 4s. The repair kit is there. It's In Your Dream against the world. He has Cuckoo up in 10 seconds. But how do you buy the time? It's 5v1 right now. Q's jumping in for the Avalanche toss. In Your Dream's in there trying to fight, but Jackie, he's onto the Ancient. He does not want this game to go the side of Among Us. The Ancient's too low. Jackie has the control. They will be able to get it to a game number 3. And what a game 2 it was between Motivate Trust and Among Us. And I told you, John, I told you we'd be going to a game 3 for this upper bracket final. Here we are. Among Us and Motivate Trust now in a best of 1 upper bracket final to decide who gets to go to the grand final.
Yeah, just amazing plays coming out from both sides. Among Us trying to stall out as long as possible for In Your Dream to get big enough. We saw Abed bounce back in with his Hags. Not quite enough though. MG Trust, they had that early start. They bounced back in after a couple of awkward fights and do make it work still. We've got another game coming up, and before we get into that game, everyone, you can vote for your Monster MVP on bts.gg/Monster MVP. Vote for who you think is worthy of that for this series. We'd like to hear what you think, but that was just spectacular plays from both sides. And I can't wait for Game 3. Just, my God, these two teams are just insane against each other.
You love to see these kind of games, and yeah, Game 3 should be very explosive. Of course, we are going to take a short break, and after that break, we get to talk with the panel and see what they thought about this game number 2. See you again soon.
It's a question as old as time. How do you beat an IO draft? Many teams have thought and mulled it over, but it seems that Motivate Trust may have found a solution. They let it go in the first phase. They snap up an AA. After that, it's just a matter of how do you counter out any other carry. How do you counter out a Spectre? Let's go with a Slark. How do you counter out a Batrider? Let's also go with a Slark and an Abaddon. Motivate Trust, I gotta say, I was very impressed overall in their drafting and their play, worthy of a upper bracket final.
Absolutely. Very different approach to the draft, just going so heavy on the counter picks, but it paid off. It worked out really well here.
Yeah, I think that one of the most interesting things about this to me is like they didn't counter the IO completely necessarily. Definitely they did to some extent with the AA, but to me what it felt more like was they counted the potential gyrocopter, and then they had to switch up their draft and do something else, and then it's the Spectre, and then it's not a normal IO draft anymore. It's a different type of IO draft.
Yeah. Counter the IO draft by making it not an IO draft, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. And because of that, like it sort of it changed the entire dynamic where it wasn't as much like, you know, IO +1 sitting on the other side of the map constantly farming up and then a bunch of other people make space. It was sort of this weird situation where Zephyr has to play a Void Spirit. He played really well. I was impressed. But at the end of the day, also, Slark just got so freaking huge. And Jackie was just free to do whatever he wanted that game. So Slark, Midas, uncontested, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, and Fearless's Master Tier Storm Spirit, that Aghanim Scepter, I think at the very end was a game changer for sure. Making, like, there were so many clean setups from Vortex into Avalanche into Ice Blast that if they weren't able to execute it as well, I could have just as easily seen Among Us coming out with the victory, just because it's Spectre at the end of the day, an extremely hard carry with a lot of heroes supporting her. Abed's Invoker, if he didn't get so stomped in the early game, would have probably been a much more intimidating force, which he still did a great job with the Ice Wall EMPs, but him losing his courier on the Midas, or Midas on the courier, and just getting so hassled in the early game was a rough turn of events for him, but we will now have a Game 3. Of course we'll have a Game 3. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, the draft here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Let me calibrate the sensors. We got some James Bond technology. Beep boop bop bop. There we go. Activate the draft for me if you could.
Nice.
There we go. Among Us versus Motivate Trust, game number 3.
Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Right before we came back, the music switched over, and it was the best like little preamble music that I think I've heard so far on the channel.
Oh, yeah.
It was some song called Get Funky or something like that. It was amazing. It was really, really good. Highly recommend you guys go listen to that one.
Are you ready to get funky?
Yes,
Okay,
always.
good.
It's Friday night. Let's do it. Let's go. Or
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Saturday morning.
It's Saturday morning. I mean, it's still funky time.
It's Friday night in like Hawaii or something.
That's
maybe,
true.
you know?
I think so, maybe. These drafts are getting funky though. No IO ban.
They've figured it out. They know how to play against the IO.
No threat.
Tiny.
I mean, they could still pick it now, but
Well, it's interesting, right? Because Among Us are the ones that now have the opportunity. So they take Tiny, then it's Marana, now we got Mr. Mag. Feeling good about that. God, I actually really like that opening of Tiny Mag. There's like, some timing where they're going to need to sort of get through before the Blink Daggers are there, but once they're there, that's just like crazy team fight. It's going to be spooky.
yeah, after seeing Q's performance on the Tiny, I am once again reinvigorated with my passion for the hero and its capabilities, although they are both strength heroes that Among Us have, and so Timbersaw, always a great selection against that. Although it is a lot of Magic Burst so far.
Yeah, it's Magic Burst, and they're theoretically strength heroes, but they're supports.
Yep.
So a very early Timber pick in some ways.
Definitely. Granted, it also means that there's like no harassment that they can do on a Timber, so he's just going to be like free to do whatever the hell he
10
wants,
seconds remaining.
which is kind of cool.
In the lane, at least.
Yeah, in the
Yeah.
lane. And then later on, he's just going to get
5
Avatos. I don't know. I wouldn't even mind seeing Among Us.
Dire team
They could
back.
switch it up, and I was thinking maybe they could do an
Radiant's
AA
team
themselves,
back.
but probably not. They probably just want to keep the Magus 5. It's probably the best play. I don't know. We'll see.
Wow, and they're even like trying to protect this Timbersaw pick also, banning a Monkey King. You don't do that unless you're just really trying to enable a first phase pick that's very unconventional.
Play fast.
5
take down
seconds
towers.
remaining.
Maybe we'll see the fabled Meteor Hammer Timbersaw.
Dire
be cool.
team bad.
Yeah, I'm not really thrilled yet with this Motivate Trust strategy.
Just but like the first two Timber in
Yeah,
general.
I,
It's surprising to see it like in like this big decisive game 3 that they
right.
10
like picking a
seconds
Timber
remaining.
by itself, not a huge shocker, but yeah, picking it this early on without a clear understanding of what you're playing it into seems very risky.
Because you can just get a lot of magic damage, and there's no flex potential for a Timber. He's gonna be either mid or offline, or at least
what you think.
he's a core.
That's what you think.
I mean, there's no such thing as support Timber.
Dire team pick.
There's no such thing, because he would have to be like a 5, because Moran is already also pretty much confirmed to be your 4.
And the way they're protecting with these bans,
Yeah.
it's going to be a core. And
Definitely.
So
I can dream.
percentage-based damage, magic damage, plenty of possibilities.
10
Could go for a
seconds
death
remaining.
prophet
Radiant
on
team
Among
pick.
Us.
The other thing is that they kind of need a hero out of the mid lane now on Among Us to build a Spirit Vessel. Because I don't think either of these heroes is going to build it. They're both going to get Blink Daggers. ET's a cool pick.
yeah,
10
ETs look
seconds remaining.
very good across all regions. Just seems to be a pretty stable
5 seconds
support
remaining.
to secure generally the safe lane. We're seeing the ET in, but can also play that forward position, the off lane, or depending on if you see a way Mirana can play the safe lane, which isn't usually the case.
Dire team pick.
I mean, it's still them wanting to play fast. They do get the IO.
So they're just going to IO Gyro now. Now they're
Yeah.
like, okay, they picked their supports. How are you going to pick an AA now?
Yep.
They can't AA anymore, so IO Gyro are suddenly fits in again. Gyro's not a melee hero to empower, so maybe it's not
10
Gyro,
seconds
but
remaining.
Gyro is pretty good against the Timbersaw, which is why my first
5
thought does go
seconds
to the Io
remaining.
Gyro still.
Yeah, I would rather counter the Timber than get Empower. At the end of the day, you'll still get damage from Magnus, so who really cares? And your farm is going to be accelerated just because you have an IO on your team, so... Could also turn Mag into a core, theoretically.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think that's probably either. I mean, yeah, it's either Mag or Tiny. I kind of like Tiny Core more because you can set up for like fights in the mid game more, and you're gonna kind of need to be there to deal with the Timber Saw, which is another reason I kind of like Gyrocopter as an answer. If you want to run that with Among Us, and then you have an easy way to kill off the Timber at that point.
And no matter what, he's going to be in the... Well, so if it's a side lane Mag core, toss into Skewer.
Hey,
Always a possibility.
sounds like fun. Yeah, I think that they're a little bit flummoxed by this IO pick here.
They're taking a long time on this fourth pick of theirs. They theory crafting, doing a core Mirana and picking an AA or
Radiant
something.
team pick.
No, they're gonna just kunka it up, get some team fight, a tanky mid laner, and something that can just kind of hold its own against a potential, the relocate ganks and whatnot, where a boat can kind of turn things around.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it could also be a tiny 3 now that I'm thinking
5
about it.
seconds
I wouldn't mind that
remaining.
either. And then just take another 4. Or
Yeah.
Mag 4.
I feel like neither the Tiny nor Magnus is really an Abed hero.
Right.
Yeah.
Tiny is definitely more so the Abed hero, but I think most likely those are the 3 and 4 position. It's just kind of maybe unclear which is which. Magnus is a 4. We just haven't seen. Usually it's either Magnus Core or Magnus 5, and that's where I think Tiny might just be the 4. But sometimes you just gotta mix up the drafts and rolls based on the game in front of you. So it could be a game for a Magnus 4.
Radiant team ban.
Good answer to X. Good answer to Timbersaw with almost Magic Burst.
Dire team ban.
Not necessarily great against ET, since you have just so much natural armor that the natural order is a little bit irritating, but there's also not that much physical damage on the side of Motivate Trust, so who really cares about losing armor?
Why Morphling over Gyro, do you guys think?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's X. I think Gyro would be too so you have to get a very early BKB, and that makes it awkward for an IO sometimes if your tether gets broken, so
Radiant team
I
ban.
think you can just get stuck to a Morphling a little bit more reliably against this Motivate draft.
Yeah, if there's like an X combo that hits onto him, you can strength farm with even if he gets hit by the arrow afterwards, it's fine. But yeah, it is weird
10
taking it into the
seconds
ET. That is a bit of a problem. Overall, though,
5 seconds
just the way that
remaining.
these fights are going to work out right now for Among Us, it's crazy synergy. Jump in, avalanche toss. You can just sort of keep the mag behind, go for a RP if things get a little bit too testy, but the E-Blade or even just an adaptive strike secures the kill onto anybody. I feel like maybe not anybody. These are somewhat tanky heroes on Motivate Trust at this point, so it could be a little bit of a switch up.
I'd be down for an Abed OD.
Yep. You're against 3 melee heroes already. I mean, as soon as you see Timber, OD is always like, at least in the past, like a
Dire
consideration.
Mm-hmm.
They ban AM Drow. 2 heroes that are pretty good against OD.
Yeah.
Is there any way that this could be an Abed morph?
It seems it's definitely possible. I think Morph does okay versus Kunkka mid.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess the question is, what safe lane are you looking at then? I
5
don't
seconds
like
remaining.
Gyro with Morph that much. I think it's just too greedy.
Radiant team pick.
Unless Morph gets an Ags. Well, I mean, that's also extremely greedy, but yeah.
I was thinking as like an answer, like a lane counter to the Timbersaw or something, like an Ursa maybe. which is like a dead hero, but secure Roche, play with IO.
I'd be okay with Ursa just in general, but yeah, it's kind of a dead hero.
5 seconds remaining.
But I do prefer a side lane morphing over a mid lane morphing.
Give me something good.
I feel they want some just more damage output here. Right now it's, you know, E-Blade Morphling timing is possible, the Tiny's possible, but yeah, okay. Lina comes into play. Just that kill threat, that somebody that you go on with a Tiny combo or an RP is gonna die. Because here's like Kunkka and Timbersaw, they can tank up and just so they can survive a Tiny combo.
Right.
So Lina comes into play, probably
10
the mid
seconds
laner.
remaining.
Yeah. And a Yule's builder, so you do have at least one way to
5
deal with
seconds
X.
remaining.
Whoa.
Now select your hero.
Wow. What?
So still mid Kunkka, but right?
Probably.
yeah.
I mean,
I think
yeah,
so.
Jackie picks up the arc ward.
Okay, yeah. Master is offlane Timber. Oh, Zephyr's gonna be playing the Lina. Abed is gonna be playing the Magnus.
Okay.
Mid lane Magnus versus mid lane Kunkka. That seems like a bad time for Magnus.
This is a really weird draft.
It's
Really,
really
Magnus do fine. He's Magnus.
yeah. He's melee though.
Yeah, he's got power. He's...
I like how your justification is. He's Magnus. It's fine. Whatever.
It's Magnus.
I think
wrong
you use.
with
I
it?
think it's a boring lane where they probably trade farm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe. I'm for Abed's hope, I think it is,
Yeah.
because otherwise Kunkka could get out of control here. But this is it. It's game 3, deciding not elimination, but upper bracket final here between Motivate, Trust, and Among Us. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, your casters, John X Fire and MLP.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 of this upper bracket finals between Among Us and, of course, Motivate Trust Gaming. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, we were talking about the draft. They gave Jackie the Arc Warden. We've seen this many, many times. How are you feeling about this for Among Us?
I think if they don't stop Jackie from hitting his timing on his Midas and then contesting his farm consistently, which is very hard, I think you're going to have issues. Now, you do have the relocate to play with to chase him down if you are active early on. My issue is Among Us' draft isn't particularly fast either, right? Like, you've got this Magnus mid. We know the timings that wants. We're talking about Blink, Echo Saber first, and then maybe something like the Silver Edge or at least a Shadow Blade before you start fighting. That's just what we see. You've got In Your Dream on a Morphling, which, you know, can kind of match an Arc Warden's pace, but shotgun timing has to be there. Quick, and it can play fast, but you don't necessarily want to. There's a lot of pressure here on Zephyr and Cuckoo, along with Morch, perhaps with some relocate plays with Cuckoo, to keep that pace down. So I think MG Trust, they've got a really nice draft. Jackie's on a signature here of his. This is something MG Trust falls back to when they want not a free win, but a better chance of winning as well. And I think MG Trust, with this kind of draft, are very confident.
I'm sure they are, and of course, as we always say when we do have an Arc Warden, John, if everyone in the chat could please prepare their OS frogs, we are going to need them later on, I'm sure. So just have them warmed up, make sure you've tested them, make sure your OS frogs are working. So we do have an Arc Warden after all, and God knows what happens with this hero once it gets farmed up. So we'll see how it all pans out, though. Among Us, they do have a very intriguing draft. A Magnus draft without any kind of melee cores to buff up with the Empower. Of course, the bonus damage is still going to be very nice on your Morphling. And even the Tiny, for that matter, can be quite decent with the Empower. Looks like Arbit just saying, give me the Magnus. I'll be the right-click core. I'll be the control for the team. And we also know what Arbit can get done in this match. Should be a very explosive game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was saying that the Magnus timings are slow, but I'm trying to recall the last time we saw Abed Mag. He was in the same situation, right? He had no one to really empower. He was just playing at mid, but he made the play. So if you land those RPs, it can be big, but action up top already.
Yeah, there is. It's like everyone's going to be okay so far. Cuckoo is looking for, not looking for much, just trying to get some CS going. Because those Spark Wraiths are kind of infuriating to play against, and as we were talking about that, bot lane Q ends up getting first blood. March is the one to go down on the IO. He had a bit of a rough game last game around, and you kind of hope it's not going to be a repeat performance, but he is going to have to give away first blood here to motivate.
And you're already off to a really good start. You've got this Timbersaw lane that IYD has to deal with, so Masaros, with that first blood, probably feels a bit confident. You don't have to worry about the sustain from the IO for a bit. You can get your level 2 up, which is really the Timbersaw's nice spike to start applying harassment. And, you know, March has got to make a long walk forward. He was trying to TP home a while ago, so it has to waste some time and does TP now, but if he gets caught out again, he's going to walk a third time. So, gotta be cautious there with your positioning, March.
Well, it is a very tough kind of lane for the IO as well, right? Because the Whirling Death, it removes so much stats from March on that IO, and if Q lands an arrow, you're borderline just going to die if you're around half HP. So we'll see what he does get done. Of course, in the mid lane, you do have Fearless and Arbet, and Fearless, is he wearing those boots you get if you won Aghanim Scepter time trials?
I think so. It does look that way.
Yeah, he is, the Waterlogged boots, but Fearless has been skewered back into the tier 1 tower. Does eat a Fairy Fire, but a Shockwave is going to drag him back. Arbed can't get in range to cancel off the salve. He's going to be alright. And I never realized Fearless had those Waterlogged boots. Very nice.
Looks like it was a gift, but very lucky for Fearless. He gets to dance around with that. Still, you can't rest easy in this lane for Abed, right? Like, he doesn't even have Empower. He's just playing with a Shockwave perfectly, playing with a Skewer. And if you do misstep here, there are ways for Abed to kind of dance around it. So we'll see what Fearless can get done. Still really even so far. 14-5 for Abed, 12-3 for Fearless. Gonna be down to those supports, and you do have this Mirana combo with Q, but he will need to make his way down there, perhaps for that 4-minute power rune.
Q. Well, he's taking a lot of damage here from March. March just keeps going forward for it. Q has a Fairy Fire, wants to try and play here with March. Doesn't have another arrow yet. They're going to man-fight this one out. Fairy Fire's being eaten. Q needs to leap away, but In Your Dream does come in for the waveform. And March, a very aggressive man-fight from a ball of light, John. But it does work out.
Yeah, I like the confidence, and that's gonna slow down Q just a bit. He'd love to have had level 3 by now, because we are approaching the 4-minute mark, but stuck at level 2, you might not be able to make the biggest plays with, say, an X arrow combo. You're still in a pretty good spot. Still up top, though, Jackie.
Yeah, LSA is going to land. Cuckoo gets a toss back onto Jackie. They know how important it is to try and shut this man down. Arrow, not going to connect on anyone from Among Us. They are just trying to run now as Q has rotated around. Zephyr is very low and does drop. And now Cuckoo, he's going to try and run away as well. With a nice toss back onto Q. It's like Cuckoo should be okay to run out of there. He's going to take a substantial amount of damage, but it's alright. He does have the bottle and a Tango left. But they do manage to save Jackie, and they do kill off Zephyr.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back in for MG Trust. On top of that, Fearless did manage to secure himself the bottle refill as well. So he does get the Arcane Rune for himself. Abed would have probably liked it. He's going to run empty for a bit, so he's not going to have as much presence. And Fearless can start to bully out that lane just a bit more. So you have to be cautious about that still. MG Trust, they're shoving in their waves. They're getting this good start. They do overextend a bit.
Oh, Arrow connects onto Cuckoo. Just kind of flew by everyone, and Cuckoo is also going to get stomped up, but March is going to TP in and make sure Cuckoo does stay alive. Boombell, meanwhile, will just TP in the tree line. Bounty Rune as well. So just forcing rotations out from Among Us so far. Too much else being done here. A 1-2 between these two teams. This is probably still going to favor Motivate Trust, because we know Jackie. He's just trying to rush the Midas right now. He already has the Gloves of Haste out, just needs the recipe. And he's looking kind of on track for it. His CS has suffered, but we all know what he wants.
Yeah, it's a straightforward time, although.
Yeah, March. Caught out by Fearless will also drop on the IO. His second death this game. Abed, of course, unable to help him out. We'll just get back to farming on the Magnus.
And this is one strength that MG Trust does have on hand. Her rotation potential is a lot stronger. And we talk about the timings here for Among Us. It does take a little bit more farm for the course to be ready to make that move out. Right, you're falling behind a bit in terms of levels as well. Fearless is just applying the pressure he can get out with his nice spike on the Kunkka. And all Abed really needs to focus on is just farming himself. So it's going to be slower for a mid.
He's been fluxed up by Jackie. Arrow is going to connect as well, and that is just a free kill for Jackie. Happily take that one. Onto Zephyr. They try to get some damage out, but March, with the overpower, going to have enough to keep him safe. They will also realize Fearless made a rotation there on the Kunkka. He's just going to run back to the mid lane and keep contesting Arbed on the mag. Everything is still going quite smoothly for both teams right now. Especially In Your Dream, by the way, who we haven't really talked about very much in the Morphling. But he is top of the CS board, and while Masaros is trying, there isn't really much kill potential here for Masaros. In Your Dream should always just be fine to survive on the Morph. And so he can just continue to free farm without really too much pressure being applied.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane, Zephyr, fluxed up, Arrow does connect, and Zephyr, it's going to be another kill there for Jackie. Boombell and Q both just standing back and allowing Jackie to take another free kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Jackie not quite finding the last hits. If he finds 2 kills in that laning phase, though, still going to be very glad. That Midas we were mentioning looks set to come out right around the 8-minute mark, and
Bot lane, In Your Dream, yeah, the boat came in, but In Your Dream just going to walk away from it. Fearless going to continue trying to apply pressure, but In Your Dream can just kind of juggle his strength. Unless he misclicks, he's not going to die here. March is just behind the tree line as top lane. Zephyr does kill off Boombell. So Boombell does drop. Nice little kill there from Zephyr. Back down to the bot lane, however. Masaros gets the T1 tower. In Your Dream, just still freely farming, ignoring everyone. But March can't really do that, and Fearless is going to be able to get the Tidebringer hit and connect with the kill. In Your Dream now may not be feeling so confident. He does get X'd up, trying to run. They have the Whirling Death available, so In Your Dream will just try to waveform away. Still trying to TP and does make it out, but top lane. Cuckoo does kill off Jackie, Q will kill off Cuckoo, and Zephyr will kill off Q. A complete mess up with that top lane.
yeah, they do find a big kill, though. They slow down Jackie just a bit. He was right on the cusp of buying out that Midas, but he's going to have to wait a couple of seconds more. So, it's not the biggest slowdown. You are still seeing Jackie lag behind. It's definitely a smoother start for Among Us' cores. You do have Fearless on this runaway start, though. So it's kind of offset by that. And you can see Fearless, he is rushing the Sanj up, perhaps looking for Heaven's Halberd down the line just to get a nice disarm out into her morph, or perhaps just holding on to the stat resist. We'll see what the plan there for Fearless is down the line. Among Us, they're playing the slower game now. They're trying to build up stacks. They do toss in.
No. Yeah, mid lane, toss in on Arbit, but he does not connect with the skewer. Looks like a free kill there, but just a quick miss, and Boombell is going to be able to walk himself out. Back into Cuckoo, in fact, but I think he's pretty confident he won't die to this Tiny. Still, Arbet is following him down. Cuckoo, does he want to go for an avalanche toss? Not quite. Stomp will come out. Arrow is going to connect out from Q. March is going to be around to help, and RP is going to be committed by Arbed on both heroes. Shockwave will get one. They'll chase down Q. He does not have any leap charges left. He's going to just run the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Jackie's still around the area, does just pick up his Midas, but Abed wants to try and take him out, does get his courier. Now the shockwave connects. Jackie will bring out the Tempest Double, but how do you survive this one? He's just going to use both Midases and try to fight back. He kills off Cuckoo, but he does die in the end. I think for Jackie, he's just happy he got both Midases used up before he did go down. In fact, March is going to be X'd up by Fearless. Abed already TP'd away. Arrow is going to be there and Fearless does get himself a free kill now on the Kunkka.
Yeah, it's now a 6-9 here for Among Us and MG Trust. Really nice number 2K lead for MG Trust as well. And they are keeping eyes on Jackie. They're making the right plays. They're keeping him kind of locked in, but with his Midas up, I don't think he's going to care too much. It's about that time where we see MG Trust just buy space out for Jackie. He's going to play in that jungle, spam out the Tempest Double occasionally to build farm up. Among Us are using this time well, though. They're farming up an Abed as well. Blink is almost there for our Magnus, and that should allow them to start playing. And you're seeing IYD, he is saving up for the Manta build-up on his Mort. So he wants to play a bit more active early on, match that pace they want to get out, and we'll see if they can make it happen.
Lane, toss back on Fearless. That's a big pickup, and they do commit everything for it. A massive stomp out. Maceros might try to go in with the Earth Splitter. They do kill off Cuckoo. But Fearless not going to be happy about dying like that. Massive pick off there for Among Us. And now a relocate. Where are they going? Towards the bot lane. March just wants Abed to farm more. Very nice little relocate out from March.
Yeah, just a little bit more efficiency being built up. That's one way for Among Us to match that pace. Oh.
Arrow connects onto March as he relocates back in, though.
And a top tier 1 in exchange. So they need to defend this mid tier 1. You don't want to lose that space. We know where MG Trust wants to play, and they are kind of setting up at the back. They've still got the blink reveal left for Abed. You could try for an RP play.
They could. The smoke around. They want this blink reveal to go well. They don't want to aim down Maceros. He's going to be a bit too tanky to take out for now. They're going to head over to the bot lane where they know Jackie was. In fact, they ping out his exact location. They know he's rotated into the triangle. Abed spots him out. Smoke is broken. He'll just go in for the skewer back. He doesn't need the RP, it seems like. And with the avalanche toss, it will be enough. In fact, they even scout out some ancient stacks. But Fearless is going to rotate in with Maceros. They will try to chase them away from that. But while that's happening, Q in the mid lane does go down to In Your Dream, who appears to have been able to set up with an arrow of his own. And now they're onto the mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's the right game plan for Among Us. They're playing nicely with these spikes. They're keeping Jackie constantly under pressure, which is, again, very different from what we've seen other teams do against MG Trust. So as long as our Arc Warden doesn't get the free farm, I think they're in a good spot, although they are going mid again.
They are. I mean, the pressure has been applied onto their Arc Warden. I don't feel like they feel very safe right now, so they've got to buy some more time here. However, fight going to break out. Boat is thrown out by Fearless onto Cuckoo, and Maceros just jumping into the backlines. He wants March dead. They'll kill off Cuckoo first. The rest of Among Us look like they're just going to back off, but Maceros, he's not done. He will go deep and find March, while Abed will go for a skewer play back. He's run out of mana for the RP, though. Looks like he does not want to commit onto the Timber anyway. We'll just let it be. Nice couple pickups there from Motivate Trust. Among Us, back to farming for them.
Yeah, and MG Trust with that mid-tier 1 take have opened up that bot jungle. So they've got a spot to farm in. They're probably going to look to have Jackie run between the triangle and this bot jungle to maintain his farm. There is a ward here from Among Us, but it is going to fade, and they do get some D-wards out. So MG Trust just keeping that control in check. Among Us, we're still waiting for more, although they are lining up for the tier 2 bot, just keeping that pressure in the lanes. And Among Us are trying to avoid a fight. In Your Dream still saving up for the Manta. They haven't been able to use that Blink RP well just yet. The Echo Saber's coming out soon, though. That's going to be a nice boon. MG Trust doesn't care. They just want to poke these towers down and force a response out.
They do. They're going to try and do the same thing here among us. They're pushing in that mid tower and the top tier 2 tower. MG Trust not really flinching though, are just going to continue onto that tier 2 bottom tower. Meanwhile, a creep skip here from Cuckoo and March. Using that relocate to stop this push, so they've got a TP back up top and try to take a fight, but the tier 2's already gone, and they are not going to be able to catch anyone out. Some great relocate plays being made here from March. Really just kind of negating the pressure that was being applied. They're going to try and fight anyway, but Q is kind of alone right now in this Mirana. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jackie with the Tempest double playing around. Not going to be able to catch out Cuckoo. Looks like the Among Us boys are very happy with the way that that tier 2 tower going down was, and I guess it's just time for them to back off now. Pressure's been applied.
Yeah, they're just going to keep this farm game up. They still are waiting for IYD to finish his first mid game item.
Oh, Abed misses the RP. Kook, Fearless now wants to go in for an X-Bone. Avalanche, no, toss won't be enough. LSA is there. They're trying to fight back Fearless. He's just so tanky with the boat rum. They do take down Arbet. Now the stop is there. Masros in with the Earth Splitter out from Boombell, and March is always going to be the first target. Will die as Fearless with that boat rum does survive. He will just run his way out.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a massive issue. When you don't land the RP, that's where all your team fights are riding on right now. That bot tier 2 does fall in the end as well. So MG Trust are evening out that map control. They maintain the 3k lead on their side for Netfort. And Jackie has now been left alone to farm. So he's still slightly behind in your dream. But this is an Arc Warden. This is the Jackie Arc Warden we're talking about. Won't take too long for him to catch up, close the gap. Already has the Maelstrom up here, Mike. And this is just the pace that Jackie likes. He's died 3 times, which is way worse than usual. But when you just leave him alone, fine. And Among Us, they need to play around their timings. Abed does have his Echo Saber up with a Blink RP. So there's some more damage coming through here. I think they've got to play around that next RP, maybe got to smoke out, catch at least one, and toss everything out, get a couple of kills, and try to keep that threat up. Maybe look at that mid-tier 1 as well to regain some map control here.
Arbet is going to keep the pressure up towards that top lane. Fearless is going to be forced to TP in and try and defend, but he has X'd himself up, so he's going to make the return back down to the mid lane anyway. They do immediately smoke up in that mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Cuckoo might just show himself on this bot wave, and he will. And that might just spell his doom. Masaron's going to show himself first. Cuckoo, he's X'd up. He really wants that Blink Dagger, but he just can't get to the point where he has enough gold for it. He's going to die again, Fearless. Able to take the kill on the Kunkka. And Among Us, they're trying to apply the pressure up that top lane, but it's just not enough.
It's not lining up in the same way. MG Trust are confident enough with their burst damage. We talked about Among Us kind of having to depend on their Lina and their Mac. And they've been taking the backseat for a bit. Again, they are keeping up in farm well enough. In your dream still number 1, but key items are flying in. The BKB and Fearless means that Lina's damage is not going to be coming out anymore. You're relying entirely on RP to keep this Fearless Kunkka in check now.
Masaros, RP committed. They get him mid-chains. Masaros might just die here. He's still a bit tanky, but the Avalanche tosses out, and In Your Dream gets in with the damage. Big pick up there for Among Us, and you were just talking about that, but that is something they just needed to do, is get that RP on cooldown, get a big kill, and they will immediately smoke up straight after. Problem is, I believe that was scouted out by an Observer Ward.
Yeah. Not going to lead to much. They don't have any good wards as well to give them information, so this is a blind walk around for Among Us. We'll see. They might get intercepted here, but MG Trust are just playing it right, playing in that jungle, and not really showing up here.
Well, they've got a DD on In Your Dream now, so at least you can get that tier 1 mid-tower, and they will be able to get it. Without Masaros, it seems like they aren't confident to try and take a fight, so In Your Dream will happily just keep farming. even taking the outpost away prior to that 20-minute mark, and they're going to try to rush and get that outpost back before that XP comes in. It won't matter anyway. The bottom outpost is controlled by the Dire, so it is still going to be an even split.
Balance the scale.
Still nice of Among Us to be able to take an outpost back before that 20-minute mark did hit, though. You don't want to fall behind an XP too much.
No, definitely not. They do manage to stall long enough that Cuckoo does have his blink. So now you do have your Tiny that can play with your Magnus as well. You've got additional burst on top of your Lina. And that should give you a couple of openings there if you do manage to find the right target. Now, Jackie is having this steady build-up, though. He's got his Hyperstone up, Mjolnir 700 gold off, and once you have that, well, what he's doing now is going to be 10 times worse. And I think Jackie is, again, just very happy with
lane.
this, although...
Hossback is very, very nice, but it's not going to be enough. Boombill, he survives, and Zephyr's the one to die. In Your Dream, going to rush forward, looking for an adaptive, does connect, but the raindrops going to save the day for Boombill. Abed, Shockwave is off the mark. Masaros will go back in now, onto Abed, but March is going to be there with the tether. Arrow flying in will not connect either. Motivate, they do not let back on the aggression, they just keep moving forward. Moonlight Shadow will be popped, they're going to be on the hunt now. Cuckoo got to be careful not to show himself down to that bot wave again. Meanwhile, Q has spotted out Arbet. Stomp is going to be there. It stomps him mid-skewer with the Earth Spitter to come out and the arrow. Arbet, he is a pretty big sitting duck right now and is going to die. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, X is going to be out. They caught In Your Dream, but he is going to be freed away for. So we do have a quick pause to come out now from Among Us. Perhaps some more FPS drop issues happening here for this Radiant side, but well, there's a lot more issues than that, John. They're currently 7k net worth behind. And Jackie has officially caught up on the Arc Warden now, taking the top spot on that net worth board. And this is kind of what you're afraid of if you're up against this Arc Warden. Yep. Even with the terrible start he had, he always makes the comeback happen. And it gets to a point where you start to question whether you can contest this hero in the late game.
I mean, you've got options for the Morphling. You do have to put so much work into it. It's just what the Arc Warden forces you to play like. I think the IO is going to simplify that process slightly, so March's relocates start to matter more and more as the game goes on. But they can't do anything about these pushes right now. They just stare at their tier 2 going down, and Jackie just gets it for free. And this is just him with Mjolnir. That's it. This is just the Arc Warden with just the Mjolnir. So this is still set to get worse as Jackie has a lot more room to grow. They have given In Your Dream some space to farm up, though. He has also been left uncontested this game. 3-0 right now. Scotty is going to be his next pickup. It's just not as fast. You just never farm as fast as an Arc Warden with 2 Midases. That's just it.
Yeah. No, you really don't. And, they'll just control the die triangle while Boombill may be caught out by In Your Dream, but the stomp from our Morphling does not connect. Got very low, but not low enough, and now the stomp will return back the way of In Your Dream, but in the Radiant Triangle, they are just forcing out the side of Among Us. Just pressuring them back, not allowing them to get any farm in. And so the only hero that's really farming at the moment is In Your Dream on the Morphling. That's it. Everyone else is kind of just stuck taking a camp or two. Abed trying to contest here with Q, but clumsy in it, and Arrow is going to be there into the Chakram and the Earth Splitter. Abed just trying to run away in March. We'll relocate him out, but the X-Pack is going to be on the IO. He was coming back anyway, but they'll bring him back sooner. Poor March.
Yeah. He's had a rough one every single time this IO. He's doing fine, though. You know, he's buying space for his team. He's kind of getting them space to farm up. They will need to respond to this, though. Big push. They've got RP, but Abed's on the wrong side of the map for that.
They are. High ground attempt is now out for MG Trust. You cannot ignore this. I mean, Jackie's not that farmed up yet, but he still hits pretty hard, and with 2 of him, of course, it makes it that much easier. Did we mention, by the way, that Jackie found a Grove Bow, John?
Lovely, yeah. You gotta love it, right? Like every time, Jackie just finds what he wants, and Groveboy just simplifies that process into the high ground. Remember, he doesn't have something like the Venge here. He still has the ridiculous range and still the non-committal with the Tempest double. And he's going to go into that Hurricane Park, so he's going to have more range, a way of porting himself around. Now, there is a smoke from Among Us. They still hold on to that RP, but you don't really find big targets yet.
It's important they do. I mean, they can't wait for this game. You know what's going to happen. I mean, they know. They don't want to play late game into an Arc Warden, even with the Morphling, but they're going to try and fight now. Masteros is in. Gets a bit of vision. That is not the target they want. However, Zephyr being caught out here with Cuckoo. The boat is going to fly in. Zephyr trying to fight back, but he has 0 damage. He Lagooned Fearless and it did nothing. It literally did maybe 100 damage.
It's that rum buff. It's really keeping Fearless up in front, really tanky. You've also got, you know, this disparity. Pause for Lena is behind, although.
Boombell's going to get caught. A nice pick off there from In Your Dream. But he's going to have to back off now. X-Back is there. Should be able to waveform away. Meanwhile, Arbed trying to skew onto Fearless. But the BKB is going to be out, and now here we go. The magnetic field is dropped. Arbed trying to run. He's forced the BKB to get out of here. This is what this hero does, John. It takes everything from you. Everything.
Oh, that's just disgusting. Jackie. It's just...
Oh, toss back. Masteros has been caught. Skewer is there from Arbed. They might get this timber. No, Masteros is still alive. Pops the 1 charges, but there's a Lagoon out. Zephyr, he'll get the kill. They need to chase for more. Cuckoo looking for a toss back. The boat, In Your Dream. He got relocated in. He will survive for now. Just trying to fight back. Arbed, meanwhile, Skewer in. Does catch out Q, and they will get the Marana in for the He's trying to strength morph, but he's in big trouble. He'll chain. It will not help. He will die. Masteros picks him up. And it might be time to start committing some buybacks. I don't think you can let this high ground go down.
No, you don't want it gone. It's 27 minutes in. This is when they're still fairly strong in Among Us, but they have no choice. It looks like they're not confident, even with a buyback flying through. And Jackie's just going to rip and tear. Like, if you don't contest, then what do you expect?
Out of position, does get the Yules off, but the Spark Wraith is going to be there, and Masteroff blows him up. Now, In Your Dream is in with Cuckoo. They still don't have Arbed, but they got Jackie. They got the big one. The Arc Warden's down. Masteroff, meanwhile, killing off March. Fearless looking to turn back around onto In Your Dream. They won't have the damage without their Arc Warden, I don't believe. And with those buybacks, well, they are going to lose Cuckoo, but no, Arbed, a big RP out onto 3 heroes with the Shockwave and Skewer, but there's no follow-up to it. In Your Dream, he wasn't ready for that. He did not, or he couldn't waveform in. Fearless now, going to turn back around with the boat. Onto the Morphling. Do they have the control? In Your Dream, barely alive. March saving the day, healing him back up. Now they'll turn onto Boombell. The stomp is there. Boombell's very low, however. Trying to run away. Is being chased by an IO at the moment, but Boombell, he will finally go down to March. And MG Trust, they are just forced to run away, but In Your Dream gets a big X off onto Fearless, who X's himself back to the high ground. In Your Dream now getting hit by a torrent. Masteros still around. In Your Dream tries for a random torrent. He does not connect, but they do successfully protect the high ground. They save their racks. All they'll lose is a tier 3 tower on the side of Among Us, and they might even get a Roshan.
Yeah, this is one thing that Among Us does really quick. They've got a good amount of right-click damage. They've got that power to play with, and they can absolutely melt the Roche. So first Roche of the game going to go their way. MG Trust just not quick enough, but they might be able to scout it out.
Yeah, Arbed, pick up that Aegis. In Your Dream will take it, but the X is going to be out. They want to fight anyway. Zephyr trying to control up Jackie. Jackie's about to drop. He drops the magnetic field. He is not dead yet, but no, In Your Dream with the chain in. Does have enough. Jackie will die again. Now the arrow, not going to be there on Arbed, but Masros out of position. Will chain away. The Earthsplitter's there, but in your dream and Cuckoo, not done yet with the toss back. They'll get a tie back onto Masros. A big opening here from Among Us in this game number 3. They're looking confident now, John. They'll move into that tier 2 mid tower.
MG Trust, their positioning is just a bit off. Like, you can't afford to have Jackie up in front like that. They were already a bit too late for the Roche. They still clump up to try and fight. And this is the punishment. The high ground now being sieged by Among Us. No buyback into his 2 heroes, Mike. It's going to be 3-on-5 for the siege.
That's a big problem. Glyph is out, but the side of Among Us, they know. They know the buybacks aren't there, and it's really only Fearless with Q and Boombill to defend. Disarm out to delay things, but they need at least another 15 seconds for Jackie to be up, and even then, I'm not sure if they're confident without Masaros. Midrax is definitely going down Among Us. Take the lead in this game number 3. Not really in terms of net worth, but in terms of objectives. And with that Aegis up on In Your Dream, they're going to turn back around now. If they kill off Jackie, this game could potentially be over. Fearless? Oh, they don't know. Jackie, he'll send the Tempest double down first. X is there on Zephyr, but Cuckoo in with the Avalanche toss and the Laguna. Fearless, though, survives through it. Q controlling up Cuckoo on that Tiny. He'll try to run away. So he'll be fine for now. A nice LSA out from Zephyr. The boat will be forced in, but Arbet, he's looking for an RP attempt. Where can he find one, though? He can't quite yet. He will be patient. Looks like that'll be enough. Among Us, a nice attempt to try and finish off the game, but they will not be given the opening. Still, they are making a comeback. They'll go back to farming and just be patient.
Yeah, it's down to MG Trust now to play the perfect game. They need to get Jackie's positioning right. They need to get the split push going well. They have yet to find their own set of racks. So that's the next thing they should set out to do here with the Tempest doubles for Jackie, beyond just farming. They do have a site of Vice up now in Fearless. So they have additional control to come out to maybe pin down our Morphling. In Your Dream did not go for anything defensive. He only has the Manta style. So there is a moment of vulnerability there for the Morph. Can kind of lock him in, get the damage off. The sustain coming out from March is starting to be really annoying though. Like, there are no Spirit Vessel charges in Q anymore. So they have no way of mitigating it. They need to maybe find a pick off of MG Trust's side to get a charge to kind of prevent that in the next fight, but Among Us is starting to be more disciplined. They've clumped up. They're not giving any openings to find those single target pickoffs, and if you look at the Dota Plus win probability, Mike, it was around 90% for MG Trust. It's crashed down to 65 now. So that costing mistakes just swung it all the way back.
Oh, Jackie just can't afford to die 2 times in a row like that. He can't get that cocky quite yet. He does have an Eye of Skadi coming out soon on this Arc Warden, and maybe after that he can feel more confident, but he might need it right now, and he won't have buyback golds. They have smoked up on Among Us, but Masaros will cancel the smoke. Fearless is going to be targeted. He's going to be alright. Turning back around, looking for an X, does go on to March. Boat is there. Does connect. March trying to relocate out. Probably won't make it. He does tether. He's going to be alright for now. But no, he does go down to Fearless. Meanwhile, Arbet with a skewer back has caught Masaros. He drags him out of the team fight. But In Your Dream has been left behind. Trying to fight. Who are they going after now? The arrow there. Masaros still on the high ground there. But In Your Dream does kill off Q on the Mirana. Onto Cuckoo though. The Tiny is very low. So Masaros and Fearless take him out. In Your Dream trying to run with the RP. Is out from Arbet. They've caught out Jackie again. Jackie though surviving the magnetic field won't be enough. He will die in the end. But they got Arbet. And Zephyr is also going to go down. It is only In Your Dream left. Zephyr is the only one with buyback on the Lina. But what can he do? He'll buy back. In Your Dream needs the help. He needs to dodge that arrow, but he cannot. He does get stunned up. He'll go down. 0 buybacks left on Among Us. But I don't believe they can actually go high ground without their Arc Warden.
No, that's the saddest bit for MG Trust. They managed to win a big fight. They go through 2 lives of that Morphling, and they cannot really get a good shove. Now, they will try They know they have got a lot of time here. It's just not going to be that quick, but they should be able to find maybe the additional tier 3, maybe do some good damage on that melee Rax. We'll see. You do have Zephyr back up. He's got March around to play with. Not too far off until Cuckoo and Abed are back up as well. So there's an opportunity here for Among Us to defend. And it's
John,
just
there's a
not
DD
the
rune.
fastest.
There's a DD rune down at that bot rune spot right now. Could be very valuable if MG Trust do manage to pick it up on their Arc Warden. Mazros, he'll go back for a bit. Like he just wants to buy some clarities and keep himself up. They'll get a secondary Rax here. Fearless taking care of it. 2 Raxes up. Masaros, he's going for the tier 4 towers. Cuckoo misses the toss back. Gets arrowed up with the Yule Scepter setup and will not die. It's going to be alright for now. Nice relocate out from March. Once again saving the day, but they've got to protect these tier 4 towers. MG Trust, are they going to be able to get it done? A toss back again onto Masaros. A skewer back into the fountain, but Masaros, he's too tanky. He's too tanky. They've got Cuckoo there on the Tiny. He's going to die in your dream. Or rather, March. He was trying to help him out on the IO. 15 more seconds for In Your Dream will be back. They've got the RP up. Abed needs to commit at the Ancient. It's under attack right now. MG Trust, they're not stopping. They're just going after objectives. Abed, he's getting his blink cancelled constantly. He's looking for an RP. He can't get one. They're too split up. That'll be MG Trust. They win a 2-1 and make their way through to the grand final of the Monster Energy Summit 13. And this is a repeat, John. They did make it to the grand finals of the BTS Pro Series 3 just last month. And I don't think any of the viewers, when the Summit 13 first started, I don't think they believed MG Trust would have been able to do it again, but they're in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's off the back of that Jackie Arc Warden. And he wasn't even there for that last fight for the most part. They sacrificed so much in Among Us to win out. They take their time way too slowly. We talk about the issues with the draft, right? They were waiting for Abed to kind of get his farm up with the Blink Echo. In Your Dream as well, and that Morphling went for the right-click build, but there was a preemptive disarm on Fearless as well. So a lot of back and forth there. Really tight game, but MG Trust, I mean, that dive at the end, the skewer back couldn't even kill off for Timbersaw, just lining up there. And what a series on hand. Now, Among Us isn't out, but they're going to have to fight their way through that lower bracket now.
They definitely are, and well, they're going to be in the lower bracket final straight off the bat, so they're not going anywhere yet. It is going to be either Boom Esports or TNC Predator that are going to be matched up against them, and we're going to find out the winner of that series straight after this. But before we go to a short break, don't forget to put your MVP vote in. Of course, the Monster MVP. It is bts.gg/Monster MVP. John and I, we're going to go put our MVP votes in right now, of course, and I might just go for Masteros on that Timber, John. He was 13-3-9 and just seeming unkillable. Apart from that, though, we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to go to a short break and we'll see what the panel has to say about about the upper bracket final we just went through.
The thing I value the most at the end of the day is always going to be winning.
I thought that if I lose TI, my career was in jeopardy.
For me, at least, that fire has always come through when I needed it the most.
Because if I gave it my all and I didn't win, then that's all I can do.
If you don't feel that fire when you need it the most, you probably don't want to win.
We have now locked in our first grand finalists here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13 Southeast Asia region, where Motivate Trust, as you heard from the casters, will be making a repeat performance in a grand final appearance. It was the BTS Pro Series 3 previously, and now it is the Monster Energy Dota Summit that they are continuing the trend. I didn't see it coming, but our casters did. MLP and John X Fire mentioned Jackie Arkwarden, a force to be reckoned with, and it seemed like Among Us didn't really respect it as much. They were too busy focused on how excited they were to get their hands on an IO. Doesn't matter. Motivate Trust pull out two strategies to beat out IO drafts, and it's a best time to do it. Upper bracket finals. They are now in the grand finals.
We've been sitting here, speculating how do you beat IO, and Motivate Trust had the answers all along.
They knew what they need to do. You know the other thing?
Tell me.
BTS Pro Series 3.
Mm-hmm.
Monster Energy Dota Summit 13.
Mm-hmm.
Game number 3.
Oh my gosh.
It's all coming together.
Illuminati.
Amazing. I don't have anything else. I don't know.
Grand finals is, if God help them if grand finals go to game 3.
I know, right?
Their opponents are screwed.
So the other thing that I really liked in that game, we'll talk about some more, I'm sure, but man, the Kunkka build, I thought it was super primo, A+ good. Halberd afterwards heading into the sheepstick. It's just like that draft, it felt like it was a little bit off to me, and it just needed that one hard lockdown stun, and once that happened, everything started to like really fall into place. It was getting a little bit testy in there around the 30-minute mark, but Kunkka killing it, and of course Jackie's just a monster.
Yeah, we'll have to see what you chose as your BTS.GG/Monster MVP. For me, honestly, I'm kind of leaning Q.
Yeah.
I think his Tiny and his Murano were doing fantastic. The casters were leaning towards Masaros that Timber saw in the last game. Obviously, Jackie's Arkwarden and Fearless with the Kunkka, everyone. And then, of course, supports are always important, I guess, kind of. But we want to see who you chose as your MVP. It's good. Jackie, Masaros, Fearless, Q, and Boombell. Who's it gonna be? I'm fascinated.
Ba-da-bum.
Alert. Alert.
Tell us.
Fearless has been chosen.
Okay.
The mid laner, hell of a performance on the Storm Spirit. I'm sure we're going to see some highlights with that Aghanim Scepter. And again, like you mentioned, very creative Kunkka build coming out with the Scythe of Vice.
It's always mid laners. It's always carries. Give me the supports. I mean, he had a really good game, though. It's hard not to agree with this.
I was especially impressed with his Storm. There was like a number of times where I'm just like, I thought he was overextending because he was just using up more of his mana pool than you'd normally see a Storm do to go for kills, but he knew exactly what he was doing, and he really pushed the hero to the limit.
Yeah, overall, as you can see, I don't... who did he even play in Game 1? I don't think see any highlights from him in Game 1.
We don't talk about Game 1.
Game 1 was that only Among Us won that. This is not an Among Us highlight reel. This is a Motivate highlight reel.
Truth. Yeah, it was that I think it was a relatively early Aghanim Scepter for him as well, wasn't it? On the Storm, if I'm not mistaken.
But it seemed like that was just like a go-to build for him, much as how we were, well, at least I was questioning like a Gabby Aghanim Scepter on Phantom Assassin, but he was an Immortal level Storm Spirit player, and that's why I want to talk to an Immortal Master Tier Storm Spirit winner. Fearless, welcome to the bunker. You're not here yet, but...
Preemptive welcome.
Preemptive. I'm just bracing myself to make sure that he has the warm welcome.
When we talk to an MVP, it's, you can get a little bit heart fluttering. You got to be prepared. Try again.
All right. How about now? Fearless, say something if you can hear me. We got an incoming transmission from you. How's it going, my friend?
Fearless?
Need to calibrate.
Hello? You there? Buddy old pal?
Tick, tick.
Fearless?
Rip, 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 boop.
Oh, I'm sure it's working.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, bop, boop.
He walked away, apparently.
Wow, cool guys don't look at interviews.
He's just like, I don't need you guys. I'm out here. That's amazing.
What does walk away even mean, though? How do you walk away from an interview?
I don't know.
Well,
but he did it.
That's the first.
That's the first.
He just like comes up. He's like
shows
no,
up
no.
as no.
How do you even drop the mic before picking it up?
That's a Zen question
Well,
right there.
regardless, he was the MVP. He was the winner. He's the grand finalist. You know, he doesn't need to bother. We're just plebeians here in the bunker.
I'm just thinking that like he heard our voice and he's like, "No,
I don't want to do this.
I'm okay." Oh my god.
Wait, is he here now? Hello, Fearless. Any chance that you've returned to grace us with some of your wisdom?
Fearless?
I'm getting juked here. My man's playing Storm Spirit in the interviews.
This is like a Hotbid sketch. He's like, "Yeah, we got an interview. I promise."
He ball lightninged in, vortexed me, and orchided me, and I'm silenced now.
Just absolutely stunned. Beautiful.
All right, well, he can just barge in if he decides to show up. Otherwise, we'll continue to sing his praises and Motivate Trust praises as well. If you weren't watching the BTS Pro Series, then you got to put this Thai team on the map. This is Southeast Asia's new force to be reckoned with, and a repeat grand final performance. Before anyone even shows up to verse them, I'm already considering them my favorites.
Yeah, and it's now the fact that it's happened 2 tournaments in a row, because I feel like, there's been this history of teams, well, the 2 big teams in SCA, Fnatic and TNC, consistently being top 2, top 3 in the region, and then every now and then a Geek Fam or an Adroit would come in and do well in one tournament. But Motivate Trust, back-to-back tournaments, grand finals result.
Impressive
Consistency,
showing.
yeah.
And I think that's like... It's seen it in a lot of different ways too. There's nothing really that stands out as like an easy weakness for the team. So I like it.
Apparently, you should be here, Fearless. Are you with us? How are you doing? I was like, maybe if I try.
It's not happening, guys. I don't think it's happening.
All right, I give up. We'll talk to him after he wins grand finals, I guess.
There you go.
But that'll be it for right now. But we're not done yet. We got to find out what's going to happen in the lower bracket. Are we going to a break? Or
Let's
we
see.
may just. I don't know what the plan is.
Well, I think that we have smart people behind the scenes. They'll guide us.
Okay.
And then figure out if we're going to head to a quick break. But one thing I will say.
Tell me.
Just a little preamble for the series that we're going to see. Boom versus TNC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting fireworks. These teams are going to be all chatting. These teams are going to be tipping.
Yeah.
These teams are going to be killing it.
Oh, yeah, and these are teams that will want to fight a lot. I mean, Boom Makoto, his play style is just to brawl constantly. He's very flashy, and I think Armel is going to look to match it. So it should be a really fun series.
Awesome.
And then they will go up and face off against Among Us, which, we already saw TNC Among Us. It was a great series, but I kind of want to see what Boom's capable of versus Among Us. I actually don't know what their group stage matchup went, but still, I want to give a fresh chance. All right, now I'm being told that this thing is here again. Fearless. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. Hello.
Oh, well.
Yeah, hello.
Look who decides to show up.
Incoming transmission.
How you doing, man?
Just kidding. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I don't know if you saw it, but you were voted the MVP of that previous series, so congratulations. Hell of a performance. How do you feel coming into yet another grand finals at a Beyond the Summit event?
Did you say I got an MVP?
You got the MVP as voted by the community.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No Mercedes,
Do I get a Benz?
You
No.
know.
Maybe next time. Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, you were completely balling out of control. You had some cool builds, getting an Aghanims on the Storm and stuff. You feeling excited?
Yeah.
You feeling confident going to the grand finals?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
It's what I've been waiting for. Another grand final.
Dang.
Which team are you hoping to play in the grand finals out of the 3 remaining teams? TNC, Boom, or Among Us?
I would say TNC. Because we lost to them in the group stage, 2-0.
yeah.
So I want to have a rematch with them.
Well, I appreciate the revenge aspect. You don't want to go for the easy win yet again. You already beat everyone else. You want to face off against the one team that you have not played. Unfortunately, we gotta cut you short because we both have to watch this Boom TNC series that's coming up next. But congratulations on the MVP. Congratulations on grand finals, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to you again after you maybe win the grand finals.
Thank you.
That was Fearless, the bts.gg/monster MVP winner, but we got another game. We're just keeping the good times
Let's
rolling.
go.
Boom versus TNC, incoming draft. I hear it. Run the sirens.
And we're there.
We got 4 heroes on the lock right already.
I was just thinking, I want more Dota. The last series just ended. We got another one.
This
Back
one
to
we
back.
actually get to cast too. Get to hang out and watch the whole thing.
Nice.
That's right.
It's gonna be amazing. So cool things to start. Boom opening with a timber saw again. First phase timber saw.
Getting some inspiration from what just happened, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, do you guys like it? It's a little scary. I feel like into Snapfire at the start. Now they have Void too.
Yeah, Void was first phase banned whenever Motivate was able to get away with their Timber Saw, I'm pretty sure. And that is a rough matchup for a Timber. Time dilation is just very, very irritating.
Oh god, yeah, it is.
So not as encouraged by this Timber, but, I doubted it the first time as well, so who knows.
I'll just get like a Lotus or something. It'll be fine. Maybe Greaves? Greaves looks pretty good last game when the Timber picked it up.
True.
Yeah. Seems to just force a response from the other team. Even if it doesn't end up being a perfect Timber game, it's just hey, they had to pick a hero or two that actually address it. The Void alone isn't going to have enough damage to kill a Timber Saw, so it feels like TNC are still going to have to pick up some additional heroes that can threaten the Timber Saw.
Radiant team ban.
Alcban of all things.
Yeah, what the hell? What is with an Alcon CK ban?
I think these are heroes that maybe Boom targeted bans. I know at least there's been some Alchemist from them over the past month.
Okay.
But definitely not the bans we've typically been seeing.
No, especially for carries. Spectre's still in the pool. That's not something that you usually see this late. Terrorblade, even though we haven't seen in the past 2 days, in the first few days of this playoff series, it was very, very popular.
Spectre feels like it could be a nice answer for this Void. I always feel like it's one of the better ones to throw in there because it's okay, you're just going to try and survive through the damage that's on the chrono. If you don't survive, you're doing a lot of reflection damage back afterwards anyways, so it's okay. Pretty cool.
Yep. I've also liked the Drow Ranger a lot. The Venge is banned, but we've seen Drow played without the Venge and it still worked just fine.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't mind it. Probably need to pick up some other defensive type of hero to pair together with it, but you'd want that anyways, I think.
Yeah, we've seen the Drow Clockwork lane that's been quite effective, but I think Clockwork and ET type hero for the safe lane. Undying was actually banned out, so not possible.
What else do they have? Next bans. Get rid of the Spectre. I don't want to see it anymore. There's been too much Spectre.
Yeah, and they seem primarily focused on carry bans, so the save heroes like Oracle or Shadow Demon versus a Chronosphere is probably going to have to be the answer for Boom, because they're just targeting carry picks so heavily in the bans from TNC.
It was Boom who ran the OD as well.
That's true.
Against a
Against
5
5
melee
melee
lineup, but
heroes.
you go back far enough. That was one of the counters to Faceless Void at times.
True.
That's true.
Wow, they go for a Lich even though Grimstroke is already banned.
Yeah, man, they just want to throw it into the chrono.
They just like some good old-fashioned Lich.
Who likes good old-fashioned Lich?
I want old-fashioned Lich with the sacrifice.
It's true.
That was the best.
At least he can still get mana from Sinister Gaze now.
Yeah. It's not the same, though.
It's not the same, I agree.
And then, the Lion Lich gonna have your mana is I mean, it makes a little sense now.
Now, but yeah, for a brief moment of time, it was I don't know about this.
I love Lich. It's a great hero.
Do you, though? I'd find Lich to be... Alright, so they do get
Don't
one...
you dare finish that sentence.
I find Lich to be kind of amazing.
Yeah! There you go. Now we're with it.
No, but for real, why Lich? It's not that much magic damage, I don't think. So it doesn't really scare Timbersaw off that much. It is an instant disable, though. I will give him that.
I think for me, it's often about the lane secure. Use strong laner like Frostblast level 1, and against a hero like Timbersaw, you want a lane secure that is primarily magic damage. So
Okay.
Yeah, it could be kind of a cool little combo with the Void. Maybe you can punish that support whoever's with the Timbersaw. And they're going to take the Mars now. That is, again, a very scary lane that we've seen more than a few times of Snapfire Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going into the Oracle, though, so at least there'll be some defense. But there won't be much aggressive potential, most likely, from Boom.
Yeah, what did Boom have in mind? They've got the save from the Oracle, but I wonder if they are going for any kind of true Oracle pairing.
I mean, like a Troll or a Huskar?
Troll, Husker, Death Prophet.
Death Prophet.
Yeah.
I think if you do want to take DP, you have to take it here. If you're Boom. And I actually really like that pick. I think that it fits like the theme of their draft. But no, they're just going to go for the Spectre we were talking about earlier. You probably don't get it on the second phase. I think you don't get DP here, though.
They could do Timber mid.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's hard. I mean, you don't know your mid matchup yet, but if you pick something that can be flexible between lanes.
Right.
They'll get the final pick, though. Boom will get the final pick at the draft.
It's TNC with final pick.
I thought, so it'll be TNC ban, TNC ban, Boom pick, I thought.
Oh. Is the draft wrong with the arrows? If you
Oh,
look on the
right.
other
Oh,
screen.
we do have the
look over
arrows.
there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at on the
I forgot we
other
have
screen.
arrows. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Yeah, okay. So, wait.
Unless it's visually wrong.
It says Boom pick.
Yeah.
And then last pick TNC. Are you guys ready to see another Underlord mid? I have a feeling that's going to be coming. You were hating on it.
I just, yeah, I'm not ready, you know, to be honest. I've seen enough of it. I'm ready for that to leave the meta. Not to say it's bad. It's just like, pick something a bit more interesting for the mid lane, you know?
It's like the mid matchup is like the marquee thing in Dota, you know? It's
Yeah.
what everybody loves to watch. And it's just Firestorm.
It's like DK. DK's a boring mid laner, but at least he pressures the tower.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, somebody's going to rotate or this DK is going to take your tower. So it's like the boring farm mid hero, but it actually creates something. Underlord, no, it doesn't have that. So it's like DK, but more boring.
Yeah. For what it's worth, both Mikoto and Armel, I'm sure, will be very disappointed if they have to pay a boring-ass hero like that.
Mikoto's looking for something flashy. He's hoping for like one of the spirits, some kind of Monkey King type hero, something he was known for in the past.
Ooh.
5 seconds
Ember.
remaining.
Kodo Ember. Always pretty hype.
I think someone who can jump out of arena would be nice. So yeah, Ember would be nice. I don't really think you can go for the Death Prophet anymore now. I think she would struggle too much.
Nah, they got it. Go DP. Go DP. Why would she struggle? What would be the struggle?
She can't get out of arena, and she
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
like really having to build BKB.
That's fair. I don't know. I just think that like paired with Oracle and having like a fast lineup, but no, they go the DK.
They get the DK. Oh no.
It's coming.
DK versus Underlord mid. Let's go. Let's get them both.
Is there potential for it to be a side lane DK and still a mid lane Timber?
Yeah. If there's a Timber Underlord mid.
I think that's because I think you were suggesting could Timber be mid, and I think the way you make it happen is have another hero that can flex between lanes. So if it's a good Timber matchup, you put it mid. If it's not, DK can lane mid against almost anyone. Could see a Viper.
Cool, it counters both of them though. Can break the Dragon Blood, can break reactive armor, which is not as devastating for. And it's going to be Mikoto mid on the DK. And then I'm guessing Viper mid?
FBZ Timber. It's such a classic.
Seen the odd Mars mid hero there, but yeah, definitely more natural that the Viper goes mid, and yes, that will be the case.
KP will take the offlane Mars. Alright, so I consider these to be pretty even drafts. I will say that, again, Viper into Spectre always feels like bad times. There's so many things to break for Armel, but at the same time, it's Viper, and Viper's not a great hero.
Yeah, I don't think they have great ways to like blow him up though this game, right? Like how do you kill the Viper easily? Like it has to be FBZ doing a lot of that damage onto him probably, and they don't really have great heroes to keep him in place. I guess if Makoto plays fast and gets like a blink dagger or something and just starts like hopping around and tailing people, that could be good.
All right, well, let's see if that's what we will transition into. We're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, we will get more lower bracket action here in the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back to game number 1, Boom versus TNC.
Oh, baby.
Lower bracket time.
It's happening.
It's happening.
I'm pretty excited. I think this game, it's sort of weird because there's a couple long cooldowns. I was hoping for like a super skirmishy one. I don't know if we're going to get that. It feels like it might be more of those like win huge fight than either like you can take the objective afterwards or you're just chilling. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
It's not as brawly as I would have expected out of these two rosters. I can definitely agree with that. But whenever they do want to brawl, it will be long fights because both teams have relatively tanky cores. You've got Viper and Mars and Faceless Void on the side of TNC. These heroes do not get bursted down easily. And on the side of Boom, you've got Timbersaw, DK, and Spectre. Same type of situation. And then obviously the supports start to enable that. The Oracle on the side of Boom. And the Lich is still a big question mark for me. I don't know what the value is in a Lich that provides that, you know, most other supports don't provide. Really, the main thing I saw was that one Grimstroke Lich game with the Chain Frost combination. But
Right.
I don't know. We'll see.
The other thing that you could maybe see in this instance is going to be like keeping the heroes off of your towers a little bit more because they saw the Timbersaw early. They know that they want to pressure. And so you're going to have that Frost Shield there to keep the towers alive maybe a little bit longer than you would have otherwise had them come out. But, yeah, I don't know if that makes up for it. Like, if you're going to do that, maybe it's more worth it to get a tree, but maybe you need that extra bit of damage. So it's like kind of a halfway mark. I'm not sure. God, that was a lot of damage on Makoto.
Yeah. If you linger around and that Nether Toxin's going to hurt. Meanwhile, Armel takes a couple of tower shots, but...
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Clearly. Looks like up top trying to set up for some pressure, maybe? Oh no, they're going to TP out. They had one person back behind the tower. And it's just going to be Hyde that's coming over to block the camp, so there won't be any pulls going on. And in the meantime, Gabby gain whatever farm he can against the FBZ Timbersaw.
You said this was a classic. Is this really a classic, or are you just saying that?
Is what a classic?
FBZ Timber?
Yeah, I think that it's one of his most played, at least.
Mm.
I don't have my phone on me right now, otherwise I would have looked up the stats. But I think he's... it's a phrase that I have used a lot, FBZ Timber.
It sounds familiar on the tongue?
Exactly.
Okay.
And I think the only way that that happens is if it's a Dota match. And
Tell me you're not at the grocery store and you're like, these FBZ Timbers look very ripe right now.
Must eat them. Yeah, no, it's not my what's going on here.
Also, if anyone's curious, currently Gods is defending our bunker. Heard some gunshots, heard some stabbing sounds, heard some dismemberment. I'm sure he's fine, but he should be back soon.
He seems like the type of person that could get down with it, you know?
Oh yeah, you see his wingspan? He's got that reach. Oh, might see? There's the alarm.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Yeah, we've set up the perimeter, we've electrified the fences, we've got the Tesla coils set up, but even then sometimes defenses do get penetrated, and at the end of the day, the last line of defense is us.
As gods.
Is gods.
That's right.
Acts of gods.
You know, it's the Australian in them. That's what it is. They learn how to fight as children.
What other country has a rugby as one of their primary sports?
Yeah, it's true, right? It's the whole other thing. Man, whenever I hear these like longer extended Mars lines, it just like it takes me out of it for a second. You know what I mean? They're so good, and it's just like I want to hear more of what this person has to say.
We're gonna get another solid voice acting performance, hopefully, at the end of this month with another new hero.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Is it
ready.
only one or is it two?
Valve's only promised one. But
Okay.
Who knows?
If they come out with two, that'd be pretty hype. They already have the voice acting for a certain Mr. Aghanim's, so that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, they had that line for Starega or whatever her name is. You know,
Starega the Ample.
Yeah, and I was wondering, like, if there's going to be if Aghanim's does end up becoming like a hero that you can play, if there's going to be like a line where Tiny is actually his son or something.
Whoa!
You know what I mean?
Oh my god! Oh,
The lore.
I see what you've implied, and that troubles me deeply.
Well, I mean that's what Aghanim's was saying in his voice line.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Starega Aghanim's the amorous. God, what a weirdo. That was a
Gods, welcome back. We've been trying to find some way to keep things entertaining because it's been a slow laning phase. You have not missed a great deal while you were out defending us against the monsters.
Yeah, I thought. Oh.
Did you not get all of them?
I thought they were monsters. No, they were friendly. They
okay.
They just brought the latest Monster Energy shipment for the bunker.
I see.
Got it. That's the monster.
They heard we're running low, so we're good to go now. We're stocked up once again.
Thanks, monster.
Yeah, different kind of monster.
Got it. Well, you got back just in time for First Blood.
Yeah, look, the teams were they were on board with it. They knew we needed like a 5-minute peace treaty, and they're ready to play now.
Okay, perfect. It's looking really, really even.
Yes. Although 5 minutes is about to drop, and no one is even near the bounty runes, kind of. I guess the top one might be
That's a
contested.
hasted Viper, though.
Oh, he's zooming.
Make a move. Get out of there, hide. This is my area.
All right, 4 bounty runes go the way of
That's
TNC,
cool.
actually.
Yeah, he zones them away and then invades.
Oh, but
But they do give up the kill.
Worthwhile.
That's just vintage KP.
Yeah, getting 4 bounties is worth giving up a kill for. So
We have been seeing this Viper do like a good amount of damage to
boy.
Makoto. Like this is pretty. Is he dead? He's taken 5.
quite, but close.
Oh, he has to Fairy Fire for it.
Yeah, and that Viper was just about to hit level 6 too. Oh, he's hit level 6. So
Ooh.
is he gonna skill up his ultimate here?
He's thinking about it.
I would assume you do. It does cost a chunk of mana, but he's got the bottle. He's got plenty of mana to use.
It's interesting because like with how much harassment you're able to do, is
Whoa.
Gabby just goes down.
Must have been an arrow.
Wow. Even still, they've been able to keep. Oh God.
God,
I haven't heard that line yet. I did. That just convinced me to play more Dire Tide.
I'm gonna go get Dire Tide. That's amazing.
Stun up onto Makoto. He's lingering in that nether toxin. Scream for dear life.
I can't believe that's in Dota.
It's a great.
So good.
I love it.
It is a game full of some horror creatures, so I guess it makes sense, but wow.
Arrow connects
Nice.
onto the void.
Sick.
He is dead, and he's going to have to walk a shame his way back. And a TP is canceled by the Viper, who did end up skilling up his ultimate.
Look at this. Giant wave, catapult under tower.
Hyde heard us praising Q's Moran, and he's like, I can do better than that.
Yo,
Yo!
everybody just keeps
This-
coming back
this
to
tower
die.
is very, very dead.
Frost Shield is nice, but it's not nearly enough.
Jeez.
And that's just a lot of farm and XP missed out on at the tower there. That Void is going to be really suffering for that.
And that wasn't even like a DK Dragon Form rotation. That was just Mirana arrows after arrows.
I do always wonder at this point, like, is it worth it to keep going with FBZ? You know what I mean? Like, do you try and push a little bit for the tier 2? I always do, and then I die. But
For
you know,
mid lane
something.
Timbers, they can get away with it because they have such a heavy level advantage. Side lane Timbers, not really.
I can dare to dream, but FBZ is probably just going to keep farming. And in spite of that, you know, it's still only like 800 gold between him and the Timbersaw on the Faceless Void.
Those bounty runes, luckily, balancing things out a little bit.
Right.
And meanwhile, Spectre's just jungling. She has all but abandoned the lane and letting Mars free farm, seeing as how all of her supports went up top. Mirana and Oracle are nowhere to be found, so Spectre's just keeping the safe farm.
Yeah, definitely feels like a trade-off where it's, hey, we took this tier 1 tower and caused a lot of problems with TNC, but Spectre has to go jungle, can't lane against the level 6 Mars with a potential rotation. And we'll see Mars pressuring the tier 1 tower a little bit here, not with quite the same forte as Boom did in their push.
That doesn't even have a counterpult.
Yeah, but Viper's leaving, and DK is down to Dragon form, I would think, if the mid lane is left unattended.
Yep. It's going to be support duty time to defend this one, but yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, DK's popped the ultimate. He's just going to chip away this tower and also chip away
Tail into
Snapfire.
arrow.
Dang.
It's a brutal combo.
Somebody needs to defend. This is a mid tower. Yeah, okay. Mars TP's in and cannot afford to give this up, let alone take heavy damage on it is bad enough in itself.
They do end up taking bottom tower by TNC as well, but
He's getting wrapped around on, yeah.
Oh, good positioning though. Like as soon as they see FBZ isn't there anymore, they recognize, okay, there's a chance here that, you know, they could be moving over. They'll back out.
Still a little rough for TNC. Like they're rotating 2 cores and the support to the mid lane just to defend that tower. It is creating space for Gabby, but you don't feel like you're achieving much with these rotations. It's just all very reactive.
Yeah, because they can't push mid. They could just defend mid, that's it. Oh, they smoke up.
Okay, that's a good way of using the time and the fact that you're grouped up together here. Because, yeah, I think they want to try find somewhere to use this Mars ultimate.
God, if they get either of these heroes, this is great.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, I don't think they're going to.
Scan does miss, but that just means that they're not on the mid lane.
Yeah. He's over here as well. They aren't underneath a ward, but Tim's is going to reveal himself there.
He is now, yeah.
Nope.
Oh, got the courier.
Like, okay. Well, they don't manage to get the bounty rune. Moonlight Shadow, are they going to try and fight this? Yeah, they drop down a ward immediately behind it and spot out FBZ, finding themselves this Mars, and they aren't going to stick around for the full kill. KP, he goes down. That was good.
Yeah, minimal commitment. Didn't have to haunt. If they had to haunt, then I would have said that would have been fine, but she's still able to hold on to that ultimate.
It's like it's what, TNC with 4 bounties again?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're making some clever moves around the bounty rune timings, but it has been Boom who've made just better moves otherwise, taking that top tier 1 tower, making the rotation towards mid that forced a response.
Do you think some of that's just inherent with their draft, though? Like, I feel like Timbersaw is so hard to deal with at these early levels.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've got Timbersaw and you've got DK. They're heroes that force opponents to react, or if they don't react, they just lose towers, and losing a mid-tier 1 tower at 10 minutes is not good.
Oh, another arrow. Didn't even need a tail setup.
They get it afterwards.
Yep. Very quick to retreat. Makoto didn't even want to get a cheeky right-click on that tier 1 tower with his ulti. He will now with the backup, but definitely respecting the Mars arena.
I think the whole reason that Lich came there mid as another arrow.
They're getting wrapped on, though. There's a smoked up void behind them, but
gotta be careful. Viper, lots of damage. Dreamless Cell jumps into it too. They already take down 1, but they're going to lose the Dragon Knight forward, and Snapfire ultimate going to work. They pop the ulti to save for the moment as Mars starts to drop lower and lower, and Gabby trying to chase. They've managed to find 1 stun. Still holding on to that Chronosphere. It looks like Dreamless Cell's going to go down, and hits onto FBZ also. So a really good control there from TNC as they will lose 2 cores and possibly another. Chase down comes, but
Gabby's like, there's creeps, and then his teammates like, guys, come on, we get hide. I don't think they know how many leap charges he had, and yeah, he still even got a 3rd one to go. So
Yeah, she's just wasting time.
yeah, that was actually the right call from Gabby to start hitting some creeps there, even though I think his teammates were a bit more gung-ho to go for kills.
Not sure why Boom stuck around after the DK got caught so far away from the Oracle that False Promise could not save him. False Promise level 1 is garbage range, and while he was well positioned to stay outside of the arena, he just couldn't make his way to the DK. And then after that, they just stuck around. They knew Chrono was available, but Boom was still like, "Yeah, we could probably take this fight."
I don't know if they saw him. I'm not sure if they saw him coming in, but they might have missed that. But regardless, yeah, Gabby. Oh.
Oh! Was he TPing to an outpost?
He's TPing
because I felt like it was a little bit longer than 3 seconds, but maybe not.
He doesn't get it.
I'm just making sport out of wasting Gabby's time.
Gives him all.
Or Gabby making sport of wasting his leap charges.
There we go. Yeah.
I think you're probably a bit more accurate when it comes to a carry and a carry's time being used and a support's time being used.
True. Gabby is trying to get towards that KB. Oh no. Wait, he got away though?
Yep.
Nice. Gabby's on the case. He knows what's coming. Gets the farm, gets out of dodge.
Wow, yeah. That's like Spidey senses tingling.
Mm-hmm.
Gabby's definitely, I think, been the standout player for TNC this tournament.
Possibly even the standout carry player of this tournament, I think. I've yet to see like a subpar Gabby game.
And like he loses his tower at like 5 minutes, and he's now top 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, guy's just killing it.
Speaking of which, bounty runes might be coming up in 45 seconds.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Again, Lich is over nearby, trying to get some of that frost shield onto the towers, but looks like they're going to be able to get some really good damage onto that tier 2, down below half HP. And not really anything used afterwards. It's D-Lord. So, this 15-minute mark, next round of bounty runes coming up. It feels like Spectre's probably going to try and farm up using that blade mail and hitting ancients and all that good stuff. And the rest of the time, the Makoto and FBZ connection will just take tower after tower.
Yeah, I can see this game slowing down a bit. You know, Radiant's draft does just by nature kind of pressure towers if they want to, but they're not the best Roche-taking draft, so there isn't like this, hey, let's go objective to objective, take Roche, and then threaten high ground. They will be looking to take all these early towers and map control, but they're looking to do that to enable Spectre to farm up and become this late game threat. So both teams will be kind of gearing up for just hitting some more mid to late game timings here.
I really want Gabby to just queue up a Midas right now. That'd be the best.
I was just about to say how much I like this Void build. Why you gotta ruin it.
It's all in the eye of the beholder, Neil. It's the key. Invis looking for the wraparound. Sneaky, sneaky. Find themselves one. Whitemon gonna get jumped on right at the start, and Dreamless Cell secures that kill. Arrow is not able to connect. As Gabby still nearby. They have Chrono available. Arena's already down. And going to be saved by the Oracle for the moment. Still going to be taking a lot of damage there, the Spectre, but the chase toward comes for Armel. Gabby jumps forward. Chrono going to land now onto 2. The Spectre just sidesteps over to the other angle, and Armel going to drop eventually. So TNC losing 3 heroes. Gabby trying to back away.
Yeah, this might be a Blink Dragon Tail, so
they might get him.
Yep.
Stun, chase down Chainfrost though, with the blade mail.
No, the gaze.
Oh my god, the damage! It's not enough though. They're able to back away with Makoto. He's still living for the moment. The chase though, and they managed to find the final touch, and the Mortimer's Kisses doing so much damage.
The fight just lasted too long.
Dreamocell, and they're screaming in pain as they bring down the Spectre.
They're not done yet, maybe. Gabby's got to be a little bit careful. The arrow coming in! Oh, no, Gabby!
Oh, but the save! Oh, it's not enough. Oh. And everybody's respawning again. Yeah. Get away! Run! Hide! Get out of there! It looks like the Timber Cell's going to go down as well. There is no savior.
Being chased. Well, the cookie a little bit off.
What are we watching?
The fight
Wait,
lost.
Hyde's back.
He's Hyde's dead too now. He's out of leap charges.
11 heroes died. As yeah, that's going to be another
Yeah,
one.
we're going to need a team fight recap on that one. I don't know if it's going to be able to
There better be
account for...
skulls on everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, Mars.
No, Mars did not
Snapfire
die.
died twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Snapfire, it was the Snapfire and somebody else who died, respawned, and then came back and won them the fight. The Lich, yeah, the Lich Chainfrost.
Marana also died twice, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So 12 heroes that ended up dying in that fight.
Mars is the only one. who
Mars
reigns
didn't die at
supreme.
all, right?
Nah.
Okay, so 9 heroes died, 2 of them died twice.
Yeah.
Well, no, the Marana too. The Marana died twice.
Yeah.
And the Lich died twice. And the Snapfire died twice?
I think Lich only died once, or did Lich die a second time?
Oh, wait, we can see. Good call.
So I saw one Lich. I see 2 Lich deaths.
All right.
Well, whatever the case, still less than a 1k net worth advantage for
Yeah.
TNC after all that.
Who won that? I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's honestly very even. No BKBs were spent. Equally large cooldowns were spent on both sides.
I would say some slightly TNC favored because, yeah, in the end it was like, Viper getting some cleanup kills and ending up top net worth. Like, looking at where like the key heroes are net worth wise after the fight.
You know who really won? The viewers.
Yeah.
That's who really won. This is the type of game that I was hoping, and we very happy to see, I'm sure. Ooh, good TP out by Kez. Cute. Keep him alive. Is he living in the fountain? I think. Oh, wait, he didn't go to the fountain.
No,
What?
it's still fun.
Wow. What a player. The salve.
Double raindrop build.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Keeping the salve on the Oracle is so nice.
Oh yeah. Arguably the best shovel hero in the game, I would say.
It ends up being 800 health over the course of the False Promise when you double it. And you're always going to get the full duration as long as you hit it on them. Really, really good stuff.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
20-minute mark coming up now in just a moment, as we're going to take another little gander at these bounty runes. Looks like Boom should be able to find a couple of them over on this other side of the map as they claim one more tower. FBZ top net worth right now for Boom.
And that Timber is indeed going to go for that Greaves to deal with the nuisance that is time dilation from Faceless Void.
Oh. Gonna pop ulti right there to farm up some Ancients as well. Okay.
Fairly passive play coming out once you start throwing Dragon Forms for farming, but I think the call for Boom is like, okay, that was a very chaotic fight that nobody really won. Let's make sure we win the next fight, which we want a Manta style. We want the BKB on Dragon Eye. Let's get our key items before we take the next big fight.
It's still been 25 kills in 20 minutes too,
Yeah.
so it's not like we're getting a super slow one. But yeah, Greaves already done. Wow. With the hood. He's super farmed.
And TNC themselves, they're going to have their next round of items before the fight. Looks like they're going BKBs on both Gabby and Armel, so double BKBs. They're going to be looking to make some plays themselves soon. I think the big challenge for TNC is just trying to make sure that the hero they go on actually dies playing against an Oracle, or that they can actually get on top of the Oracle to stop that False Promise save from happening. The way they lose fights is if they throw too many spells on some kind of frontline DK or Timbersaw who just gets False Promised.
Oh, and they get Dreamless. Oh, nice haunt. And Faceless Void farming on the other side.
He's not going to go for a Chrono.
No. So, Mortimer's Kisses and Arena use. But I guess Haunt as well.
Yes.
Meantime, Spectre just keeps farming, getting towards that Manta. Should have it in just a little bit here.
Neither team is particularly good at taking Roche either, so they're just dancing around these fights, and there's no other objectives that you can really force. You just need to find a fight before you can start taking towers.
Yeah, even like the DK Timbersaw, they're good at taking towers early game, but mid game they're not like... I mean, they do push, but they're not amazing pushers.
Sentry Ward down. They have Moonlight Shadow. But it looks like Boom aren't going to try and test their luck.
Yeah, I'd like to see TNC go for another move. I think when Arena's back, it's a much shorter cooldown than the Haunt. They can actually take a team fight because the only way Spectre can show up is if she's there already. So I think utilizing the long Haunt cooldown could be in their interests.
That sounds pretty good.
Not sure how many smokes they have left though. And yep, they've got one. That's
Okay.
the call. They've got all their ultimates. They're ready to go, and Spectre will not be able to haunt in. Makoto's just potentially going to get caught out here, but he's got the high ground.
He has Blink too.
Whoa.
Oh, turns for the stun.
With the BKB, arrow follow-up.
God, that's so much damage. He's just dead. Not the fight that they wanted to
he's
take on TNC.
Looking for a Chrono. The problem is here, now that they know that everyone's here, Spectre's just going to walk over because she doesn't have haunt, so TNC are going to be forced to fully get out.
Oh, and Whitemon. Oh, they missed the chains, but still the chase down coming from Hyde. Yule's Scepter lift up. Still have Chrono available if they want to use it, but the stun turn on to Gabby, taking down the rest of their team. Chainfrost doesn't bounce at anybody.
Yeah, they're just getting outplayed here in this team fight. TNC just kind of getting picked apart one by one. Tims will be the third casualty. At this point, they just need to make sure there's no more.
Oh my goodness. Boom. Making some really nice moves here.
Yeah, Makoto's positioning on the high ground there. Able to just... I mean, there's that insta-stun doesn't really exist, so he's always going to be able to get that BKB off, and then once they know where the Void is, they just make sure they don't group for a Chronosphere.
Right.
Yeah, it's so awkward for KP to initiate, because as soon as he arenas, then BKB is going to come out from Makoto, and he'll just walk out of it.
Gabby. Chasing. I mean, Oracle's right there. Can't do anything.
And the problem is, Makoto, he can get that instant initiation off that can prevent BKB with a Blink Dragon Tail, which leads into an arrow. And that's when KP, I mean, he hasn't got a BKB, but even if he does have a BKB, he can just straight up die. So, much harder for TNC to play these team fights, it feels like.
And elimination match, game number 1. And Boom, so far, looking pretty good. Still got to be wary. I mean, Void late game is just ridiculous. But some good stuff so far.
Wow, dagger on Oracle.
Wow, he can really position far back.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how you win fights easily as TNC now.
They don't do well against these BKBs. Like, I feel like right now, Boom's BKBs are more impactful than TNC's.
Oh, they found the Viper. Oh my god, they destroyed him.
The old arena and walk out of your arena.
Tims is just going to die too. Look at these guys. Yep. Unbelievable. Whitemon's going to die one by one by one.
Yeah, I mean, this DK Miranda just don't care about BKBs when they can just blink in and stun you instantly. And yeah, TNC's ability to take team fights is just really comes down to getting like a perfect Chronosphere, which Boom had not given any openings for.
To me, this speaks to what you were talking about before, too. That Viper is a bad hero, you know?
Ah, yes.
I do recall this conversation.
The age-old. Like, good Viper game, but terrible Viper hero conundrum.
Like, you've got this Chronosphere, and they just have no damage to throw into it. And, like, Viper is just offering nothing, it feels like. Not that, you know, it's necessarily the player or anything, it's just the hero.
Yeah, I'm fully in the camp where... You know, Viper's kind of unpickable, and even he's still not even favored to win games where it's the perfect Viper game and he counters 3 heroes. It's still he still feels like a liability. He counters 3 heroes with break,
but I still don't know about it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Can you imagine how Viper looks in a game where break isn't useful?
Like, it's really rough.
Maybe if they made break pierce BKB.
Ooh.
That would be way too good.
Well, and the thing too is like Viper's 25 ends up being really cool. I think that ability
with
is
the silence.
The silence is really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
But you have to get to 25, and even then, it's like, yeah, it's annoying, you know.
Yeah, everyone. I mean, 25 people have 4 staffs and BKBs too, though.
Right.
But yeah, it's.
That 15 people have 4 staffs and BKBs, which just makes this Viper so... Yeah, he's a liability for sure. That's the best way to describe it.
6,000 gold lead at 27 minutes. everything right now coming up. Boom. Who they
Yep.
finding?
We did see the Offlane Viper game in CIS where we were super skeptical. It did lose, but it looked okay in the end.
Right.
Like
I stopped listening when you said it did lose.
it did lose. Yes. Yeah. No, I think there's still some problems here with the Viper theory.
A little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's like at that point you might as well just pick it in a support role. Just if you're playing it only
If
for
support,
the break.
yeah, if support Viper was viable, he'd be a great hero.
Yeah.
Because that's literally the only reason you're picking him is for the break. His
Right.
lane dominance, like he did well in the mid lane versus DK, sure, but lots of mid laners do well versus DK.
And he didn't shut down the DK.
Yeah.
either.
Viper's the old Viper was the mid lane dominator. The Viper
Right.
nowadays
Yes.
doesn't actually crush mid 1v1 matchups.
For sure.
I miss that old Viper. You go like 4-4-0,
Yeah.
you know?
Face on keyboard and you'll probably win mid.
It's so good.
Wow.
Look at this guy.
You really want to push.
He just still sticks around.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's
is
crazy.
under attack.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's like...
I don't think Chain Frost is winning them any fights, so
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
It's true. And, like, the real problem is that this game doesn't get easier, I don't think, for TNC.
Yeah. They at no point have any solution to a 5-second BKB. It's not even the 10-second BKBs that are issues. It's just the presence of a BKB in general.
You almost have Scotty done on the Spectre on top of Blade Mail Mantha. I missed that last info. Alright, FBZ comes back in, gonna take back
How
over this
dare you
outpost.
take back your own outpost?
I mean, yeah, they had a bunch of heroes that they just can't do anything about it. Jump forward, stun.
Nice arrow.
Oh, wow. This might be, I don't know.
The G's.
Potentially, we'll see.
Yep.
Whitemon's going to be chased down here. Well, he gets hit, he gets killed. Dreamless Cell double kill. And it does not appear that they're leaving.
Nor should they.
There's just no place they can make.
No.
They
God. Timbersaw kills off the Viper again. Armel, no opportunity for him to do
There are
anything.
4 heroes in the arena, and they're like, all right, sweet.
What are you going to do about it?
Is under attack.
I feel like we're also going to be repeating ourselves, but again, it's a draft without a reliable initiation, a stun that just loses because they can't make any plays. In this case, yeah, they've got two kind of initiations with Chrono and Mars Arena, but they're both big, long ulti cooldowns, and neither's like a
Instant.
instant stun kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, and that's, again, like, not that this was a huge part of it necessarily, but, like, I think that's why we've been seeing so many of the spirits, and that's why we've been seeing so many, all these other things.
Tiny,
Right.
Clockwork.
Clock, Rubik.
There's a reason these heroes
It's
are
a
getting
sub.
banned out.
Even like some of like the Sand King type things have looked good at times.
Yeah, I like Sand King. I think that hero's better than it's getting picked. Oh my god.
He's dying to the illusions.
That's not good.
Jimmy-Soul's got a minute and a half left on the Aegis. He doesn't even care.
Most of his team wasn't even really with him, but they're chasing now.
Oh.
Arrow. And they move on in. Broken, so no
I mean,
dispersion.
she wants to die. She wants mana back.
Get in there. Oh, Whitemon real low. Break looking okay there. But, well, FBZ comes in the clutch and takes down the Lich. And that's about the end of it. Yeah, game is very hard for poor old TNC.
All right, so let me go back to the draft. What was the pick order for TNC? Snapfire and
Mirana
Void.
and
Snapfire Void was first phase, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Those are two fine heroes. Then second phase, Boom picked up the Timbersaw as their third pick, I believe.
Yes.
Oh no,
no,
they
it's
first phase
phase.
Timbersaw.
First phase Timber, yeah.
First phase
Mirana
Timber. Yeah, Mirana Timber, and then their third pick was the Oracle.
Yep.
And then
Then Spectre.
Spectre, and
it
then
was Lich Viper.
oh yeah, Lich. Stupid Lich.
Yeah, I don't think Lich was a good pick. Definitely don't think Viper was a good pick.
I'm trying to figure out like what the thought process was behind it. Like, I think Viper because there's so many things we can break.
Sure, I can excuse it.
Lich to me is like, okay, they're going to be pressuring our towers early with Timbersaw. We got Frost Shield, kind of, but we also need some damage. But I don't know.
He did max out Frost Shield.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to hate too much on the Lich pick because I feel like you just pick Lich for the same reason you pick Undying. It's like you're gonna give your carry a good lane.
Right.
But Undying's useful after 15 minutes.
Well, Undying is also a potential liability versus the Timbersaw.
I don't know if I'd
maybe
say
how they
he's
see it.
useful after 15 minutes either. Undying.
He's definitely useful after 15 minutes.
He's better. His Flesh Golem's better, but I don't know.
Flesh Golem's better, Tombstone's far better, and Soul Rip heals. Any hero that can heal is always useful after 15 minutes.
And Boom picked 2 cores that aren't like super heavy physical damage, so this Frost Shield has not been particularly useful against DK Spectre. If they went into like a super heavy physical damage core, then like you're maybe looking at this Frost Shield as being a bit more impactful.
Which I do believe Undying was Undying Grimstroke first phase banned by Boom.
Oh man, it's carrying the repair kit. Yes.
78.
8.5 with max reactive armor stacks.
Love to see it. It's got the CDR and the Spell Amp talent.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
MKB is going to be the pickup here, and I don't know. At least that's going to be some more damage. That's the other thing is like Void himself doesn't actually have that much damage on Gabby.
Oh man, and Tim's isn't even going for an Aghanim Scepter. He's going for a Vessel, so instant initiation won't even come from him.
Hide. Spots out. Snapfire. And
Doink.
follow-up stun. And you're done.
At least we weren't a what?
I don't know.
A bed?
Abed.
At least we weren't Abed.
Yeah, I think that's what he said.
That's what it sounded like.
A little bit of flame going
I would
on
like to
there.
be Abed in that situation.
A little bit. Found him. TP out. Can't get it. Oh, he's going Hex next on Timber. That's pretty cool. But yeah, TNC, defend high ground. Hopefully you can get into like, I guess like a Rapier or something for Void, and that's how you win this game maybe.
Yeah, they're kind of just in hope for the best. Let's sit back, go for maybe some Hail Mary smokes, or just wait for them to come high ground and hope for mistakes.
Radiant are scanning.
They need them grouped up for Chronosphere into Mortimer's Kisses with Nether Toxin on them.
While they haven't activated BKB.
Correct.
Because if that BKB is activated, all of that's off the table other than Chrono and right clicks.
And the Boom frontline heroes are just so goddamn tanky. Like, you smoke into them and suddenly you find a Timber DK and you're like, do I Chrono these guys? Like, can we kill them? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's why
Spectre? Like,
it's why you
DK?
need those,
Oh, it clipped our Mel, but I don't think it gave vision.
like, if you hit a Chrono on the 3 Boom cores, like, which ones actually die, even if they don't have BKB up?
No.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Map hacks. Map hacks. BKB?
No TP. I do. It clears the creep wave. Nice. Maximum efficiency.
That's what
Minus
you
the
do.
range creep.
Minus the range creep. He could have probably
80% efficiency.
he could have squeezed in one more right click.
Yeah.
I think that was his like 10-second BKB, 9-second BKB.
Something like that. It's a good use for it though.
That was a 9-second BKB. Wow, KP.
Alright. So Dragonite is very big and ready to jump on people. FBZ grouping up with the rest of his team. I guess you could just wait for the next Roche.
Yeah. I don't think they have
play.
to, but why not?
Yeah. Seems like the safe way to go.
35-minute bounties.
Oh, and I guess that they have in 2 minutes the next tier of neutral items too.
Yeah, it feels like Boom are just, they've got the whole map that they're farming, all their cores are progressing, their AC coming soon, whereas TNC are just getting little scraps here and there, so no rush to break high ground. Mentioned Roshan, bounties, neutral items, all these things coming up soon, or have just come up, so.
Mid lane, they're kind of grouping up like they want
Yeah.
to do something,
Can
but
catch. It feels like they're going to have to chrono and use all their ultimates, and that's to kill one hero. And then it's like,
that's
okay.
that's if Oracle's not there.
Yes. That too. And then it's like, even let's say if Oracle's not there and you kill that DK or Timbersaw, what next? Like, do you get an objective out of it? Do you get a Roshan out of it? Like, your lineup doesn't take Roshan, it doesn't push towers. And also, I'm pretty I feel like Boom could fight you 4 versus 5 when your ultimates are down. So, it just feels really tricky for TNC with how far behind they are.
And I always think about this, like, normally Timbersaw's like, okay, we can wait and he's going to fall off. They got a freaking Spectre, they have a really farm DK, and this Timber's crazy big. Like, I don't know if it actually is going to fall off. I don't think it is.
Does not feel like it.
Smoke up is 5.
Too late.
No.
Do they turn around, or... That's the awkward moment. We're smoked, now what do we do?
Do we lose now, or do we lose in 10 minutes?
I guess fight around this ward is kind of a cool idea. This feels like a last hurrah to me.
Yeah, it's a somewhat desperate idea, but it's one that may be one of their best bets. You got to do something a little bit out there to catch it by surprise. They're just charging at the Spectre. They see Spectre top, they're charging at him, but the smoke was
and Mirana saw, I think.
I'm not sure if she actually saw. I don't think so.
It popped Tim's thing.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
The Oz ping coming into play.
God. Yeah, the Australian thing. It's right. Oh, chase down now. Dreamless Cell's moving in after him.
This fight looks very discombobulated for TNC.
Oh my god.
Which is a recipe for disaster.
Damage. Yeah, everything's falling apart. This is feeling incredibly difficult. Narmel's gonna die in his BKB.
Yeah. So is Gabby.
Oh, the chase down comes through. 4 are dead. 1 more to fall, and that should just be it. Unreal. All right, run away. Get out of there. Oracle's chasing him.
They've got buybacks, they've got Chrono, so they might not call it, but I think we know it, the viewers know it.
Mars knows it.
Yeah. This one's over.
8,000.
God. Is the potential dieback. The cookie was not enough to dodge the arrow, and the Viper goes
back.
down.
He could chrono 4 heroes.
And there we go.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
You set that up perfectly.
Just stop it. Stop time, please.
Wow, I was not expecting it to be so dramatically one-sided, but I also did not read the draft to be that dramatically one-sided, but as the game played out, I've got to say, Boom knew exactly what they were getting themselves into. What an excellent selection of heroes. First phase Timbersaw yet again goes unimpeded.
It's a scary hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think there just became too many heroes they had to address too. Like there's this tanky DK in the mid lane that was just roaming around making all kinds of plays happen, and TNC just felt like they fell into the Viper trap. You pick this hero for the break, but they needed something more impactful out of their mid lane, or something that's, you know, a more Armel-like hero. Like they needed that more explosive mid laner.
Well, we are going to jump to a quick break, but when we return, some more post-game analysis here at the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have started the process of elimination for TNC. They have dropped a game against Boom Esports, and it ain't pretty. It was a draft loss, I would say. I mean, Boom played well. TNC did whatever they could, but their heroes were just not equipped to deal with the Boom draft.
Yeah, I feel like even if TNC had played better, because they definitely didn't play their draft as well as they could have, I don't think it would have affected the outcome too much. They made some decent rotations, smoke moves for bounty runes, tried to force some fights. They didn't find enough good fights. Like, I don't really ever feel like KP, after hitting 6, found any kind of arena setups and kills. They had to get these fights pre-BKB, but Oracle just countered so much of what they were doing. Once Oracle 6, it's like, how do you kill people?
Yeah, they went for that one attempt on Spectre up top, and she just reality'd the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Right.
And then after that, everyone had BKBs on the side of Boom, so even if KP did get an arena set up, well, actually, it was just Mikoto who had the BKB, but that's all they really needed.
Yeah, I felt like from the very get-go there was going to be a bit of a problem. FBZ took that tower really early on, and while Gabby was able to like sort of catch up a little bit on that Faceless Void, the inherent problem was just they didn't have damage, and they're playing into an Oracle. Like, that's how it goes. It's a problem.
This was the game they needed to bust out the OD. You're playing against 3 tanky melee cores. I'm like, what do you even pick? Like, the way they countered the Void was by picking DK, Timber, Spectre. 3 cores that, like, Void can never really kill by himself. He needs a ton of damage. They needed to get, like, an Invoker and an OD, something with crazy damage output if they want to be able to bring down any of these heroes.
Is the Timber respect ban worthy?
Maybe. It changes the whole draft. Like, it feels really hard to play into this hero always, so you only get 2 bans, but it might be worth considering. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know. It feels bad banning a Timber first phase.
It's true.
I would like pick a Nyx or something, maybe. Is that crazy?
To actually lane against the Timber, or just to have in general?
Just to have in the game.
I don't think it gives you enough damage ever. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You'll stun him for a little bit, and then Timber will come out of the stun and be like, okay, what did I miss?
I guess the thing is it feels like it makes Timber fall off harder once you get that damage. Like, his game becomes almost unplayable.
What I think they do need, and that Nyx could have given them, is just having a stun, having an initiation.
Yes.
They didn't have that hero to stun and initiate. They were relying on big ultimates to lock people down and initiate, which I don't think is enough in itself.
All right, well, we are going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, the draft for game number 2. You can hear the music, you can hear the drums, but I want to hear an alarm. Give me some abrasive sounds to bring us into the draft, if you don't mind. That's what I'm talking about. And I heard a gunshot as well, which can only mean one thing. You are now free to enter the draft.
All right.
That was that right there, the little jingle sounded like something that starts like a dystopian, like welcome. You
Yeah,
must
that's
now
like-
eat your baby or something. You know what I mean? Like
I thought it sounded very cruise ship. So I was like, who
I
be?
thought it was game show-ish.
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah.
We all got different vibes out of it.
Yeah.
tsunami, come on down.
You just got yourself a game number 2.
Amazing. Yeah, that's good.
And Timbersaw indeed. First phase respect banned by TNC. Meanwhile, Boom replicate the same first phase bans. The Grimstroke Undying pick up an Elder Titan. And TNC, the Mirana, and the Snapfire.
I'm tired of Snapfire. This hero might be overrated. It might be.
The last, 4 Snapfires we've seen have either not cared about Aghanim Scepter or not made it to Aghanim Scepter.
Right.
Which is weird, because in the first, few days of the playoffs, they were all getting Ags, and very quickly. But I think they've been either dropping the farm priority, or they've changed their focus. I like Snapfire if she can get an Ags. Without it, I agree. Overrated.
I'm saying it. If TNC lose this game because of Snapfire, actually no. If TNC lose this game,
It's cause of Snapfire.
it's because of Snapfire, and Snapfire's dead hero.
Okay.
Anybody that picks it is silly.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially, was it Live to Win?
Yes.
Their 20% win rate on Snapfire across 18 or 19 games.
Yes, that was not encouraging.
Yeah. It's been, I think, the most picked hero of this tournament and probably many others, and it feels like it just hovers around that 45 to high 40s win rate.
Mm-hmm.
It's just let's just pick a Snapfire first too because it gives away nothing. It's flexible, but generally it's just a support role. But I'm kind of with you guys. I haven't been blown away by it, but I also don't think you're meant to be blown away by these first 2 pick supports and their impact on the game.
I don't know. Mirana's there, and I've been blown away by many a Mirana
True.
today, specifically. So, but I do agree that there is something to be said for a hero that you can pretty much pick in no matter what draft. You're always going to find a lane for it. You're always going to find a use for a stun.
Yeah. You're not going to get outdrafted because you pick Snapfire.
No.
The other thing is we've seen highlight plays from Miranas. I don't think we've seen highlight plays really from Snapfires necessarily in this tournament. Occasionally you get a really good Mortimer's Kisses. Occasionally somebody overstays and then just gets scatterblasted in the face and they die. But it's rare. How many times do Miranas bait an entire team to leap, just chase after them and then leap away slowly? Or
Yeah, but it's is the measure of a hero's worth how highlight play worthy they are? Do you get highlight plays out of a DK? You know.
But I think that she also has those non-highlight plays too, with Moonlight Shadow and what that provides to the game. So I think she has both of it. She has the best of both worlds. Pick Mirana, not Sapphire.
They've got Mirana. They've got both.
They got both.
Not okay.
Just what they should have done. Yeah.
They don't cancel each other out.
The thing I think we're seing exposed a bit with Snapfire last game and in some of these games is just the lack of a reliable stun. You've got Cookie, but it's this generally a follow-up stun or a skill-shotty stun that you can't rely on. Mirana's kind of the same way, but you can build the Yule Scepter to make it more reliable so that if they don't have BKB, they're going to get stunned. But yeah, you can't rely on Snapfire Cookie to initiate when you smoke up as a team. You need somebody else to go first.
Totally.
And now you've got Snap Mirana. You have 2 heroes that kind of rely on somebody else to stun first or go in first.
A Spirit, hopefully.
Yep.
I think that was what
Spirit
was
mids.
sorely lacking from TNC's draft in the previous series.
But they are playing against the Tidehunter, a hero that can shrug off many of those stuns.
Boom is daring them to pick Faceless Void right now. You know? You just leave it open. You already have the Mirana. You already have the Snapfire. They're picking the Tidehunter. Just they're saying, "Come on, do it. Try it."
Drow gets banned. Yeah, one of the teams could have gone for that Venge Drow opener with Venge not banned.
That's
but
true.
That Venge Drow has seemed like one of the strongest openers right now. We've seen that across different regions and feels very hard to beat.
I don't know. I think some teams rate it way higher than others.
Yeah.
It's kind of the feeling of this patch where some teams just think this is insane and Others are not really doing it. All right, they didn't bait him into it. They just get rid of it.
Yeah, they banned Drow. The question you have to ask yourself is like, are we a cheese team or are we not a
Right.
cheese team? Some teams are just not cheese teams.
Do you think it's cheese to do Venge Drow?
Yeah, I think
Really?
Drow is cheese personally, but I mean less so than in the past. Like the old Drow was
Yeah.
more cheese, whereas like let's just have Drow with all these range heroes and Snowball.
Visage.
Yeah, Drow, Visage, Puck or something.
Yeah.
Like yeah, that's cheese.
To me, it feels it feels less like cheese than it used to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what you're
It
saying.
is
yeah.
less than it used to
Right.
be. But I think like if you look at Drow being used to the extreme, I look at like Viking. Like I think that their playstyle is like that cheesy style. Like
Got it.
And it's kind of I think people hear cheese and they think like oh it means like they're doing
Rude.
something that's bad. It has like a
techies.
bad connotation. But like I want to praise Viking. I think their strats and the way they play is super cool and creative because it's so strategic and it's not. They're not playing around the individual skill of like their mid or their carry player. They're like a very team-oriented play style.
Okay.
But they are a bit cheesy, and I think that's great.
Is Skywrath cheesy?
No.
Skywrath with ET
Is
is pretty
Skywrath
cool.
good? Yeah, with
Um,
ET, there's potential.
It's like bursting people up like crazy.
I would say cheese is like Visage strats, Drow strats, Last Big Broods,
Meepos.
Meepos.
Is Arc Warden cheesy?
Yeah. Ooh. It changes the game a bit, but I wouldn't say it's as cheesy.
Okay.
Techies?
Techies, yeah, but
Yeah, it's
if
cheese, but
how often do you see it?
yeah, it's just
If it's LGD, you see it. LGD or Techies pickers.
Have they been doing it?
Yeah, they've
Oh,
been doing a
wow.
lot.
new techies. The way techies is played these days is less cheesy. 'cause
That's true.
it's-
It's almost like almost a team fighter.
Yeah, exactly. I actually
Right.
wouldn't consider techies these
5
days
seconds
as
remaining.
as cheesy, but that's similar to Drow, where it's not as cheesy as it used to be.
Right.
Well, they deny one cheese potential with the Terror Blade. I think that's more them stealing it away from TNC than Boom really wanting to play it that badly. But either way, it still fits in to the mold.
I don't think that they could have played it on TNC really with all the magic damage they have. I feel like it would have been scary. Maybe. I don't know.
Skywrath, I'm usually okay with, unless if I'm in lane. Lane against Skywrath as a Terror Blade sucks.
Right.
But after the laning phase ends, you're usually okay.
Templar assassin.
TNC just going for some comfort picks. They get the RMLTA. Facing elimination, they're not messing around. They've got the insta-stun and initiation of a Vengeful Spirit,
Mm-hmm.
but no answers to TB, because I would not consider TA a good pick to deal with a TB in general, but it is a good pick to play fast-paced, take Roche, take objectives, and considering this is a core Venge, right? Probably.
It seems like it.
I would hope so.
If not, it's a core Snapfire, which
Oh boy.
doesn't sound terrible, but doesn't sound great.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Venge Mirana is the dual lane.
Yeah. Venge could be offlane or safe lane, but probably offlane makes more sense.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking that it could be a Gabby Venge?
I do not think so, but it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That feels like it's a bad matchup against
Yeah.
TB too.
I think the Venge Mirana lane you mentioned makes most sense.
I don't know what carry you take now though for TNC. Like, who do you want to match up against for the TB?
I think you're less focused on countering TP and more trying to
Win
synergize with your
fast.
draft. Yeah, like life steal. The idea of getting a life steal and having like an armlet deso and just hit buildings, take Roche, snowball. I think that is what you're thinking about. If it goes late game, you're like, well, crap, this wasn't the plan, but let's try and itemize for TB. But you don't. I don't think you can necessarily draft TB counters or
Okay.
like go all in on trying to counter TB now.
Jug is kind of
Not really sure. Leshrac. So they do go for a hero to deal with TB, but also, so they deals with TB and fits the mold of
That's a great
Snowball and
pick.
taking towers.
Big fan of that pick.
It gets both.
So, KP, Venge?
Unclear.
and-
Well, probably, but...
Probably.
Yeah. Because I guess Lesh could be 3 and Venge plays as a 1, but...
It's true.
Venge
I
feels
feel-
more like the KP hero.
Yeah, and I think Lesh would get slapped around by a Skywrath a little bit too much in the lane. Okay, so DK picked up by Boom. And it's going to be mid. And it is indeed... Oh, KP Snapfire. Okay, so... Support Venge.
Alright.
I'm intrigued.
It's going to be a lot of damage on the TB.
Which draft do you like, gods?
I'll go with TNC. I think they're going to play super fast, long cooldown on Tide ulti. TB needs time to come online. I think TNC can snowball this game.
Lyrical.
I think Boom. I think Makoto's gonna win mid, and then he's gonna take the tower.
All right.
And snowball from there.
TNC facing elimination here in this game number 2. Let's see if they can hold on to their tournament dreams here in the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13. Welcome back. Game number 2, Boom versus TNC.
I would like to give a quick shout out
Please do.
to Fearless. We
Okay.
interviewed him early today. I just saw his Twitter. He said, "I fear nothing, but the interview scared me."
Oh
no.
I feel bad.
I feel bad too.
I don't know if he heard us the first few times and, didn't want... Oh, hold that thought.
Ooh.
Yo, he got 5 heroes with that Astral. Too bad he's
Yeah.
dead.
Oh, the damn plus 100
Oh,
damage.
he's so fast. He's so
His
fast.
hat fell off. Did you see that? Oh no. I'm gonna go check out Fearless's Twitter now.
What is Fearless? What's the at? Gods? BTS gods?
Fearless Dota? Fearless Dota 2?
Fearless Dota 2? I want the right
Fearless
one.
Dota 2.
Fearless Dota 2, all one,
Yeah.
all one. Was that he made it.
Yeah.
Is like Monster Can Mercedes. It's literally the same thing in terms of prestige.
He didn't sound nervous or scared at all.
Yeah, he
the second
didn't.
we found he won the MVP, he was like, "All right, where's my Benz?"
That's a lesson out there to everybody. Fake it till you make it. It's the most important thing.
Like how Skywrath is faking it as if he doesn't see this Mirana. He's like, "Oh, I don't know where Tim's is." JK, I've got a ward.
Get on.
And Tim's verifies it by drawing aggro.
Nice.
Clever.
Oh yeah, that's interesting as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Radiant's courier has
Get
been
it?
killed.
Courier goes down. Stun off to the side. FBZ. Body blocked in. Is this man in trouble? You have another stun in a second, I think. 1 second, and gonna land an FBZ in the grave.
Yeah. The era of tri-lanes are back. We've seen this a lot in the Southeast Asia region. These tri-lanes just coming back into popularity.
I don't know if this one will stay a try. Well, actually, we're getting Kazcute stealing a creep wave from... Is that the bot lane creep wave? Where did he get this wave from?
Yeah, this, I believe, was the first wave.
But the first wave you can't steal until they meet the tower.
The first wave after that, right?
So the second wave.
Well, I think he...
But that's what's at the bot lane right now,
Didn't
isn't
he grab it from after the tower? Is what I mean?
Oh, did he?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
Because the dire first wave got grabbed by, like, pulled aside by someone as well. It was all very odd.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know.
it's not from mid, so that's all that really matters. So it has to be from bot.
Yeah.
Look at the... it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. I'm not sure it'll stay a Trilane versus Trilane because I don't know if TB wants a 1v1 lane. It is against the Snapfire, which sounds actually alright.
Yeah, it's doable. Cause
Maybe the nukes at like level 2, 3, 4 start getting a bit too much.
But you have to get like in very, very close range to get like the real damage on the Scatter Blast, and so he can just pop. Like he doesn't have to blow meta super early. Like, did he use meta? Can I get a click on the? Yeah, so he hasn't even had to use meta on the TB. Oh no, he did.
No, he didn't use it. I don't know what you're talking about.
The screen's bugged.
Yeah, bugged screen.
Beta game.
Bugs observer.
Yeah, but Shredder drops armor, and I mean, Dreamacell's got armor for days.
It's bugged. Thanks for bringing that up. It's on him.
Yeah, you see this
he's got the
Tide
kitty
Hunter
set.
cosmetic? The Dire Tide Shimmer? He looks like a Kunkka ghost.
He does. That one right there, that's going to be the new thing.
Yeah. I'm ready. Once OG start playing, that's the line they're
for
spamming.
sure.
Yeah.
This one looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the
too.
Skyrath also looks sick.
It's like they're ghostly. Is that the whole idea?
That's the idea of Dire Tide, I
Actually,
believe.
they look a little bit more like almost what's it called? Like Frankenstein. You know?
But they're blue, not green.
They're kind of greenish.
Teal.
Yeah, it's like a tennis ball color.
What do you call the color that DK is? What do you call that color if you're referring to that player? Not the hero itself, but yeah, the player.
I call it gray because
Yeah.
in Warcraft 3 Dota it was gray.
Okay.
And it's still grayish, right?
So that's the old age lyrical. Do you ever refer to people by player color names?
No.
Okay.
Never. I'm not a fan of it. Noob.
Violent
Get out of
stabs?
There. Oh my god, these
Whoa,
are great.
These are great.
Alright, well, they've definitely been playing a lot of Dire Tide. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like... It feels like it dehumanizes
That is
people.
true. That's why North American players do it.
Exactly.
Purple's
Blue.
throwing my lane.
Yeah. They're not worthy of being called by name or hero name or player
And
name.
even worse than that, it's like, my purple player.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
the worst.
It's the possession that you own.
Yeah.
It's like, get out of here with that. Yeah. But that's what Aosin likes to do, so, you know.
I agree with you, Gabe. That's a really good stance to take on the issue.
Yeah? Thank you.
My blue sofa person, I don't really agree.
God.
My blue sofa panelist.
Oh, look, that range creep that's following him. It's got a vendetta. It's
Will they last hit?
Yeah, they get it. Oh, and they're trying to come on over and sneak these ones away.
Yeah, they want to get the D ward. They know it's up there. So yes, TB will get some help now with ET's rotation up here, which means TNC should have an edge down bottom unless they end up rotating heroes off the lane. Looks like Skyrath maybe leached some XP from the arrow there. Skyrath already level 2.5.
Yeah, he got, I think, solo for the ward XP stuff.
But it will be dual lanes once again. Over in the mid lane, DK absolutely crushing it. Dave, this is what you said might happen. If Makoto can win the lane, push the tower, TNC will be in some trouble.
Definitely. Silence down bottom. Already in a little bit more trouble is Gabby. TNC in some trouble. Ooh, wait a minute though. Turn around.
Salve does get cancelled, but he does stay alive.
Okay.
That's kind of cool. We don't often see the level 2 point in silence, I feel like, on Skyrath.
Yeah, especially if, like, I guess Gush
Gush and you amplify the concussive damage. It's
Yeah.
quite a lot of spell amp at level 1. Like
Yeah.
it's definitely a value point for the spell amp.
Weird.
You can see there, FBZ was maybe waiting for a silence before using that Gush, but keeping them nice and low.
Everything's all spread out now. Even 2 different creep waves meet together. Whitemon's still just hiding off in the trees there while FBZ tries to farm up.
Surprise!
Chase.
Lightning just hit level 3.
Oof.
He didn't actually have use the third
Oh
skill
yeah,
point,
he
though.
didn't. Yeah, he ends up putting his second skill point in Split Earth, but gets the kill.
But this is something you mentioned might happen, is that Leshrac was going to have a rough time laning against the Skywrath.
Yeah. That does seem like it's something that could be a bit of an issue. And I guess that was, we were thinking about the Skywrath going against, or rather being against TB, just in general, but it's sort of a similar situation where, you know, if you step a bit too far forward, you can be punished.
Yeah, all these high armor heroes, Lesh with 5 base armor, don't like having to deal against these magic damage spammers.
Well, nonetheless, 4-minute mark coming in. Alright, trying to keep the pressure back. Full mana pool for the Sky.
Leshrac
Take it
not.
straight to the grave. Oh,
Yeah, Lesh wasn't in range for the chain stun, so didn't actually end up throwing a stun
and now
out on the
Whitemon
Skywrath.
might be dead.
Oh,
Nope.
Second Lightning Storm coming out. Just that one value point in Lightning Storm. I think it got buffed from 80 to 90 damage in
Yep.
a recent patch. So it's become more and more of a value point, and you know, little buffs like that can make a difference.
And so it's really interesting, right? Skywrath, if you look at him, I think he went 0-2-1. And now this is like one of the most efficient mana-wise things that you can do and like combo it together with the Gush. But the downside is that the cooldown on Concussive Shot is super long, so you can't spam your spells.
Kind of, yeah, you play the lane very differently. With your first skill, you're just spamming, using up your entire mana pool, then feeding to a tower or something and coming back to lane. With this build, you're not running out of mana, like you say, and you're just looking to be aggressive when you have concussive, and when it's on cooldown, you have to play very passively.
Yeah, it's more built for kill attempts rather than harass.
And they will kill. First on the board for Boom.
Yeah, I think Whitemon just trying to go in, sneak a bounty rune or something, gets punished, but not a big deal for him. He was fairly low on health anyways and can come back to lane with some extra regen. May even consider a rotation towards this mid lane where the T1 tower is being pressured early on.
Yeah, Mirana successfully sniped out the siege
Yes.
creep though.
Good stuff. That's what we want to see from Tim's.
Definitely saves, yeah, a lot of damage on this tower.
It's crazy how that little thing
Ooh.
just makes all the difference. And Assault takes a nice little brunt of damage there from Snapfire, who's currently winning that lane a little bit.
Yeah, so Whitemon dying there, he TP's down bottom, brings the items for the Leshrac, and I feel like this Venge Lesh a pretty potent killing combo at this point in the game. You can see there in the net worth, Lesh is having a pretty good time. Snapfire, top net worth, KP. Definitely wasn't a good lane for the TB, even when the support ET showed up, but there's plenty of jungle stacks to fall back to.
Now,
Oh boy.
that is nutty. So, Dream of Cell just going to farm up now while Kezcute soaks up some XP as well.
Not the ideal hero to farm stacks with, but yeah, it's still the best farm he can get right now.
At a half duration. Let's make sure you can finish off the rest of these during it. But yeah, 1,000 gold lead so far for TNC, and they're cutting the wave up top also to get some extra pressure on. But it looks like they're also going to have a rotation over from that ET to stop the pressure coming in.
Yeah, they don't suspect anything about these stacks going on right now.
That's almost like the great part about doing it with a hero that you wouldn't consider a stack
Yeah.
farmer. It's like there's just no threat of any rotation in there. I don't think, there's any idea that there's like triple and quadruple stacks going on.
Yeah, and you disappear for a little bit as a bristleback and everyone's like, hey, what's going on?
DK's here, Gab. I think Gabby, the second the DK shows up, Gabby's like, okay, you're on your own, Whitemon.
That was a very bold TP.
Oh, he's got kisses.
Oh,
Yes,
no!
stand in melee range. You can't do anything.
God. Trying to get it with Starfall. Moment punch. Nice. Good play.
You still get a psychological victory for the ET there.
True.
Yeah. That's what you love to see. So Armel getting a little bit of me time, and in fact, bringing over Gabby. They're going to call off the charge.
I like that. You just force TPs to be used or to go on cooldown. But Boom are pressuring other side lanes. DK bringing his next Dragon Form to use, taking this tier 1 bottom tower, which I believe will go down here because it doesn't look like TNC want to play this lane anymore. And just focused on pressuring and rotating elsewhere on the map. FBZ. Okay, it kind of reveals the fact they had a ward there.
Yeah. He's got one more. He can go back up the...
Oh, I like this. Yes.
A rare moment that you were happy you got bashed by Roche for the extra damage.
Wow.
Oh, Gabby did end up going bottom to the bottom tier 1 tower, but he's kind of paying the price here. Luckily,
raindrop.
Nice.
I don't know why he went down there though. Did he get a deny on the tower? Can I get a press enter? Find out what the tower situation is.
So,
nope. Makoto got it.
All right.
Very interesting. I guess maybe just trying to soak up the leftover creeps that were down there, but regardless, very even game, very back and forth.
Yep.
Feels like both the Terrorblade and the TA are both getting the farm that they would want.
Yeah, it feels like Boom are going to be looking to just take all these tier 1 towers with Dragon Form, while TNC are looking to just farm up their key item timings, which is like Deso Blink on TA, Leshrac. I'm curious to see what Leshrac will go for.
I think he had Yules queued up for the first item.
But yeah, fighting around these first couple item timings, and of course the Ags on Snapfire, which is typically what you rush on a core Snapfire. And then they're going to look to take team fights, take Roche with the Deso TA and snowball from there. But for now, it is Boom who have the greater ability to pressure with Ravage and Dragon Form.
BZ might need to use it if he's not careful. It's a lot of damage from Armel, and it looks like they spotted that smoke. So not going to be easy to find a kill here, but might also scare Boom back from trying to be in that area where they're head bottom.
Oh, Makoto may be screwed.
This be a good kill. He's getting closer and closer to that Blink Dagger.
Stun, stun. Done. And
Arrow. Wait,
Whoa.
did it time out?
It was too long range.
Oh.
And that was Mortimer's kisses too.
That is a rare mistake by Tim's.
KP is dead.
He goes from almost being like 600 gold away from his dagger to being 200 gold now.
Oof.
On the DK. Jeez.
Yeah, that was a pretty costly mistake for TNC. The game looks very different if they just kill the DK there, get out cleanly. Feels like they're going to hit their timing quicker, they're going to slow down Boom's timing. But now instead, Makoto's just going to get his Blink Dagger somewhat uncontested. And Boom are going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto TNC. Looks like bottom lane, yeah. Venge. We'll set up for a Mirana kill.
Nicely played.
Doing some aggressive moves, probably just on some warding missions.
Bulwark in front of his cores too. Just kind of what you want to see.
DK completes the dagger, although he blue dragon form to get the turnaround kill, so probably going to chill out until the next dragon form is online.
Pretty close. There's 30 seconds. Who's ready to fight, says Mr. Makoto, and I'm sure FBZ is saying he's good to go. He's got Ravage. They're even going to bring the TB. So they are ready to go with Metamorph. So if they get a kill or win a fight off of this, it's going to be a very quick and easy tier 1 tower.
KP is mega dead.
It's like a slight overcommitment, but
Well, they didn't Ravage at least.
yeah.
So I think there's a threat of 2 tiers.
Yeah, they're going to get the glyph back again.
Yeah, and I think when you see this for your TNC, you're just like, actually, even if we TP everyone, we're not defending this. It's going to be a slow roll of TPs. They've got Ravage, they've got Meta, Dragon Form. The only thing they don't have is the Earth Splitter, so the right call from TNC not to try and fight. They just don't have the team fight to match up to it.
Makoto trying to follow
The
here.
YOLO breathe fire.
Ooh, not going to get it.
But I imagine we're going to see TNC look to play aggressive now that Metamorph and Dragonform are going to be on cooldown. With these shapeshift ultimates, there's these periods of downtime that TNC can take advantage of.
It still is a little bit scary going into Ravage, definitely, but it should be okay. Fuel Scepter done for the Lesh.
Yeah, I think it's also a question of, are TNC ready to go play aggressive? While they're on cooldown, because I don't believe TA has Deso and Blake. I think it's just the Deso.
Right.
Leshrak still trying to farm up.
He just finished his Yules, I think.
And how's KP doing? The Ag Scepter's been slowed down multiple times with these deaths. Like,
he's halfway there.
I feel like he would be probably just a couple hundred gold away for it. If
I would think so.
If they'd killed the DK bottom, it would just be, you know.
I'm mainly surprised how Leshrak is not doing so well.
Yeah.
He is very, very far behind.
We'll see how it ends up going. Tim's trying to get towards that Yules as well. BKB is the pickup for him eventually. I'm curious if he goes for bots first or not. But again, kind of just like a slow roll coming right now from Boom. Not really want to be aggressive yet. The next one.
Yeah, I think we'll see them group up again, maybe make another smoke play once their ultis are back online. Wave. They don't have the way to. They have an arrow to scout.
Oh,
well
nice. And there are heroes moving in. It's gonna die, but now the rest of Boone is in the area.
Wait, did they not see Hyde?
Careful.
Yeah, Hyde is taking a very interesting path here.
Yeah, he kind of walked past. I was surprised they didn't seem to notice him at first, but Armel walks up into him. And they're going to TP top to get those bounty runes and probably just farm their next little item or two. The Blink Dagger on TA, the big one. Ooh, nice catch. There's a Mirana arrow to follow this up as well. Lines it up perfectly.
Wow.
Absolutely perfect.
So they get 3 kills out of it, 2 cores, the carry and the mid.
For nothing.
Yep.
Didn't have to spend Mortimer Kisses, didn't have to spend like a BKB or anything, and
didn't give up 4 bounty runes. They managed to still get the 2 top ones.
Yeah, and they may be able to Roche with Deso TA and Wave.
It's looking very good for TNC. Did they know?
And this is how they needed this game to play out, because I feel like for their draft to win, it needs to be this kind of snowballing pick-off with Leshrak, TA getting Aegis. Their team fight and just overall lineup is weaker if they're not playing from ahead in terms of farm and Aegis advantage.
Walking right into everybody. Ravage comes out, gonna land lots of magical damage as well. Whips. They dodge the arrow. Meanwhile, Metamorphosis comes out, but they got the Earth Splitter onto everybody. Swap pulls him in, takes 2 down.
Oh my god, TA gets out.
Cute just hugging in nice and close.
Oh, they put him to sleep. And now running down for the next round of battles. They take down Tim's and also going to get KP.
Just overly ambitious going for Roshan. They had low respawn timers, and none of the big ultimates were on cooldown on the Boom side, so it was just a little bit too greedy by TNC.
I think
it
was too greedy for TA to solo it. If Lesh and Venge had committed in the pit, I feel like they could have had a pretty good... and Shredder also. Or actually, I don't know if Snapfire has any points in Shredder.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't. Okay, but her going solo was definitely not going to happen quickly enough.
Yeah. I think the fear is you have to have someone outside of the pit because you're playing against...
It's too suspicious otherwise.
Well, no, you're going to get, like... You have to have someone scouting, otherwise you get caught by like an ET Stomp or a Ravage. Or you need really good vision, but even then, what if they're smoked up? So you need somebody to pop the smoke gank. But
I mean, they only had one other hero in there with TA. You could have just had Snapfire out there, or maybe just had Venge or whatever. But yeah, it's whatever the case was, really rough for TNC and a huge swing back. And now, if you lose another couple of heroes,
Wait,
Armel
in?
trying to go in and blow him up. That's a cool play.
I mean, the problem for Boom is when their ulti's on cooldown, they aren't that strong, and TNC's taking advantage of it.
Moving in now.
Armel's gonna be careful.
ET looking for the stomp afterwards. Hits onto one. FBZ, as well as the meta coming out. Dreamcell doesn't have it.
There's Gabby.
Oh, Yule Scepter,
no.
not well timed. And able to
the
mid
Manta
to dodge
Wow.
it. Still a lot of damage coming in onto Dreamcell as
He's
well as Kazq.
out of mana on the left track now, though, but he's got Edict still pulsing and bottle charges.
Yeah, he's not killing this TB. Well, not once nor twice.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is under
Armel
Maybe with
still
the
went down.
Mirana's help,
tower
but
is under
I don't
attack.
think they want to keep hunting. Lish, yeah, back to base, getting that mana back.
Really close to Aghanim Scepter soon for KP.
To me, that's the more surprising thing about the Roche is that they did it when Boom had all their ultimates. Like, and ultimately, this is still fairly early on. They respawn quickly.
Yeah.
I think the key for them to Roche is to either win a fight where Boom use their ultimates, or have a fight that is even or you lose, but make sure Ravage meta's on cooldown. That's when they're stronger. It's when these spells are on cooldown, and that's why that fight there goes pretty well for them. Is because there's no Dragon Form, there's no meta, there's no Ravage.
That BKB timing is going to be really important, it feels like.
Yeah. The game changes with TNC's BKBs. That's kind of, I think, their biggest power spike of the game. Late game, I think the swing goes back in Boom's favor with the TB and how well he scales, but the double BKB on Lesh TA with the Ags initiation on Snapfire is going to be TNC, where that's where they need to pull ahead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the meantime, grouping up and trying to pressure up this top lane, see if they can take over this area, get the
Radiant
outpost.
structures are fortified.
A lot of Radiant heroes in this dire
Yeah,
jungle.
both teams trying to take tier 2 towers here. It does look like Boom may get this tier 2 and outpost down bottom, whereas TNC haven't taken the tier 2 tower just yet.
Is under attack.
Moving in, and Gabby's there as well.
TP.
Rotations.
It's a Tidehunter, though. You can't really stop him.
And Gabby's in trouble. Yeah, the swap
back
save.
out. Jump forward with the blink. Ravage going to connect onto 3, actually, but is there any more follow-up?
The Lesh gets out okay, it looks like. Well, for now.
No dust on him. But
Sentry
he walks into
ward.
a sentry.
Looks like he's going to be okay without the Dragon Form, and
Went down. But yeah.
yeah, he was left alone to push. That makes sense. That he didn't kill it fast enough to actually take the outpost.
Regardless, Ravage down now. Does leave kind of a nice opening for TNC.
Meta's up, though, still.
Meta and Dragon Form will be up, but
They're doing a good job at staggering their high cooldowns.
and I think importantly, Makoto doesn't have BKB yet, so he's very vulnerable, as we're seeing here. Gets
Wow.
blown up. Doesn't have anything for the magic damage, and TNC will look to continue pressuring. They're picking that top tier 2 tower. They want to finish it off. Tim's with his Yule Scepter, so that gives him a reliable initiation as well as the Venge until BKBs come into play for the dire side. And yes, the Ag Scepter. Easy, as well as the Skyreth nearby. They're checking for wards, but
Dire's bottom
don't
tower
believe they
is
want to
under
go on
attack.
the Tidehunter. Well, I'm out, dude.
Oh, I almost got him. Well, Kazq just going to hold fort down up here.
What a deforesting happening up top.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
You try
is
and hit
under
a stomp
attack.
here or something? I guess Armel still has blink, so he
Dire's
can't really
top
do
tower
that.
has fallen.
I'll just claim this outpost, I think, with second Roshan. I think the kind of key objective on TNC's mind, they kind of you just want to gear up and get your BKBs ready for that fight, but Boom will have the same idea. They get this very early BKB on the Terra Blade to kind of prepare themselves for these early fights.
And now, 22 minutes in, as the outpost is going to be taken over. It's sort of a battle of who pushes in the opposing safe lane harder.
Yeah. I don't think TNC will put too much effort into that bottom lane or bottom outpost for now.
What was Dragon Form activated for?
Farming, man.
Wow, was he using it to misclick?
Well, okay, so I guess he is getting close to his BKB, and to get to a quicker BKB, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if there was like an ancient stack or something.
Yeah.
But even that, it feels kind of risky just to use it casually when you
For
know
sure.
TNC's like they're smoked up now. They probably saw that dragon form.
He took a creep wave within
Yeah.
it, so yeah.
I feel like it may have been a misclick because I don't think you want to be using dragon form there.
Well, he did complete his BKB and quick initiation on the Skywrath.
Yeah, he tanks the smoke gank, but the rest of TNC
Gobble up.
Oh, big play there, throwing out Gabby.
Nice.
And get in the kill.
Can't they get any more? They've got to swap here potentially.
Slow.
FBZ, I think his blink's on cooldown. He gets hit by the lightning storm, so he gets swapped back in, but he is a tide. And yeah, KP had one idea, and Whitemon had another. He's a 5 position. He's not diving on top of tide.
We can get him, guys. We can get him. Then
Hoping
what?
to catch TB here, but no such luck. Ancient's already been farmed up, and without Roshan, I'm not sure TNC will get any objectives off of this.
I think Makoto's like bluffing almost.
They want to fight. They've got the Ravage yet.
My God, catches onto all 3 of them. The arrow comes out afterwards. That's a lot of damage, though, as they try and get Armel away. For the moment, Makoto just walking in and beating the crap out of him. Oh, no fear.
Both sides using BKBs and ultimates. I think this will favor TNC overall because they aren't reliant. Ooh!
Whoa!
Snap. He's just scouting Roshan now.
Of course.
He's penance for all the couriers he killed yesterday.
That's true.
But yeah, this should favor TNC because they're not cooldown reliant.
Yeah, and there's no objectives to claim. I would have thought for Dragon Form and meta you may be able to take a tier 2, but no one died.
Yep. TNC will be hoping for a nice fast Roche respawn, which we'll find out soon.
It is 16 seconds.
I think
this is the
that's
potential.
the minimum.
Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, so we'll find out in 10 seconds time when it is.
Okay.
But unlikely they'll just look to fight because they're not going to expecting an instant Roche respawn. They're ready to go.
And all the cooldowns are down for Boom.
Yeah.
Middle of the road respawn.
So any kind of initiation that TNC can find here should favor them.
Gobble up.
Makoto playing very far up here.
Dire's bottom tower has been
Heard something flying.
Yep.
Cascute caught again.
Gabby
Dire's
could
bottom
be hunting
tower
for more
is
here.
Oh, he's queuing up
The
the
Skywrath,
Aghanim's.
so he gets a bounty room, but can he get out? He's got a TP, and I think he will be fine here.
Shout out to Night Vision.
Everybody's building Ags these games. Got it on Lesh. Got it halfway done on Skywrath.
Yeah. The Leshag's,
Only viable in Dire Tider versus Illusion Heroes.
yes. Well,
It's
yes to the second part. I don't know about Dire Tide. Not sure if I can agree there.
Oh, Tim.
I'll defer to you.
I will say, people have been talking about it, sort of making a comeback. It's been in a couple pro games, the Aghanim's on Lesh.
It's growing in popularity for sure, but I still don't think... so some people are saying that it does insane single target damage, obviously, if someone's isolated, because between Edict and, just you don't have to sit around casting your lightning. But I don't feel like there are many opportunities where you will find someone isolated after you have an Aghanim Scepter, and you're probably going to kill them anyway.
Nice catch here, but the Blink Tide save.
Oh my
Ravage
God.
comes off. Makoto gets a chance to use his BKB because of it, and Boom's ready to fight. Their ultimate's back up now, and I think TNC has to be very careful. Gabby turns with his BKB. He's looking to just Nova people down.
Oh, the gobble up!
Nice
Whitemon!
play.
It's the 5 position Venge getting launched in. He's going to get himself 2. Gabby's there to back him up, and what a play coming in from TNC. They're not done yet. Gabby's going to be a little bit careful here. Has the defensive
Somewhere,
Euge, and
no.
he didn't have a target.
God, they're just tearing him apart.
Yep.
Armel keeps the chase going as FBZ hoping to escape, but they hit their stun yet again.
Wow.
Just like that, 4 heroes just melt. Man, when Lesh is able to just sit there in front of everybody, it's like so much damage. We had fight recap real quick. How much damage was it that Lesh did in that fight? Yeah, 4,100.
Big DPS.
Dire team.
bottom tower is under attack.
Was a sick gobble up by KP though.
Launches an Avengeable hero.
Venge, go kill that DK.
Yeah. I just hear it getting launched. I was like, oh, he's going to be thrown in one of the cores. I was like, what the hell? That's Avenge.
Get in there. Well,
And Roche is back now, but And TNC they can just take Roche uncontested, I imagine, with the ultis down. That was meant to be a better fight for Boom, but they just couldn't get the kills during the BKBs.
Yeah.
They
Namely the
used-
Leshrac kill.
Yeah. They were used too defensively almost.
Gabby's just farming away while they're taking Roche again. No big deal.
Sometimes the problem with the early BKB on TB, you got it after the Mantis, just there isn't damage output until he gets like another item or two. DK is not going to give you a lot of damage, and then you've got a tide. So the damage output is kind of the big question mark for the Boom draft at this stage.
Right.
Feels like TB may need to wait for another item or two before Boom start fighting.
Sort of having this feeling that things could fall apart very rapidly for Boom. I mean, they already have to a large extent with the 7k gold lead, but
Yeah. And like, Gabby's getting away, not even needing any armor items against his TB. He's got the casual plate mail queued up, but he's probably clicking this TB like, there's nothing to be too afraid of just yet. I think he's going for a Scotty as well. Like, I get it's an amazing item and gives you good stats, but I feel like he needs like a Daedalus. Probably has his item right after Scotty to really be a true threat.
otherwise it's just tickling him. And by that point, you're going to have those plate mail items as well.
Yeah, 3 kind of defensive stat-based items when none of your other cores on your team do damage is tricky.
Tricky, huh?
Tricky. Questionable. I don't know. It's hard. He wants to stay alive. He had to get the BKB early, I think, to fight and contest Roche.
Right.
The third item, Scotty, may be where he could have gone for a Daedalus first.
Well, TNC, as has been the case for today, you just have these games where it feels like it's one team that starts getting ahead and then there's no looking back. To see if Boom can come up with some type of response here and start to even this thing up a little bit.
I do think there is potential for Boom to turn it around, though. I think so far, initiation has been their biggest issue. Wow. Bonk.
See, somebody just get tossed in. It's so silly.
It's going to be close.
Z gets caught and killed.
And Dire's smoked up. They're going to have no tide for this fight, and I don't even know if they want to fight. They were smoking for the bounty runes.
Stun, blow
Nice.
up. Swap out. Live. Swap again. What a play.
Okay.
Jeez. And then the
He's still in trouble.
BKB, the runaway, he's in a lot of trouble,
The
but they bring
Scotty's
it in.
slow.
Yep.
Kescu dying for the rune, I respect it.
Oh man, this is turning terrible for TNC.
Okay.
How does that happen?
They should be able to get her.
They use literally everything, and the Scotty slow yet again. Meanwhile, the chase down's going to come as they're throwing out Mortimer's kisses, but it's time to run.
They just caught TNC with their pants down. They were split across. They had 2 heroes top, 3 bottom.
I don't know why TA came. She could have very easily not come to that fight.
Yeah, they probably should have just let the Venge and Lesh die. It was a scenario where you're just outnumbered, shouldn't be fighting.
That was really, and it's like using the BKB charge, using
Yeah.
the cheese.
Using the Aegis.
I think
Everything.
it was one of those things where I think TNC's eyes just lit up where it was like, oh, Whitemon made a sick play. He just saved the Lesh, allowed him to get the Yule's Cheese BKB off. Let's turn it now. We just made this sick play, but realistically, they were just too heavily outnumbered. TB just finished Scotty, and DK had his level 3 ulti form. They just couldn't fight into that.
Yeah, the slows between the Scotty and the Frost Breath that Lesh was crawling out of that secret shop.
This is the real danger too, is that these heroes just take buildings so quickly afterwards. Although they are able to force them off of it for now, so they're just going to try and reestablish some map control. And I guess, I don't even know, I guess that's all they really need to do. Maybe get some more items.
Time to play for Roche number 3.
Hey.
Tier 3 neutral items signed to get picked up here. So a telescope on the Dire side. Not the best telescope game, but it's okay. I guess you got DK and TB with Shapeshift and Skyreth with the cast range.
Yeah, I think Skyreth is just going to hold it for the cast, his own cast range. I think Tide needs to get a gem, though, because one of their biggest win conditions, I suppose, for Boom is getting Blink Dragon Tail before any BKB reaction can come out on the Lesh or the TA. And I feel like all these traps lying around are making it very difficult for DK to sneak in for initiation.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty solid idea.
Added value playing against Mirana, so
Yeah.
Can't give it up.
Tide's a big boy.
Oh, we got the axe.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, so his 20 talent is a decision between lightning slow and pulse nova damage, and obviously against a TB you want the nova damage, and then when you get an Ags, you're like, feel really good to get that slow duration though.
Yeah.
And then same thing for his 25. I actually don't know what he's going to do about his 25.
I think you kind of have to go Diabolic Edict, right? It's just so good.
May it just depend on the state of the game where things are at,
Yeah.
because if you're playing on the back foot defensively, the Lightning Storm may just feel better for the team fights. It's going to be better in a team fight, whereas the Diabolic is just so good at pushing.
Smoke up.
Ags completed on Skyrath.
Where are we going?
ET would be a good kill, and a free kill, I think.
Awesome one out.
On FBZ, the arrow going to be off the mark here.
Lots of damage from the high ground from Hyde.
Dude,
Guys
all
who
these
could-
silences with the Ags.
Kodo. Just got the BKB in the front lines, gets the disarm off as well. They do lose the ET, and with the BKB wearing off, we'll see if TNC look to re-engage.
Whoa, Makoto just stands still for a
Tim's.
second.
They got his arrow.
Yep.
Chase, stun, lots
the
of damage
kisses.
from the kisses. Kodo has to do a little bit of fancy footwork there, buying some time.
Trap breaks. No, his blink is up. He just doesn't want to go.
I like this Axe queued up for DK, playing against heavy magic damage, and BKB is going to be 5-second BKB fairly soon, so he's going to be incredibly tanky in that dragon form.
It's 40% magic resistance, I think, something
I
like that.
believe so. Tsunami?
Let's find out. Doesn't say. I will look it up. 40% sounds high, but you may be right.
It's insane magic resist from memory, yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, so yes, it is 40%. Good call.
Hey!
30, it increases your DPS, your corrosive DOT to 30 from 20. Your splash AoE, or no, rather, your splash damage goes from 75% splash damage to 115. So your splash actually does more than your normal attack.
That's awesome.
Your slow goes from 40% to 60% on both attack speed and movement speed, and you get free pathing.
What a good Ags.
It's a great axe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, 40%.
He's definitely going to need it against this lineup.
Radiant's middle tower is
Tim's in
under
the
attack.
meantime pushing down bottom lane and getting it all the way to the tier 3s. And then running away. But they can maybe take this fight now with no Dragon Knight nearby. Looking for a swap now onto Hyde. Pulls it back in. Immediately into the waiting clutches of the rest of them. But two-shot this Skyrath Mage here. Armel going to pop the BKB. Good timing there.
He's BKBing just to kill supports, and now he's in all sorts of trouble.
Oh, the gobble.
Luckily, KP's there to save his life.
What a player. But FBZ's still chasing.
Radiant's top
They
tower
won't be able to
is
get
under
him.
attack.
I think that's the tricky thing for the TA as this game drags, is that the BKB is going to be really short, and all he can really do during is maybe kill some of these supports unless they're focusing like all their attention on chain selling one of the dire cores.
Yeah, and once I imagine Aeon discs eventually come out on Boom, then you can't even reliably one-shot those supports anymore.
Are scanning.
I am starting to go in Boom's favor as the game is progressing. It's a 6k net worth advantage, kill advantage, but still, it feels like it's going to be hard for them to close out the game.
Kind of has that feeling like the damage is capping off
Yeah.
almost on
Which is very
TNC.
typical for Templar Assassin
Yeah.
lineups.
Yeah.
It's the TA problem, and kind of what we saw maybe happening with this game, where TNC need a snowball, but if it does go late, TB is going to be the ultimate carry of this game.
Mhm.
True.
Not even just TB, but DK and Tide, just they don't get really threatened by a TA.
Yeah. They fall off in terms of dealing damage, but they will just get increasingly tankier and tankier.
It doesn't feel like TNC have other heroes to make up for. Like, their supports aren't really doing any damage scaling into the late game, whereas Boom, you know, you got this Skyrath and ET.
Yeah.
These supports damage output-wise scale very well into the late game.
Even just experience-wise, like Concussive Global is going to be really irritating to deal with, because again, it solves their vision issue on Boom, where they can
Right.
hopefully find initiation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good stuff. But Boom, just need to get through the scary period now. I think they might smoke up again, getting ready for next Roche,
Yeah.
2 minutes away.
Yeah, I think TNC have to get this third Roche, I think, to have a good chance of winning this game. And even if they get it, I think it's still like, that kind of just keeps things even for them. If they somehow lose a fight and Boom gets Roshan, I think things start looking very grim for TNC.
Again, elimination on the line for TNC. If they lose this game, they would go out in 4th. And it would be Boom moving on the date against Among Us. So a lot on the line here.
$100,000 prize pool. Valve backed.
Hey. Well, Ninja Gear, the next tier of items starting to come out now.
I might give the Ninja Gear to like DK. Craggy on the Leshrac. A knife found for Armel.
Craggy, this is definitely a hero that Craggy is amazing on.
Yeah.
And this game specifically, yeah.
I don't know if he'll give it up. Maybe for like a spell prism. Oh,
That's a great hero to open up the fight on.
monk.
Roche respawning in 50 though, and that's when Venge will be back alive. That's the good news for TNC.
And Armel's getting close to 25 too. That's another big thing for him.
Oh yeah, Meld bashes.
This honestly might not be a terrible game for TA Ags, actually.
Yeah.
If you could cut waves and just keep dragging Boom all around the map, you may find an opening.
Radiant's top tower
I
is
think
under
it's
attack.
better than a lot of people talk about.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
for like 2 months ago, CIS was like first building
Yeah.
Ags on TA.
You'll have a hammer. I just wonder if TA is going to need like some super damage item, some kind of rapier or...
Yeah, the thing is that I think even if she keeps building damage, it's not going to solve their issue.
Yeah.
Right.
They're just so tanky on Boom.
Yeah, the only damage item that could maybe do it is the rapier.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think the only other consideration is if you feel you're going to need a nullifier to deal with like support Aeon Disc later, but you don't want to preemptively build it. And there is the Spell Prism you mentioned as the only maybe consideration for replacing a Craggy.
Yeah.
We'll have an Arcane Room for the next fight, and uh-oh,
That is a problem.
dead Mirana.
110 seconds, no buyback.
Yeah. Right as TNC smoked up to try and take a fight, Mirana gets picked off. They still may look to initiate here, but they've been scouted out. The smoke popped, and the illusions see them. So, Boom probably should be able to get Roche.
Oh, absolutely everybody dropping them down, taking the kills. Gabby gotta run. Unreal. And one more.
That
Good
deserved
measure.
an eek.
Yeah.
Rapier on TB.
He's going through, and he's like, we just won the game. Let's
Okay.
pick up a
I think
rapier
they
to end this
might.
one.
They,
Leveler.
Why the hell not?
oh my god.
There's no buyback on 3 of these heroes.
I think this is
it's
it.
over.
Yeah.
TNC may not know it yet, but we see the writing on the wall, and
Oh my god. How are you just going to get hit like that by that giant stomp and 4 heroes?
Oh my god.
Tower is under attack.
Get off my
that's
lawn.
one way to put an exclamation mark on a finish, as TNC can't do anything except type those
All right, quickly.
2 familiar letters.
Go to bts.gg/monstermvp and vote for Kezcute for single-handedly winning them a movement forward into this lower bracket
Wow.
and eliminating TNC.
It just TNC seemed shocked. You know, they didn't even
GG.
get it. Yeah,
Yeah.
They didn't GG until the throne was dead because they were just like, wait, we
just
just
lost?
lost. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
It felt like they were just speechless there.
I mean,
I'm speechless.
I think we're going to take a look at the graph there in a second, but that was a quick drop off too. Like it was like, oh, maybe just bleh, and then it was over.
All right, well, we're going to jump to a quick break. Let that all process in the mind. Same thing with you at home. And please do go to bts.gg/monstermvp because that is the last game of the series. Now is the time to vote. Now is the time to find out who will be the winner. But we're going to go to a quick break. And when we return, more post-game analysis. Welcome back to the Monster Energy Dota Summit 13, where we have had yet another elimination. TNC will no longer be in contention as Boom Esports will move on and face off against Among Us tomorrow in the lower bracket final. But what a way to put a stamp on that series. It's 0 to 100 real quick, and yeah, good job.
Absolutely fantastic showing from Boom. I think TNC can only walk away feeling disappointed. I don't think they're going to be happy with a 4th place finish when they're meant to be, one of the top dogs in Southeast Asia. But really, testament to how strong SEA is that, Boom can just play this well.
Totally. Yeah, and I think that there was definitely a couple of things that just seemed a little bit off today for TNC. It didn't feel like the normal one that we were seeing. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but regardless, Boom's still looking very, very good and just really clean. And I don't know, tomorrow we got some great Dota. Southeast Asia. It's going to be hype.
We got any graphs that we can look at, or are we already past that point? I just don't want to revel in some of the numbers, but maybe not.
Oh yeah, I think we got some graphs.
Oh, we got graphs.
We always got graphs.
That's the graph.
Yeah, that's that moment. That's that moment.
15,000 net worth.
Oh my
goodness. Or no, the experience. Actually, the net worth was not that substantial, but the experience lead was substantial.
It wasn't like